course at this point, as the people who started in Wave 2 still would have had to have gotten done by now in order to get that sub 24 buckle. So everybody else here is looking at a 24 to 30 hour finish.
Yeah, and I apologize if we had some audio issues there for just a second. That was my fault. But yeah, we are back. We are excited. We are refreshed. We're ready to bring you coverage from the course. We've got about just under 6 hours left before kind of the final finishers, right? And so our focus will primarily be on the start finish line, obviously, as we're seeing some of those 24 to 30 hour finishers come in, but we'll also have a little bit of coverage from Rattlesnake Ranch, I believe,
Okay.
as we're trying to keep tabs on all these runners. So we're gonna send it to the start finish line area here as the vibe is still high.
Do we know what the final or what the cutoff is at this point to be heading out in their final lap? Do they have to be in by now?
Yes, the cutoff for starting their final lap was 6 a.m.
Okay.
or I
Or 6:30 perhaps with
possibly.
Wave
I'm
2?
not 100% sure on that. I would imagine it's probably 6 and 6:30,
Okay.
which we have passed either way.
Yeah. Of course, you can see the sun has hit the course. In the background, you've got some beautiful sunrise background. In the foreground, we've got runners crossing the finish line, volunteers helping to take care of them. We saw Jubilee there already up and moving. So impressive.
It is impressive. Jubilee, continues to prove year after year that she is in fact superhuman.
She's on another level. And I was out there yesterday and seeing, several of the costume changes as well as some of their, all the shenanigans that were going on. Her energy level maintained very high all the way into the night.
We've still got our photographer extraordinaires out there. And so maybe they are still going out on their final loops. I wonder if that's more a suggestion, but it looked like someone had just looped through to continue on there.
I'll take a look. We should be able to find that fairly quickly.
Here we have some more runners coming in. Looks like that's a finisher there. So we'll have to try and get a name on who that finisher there was, and I will pin anyone at home who is looking to follow the live results and the tracking. I'm going to pin that into the comments right now. So if you want to take a look at any of the results.
So yeah, per the runner guide, I've pulled it up. They have to have if they were in wave one, which started at 6 a.m., they have to have headed out for their final cutoff at 6 a.m. or by 6 a.m. and then 6:30 they need to have headed out by 6:30. So they needed to have completed the first 4 loops in 24 hours.
Which would, put them theoretically on pace for a 30-hour finish. Here we go. Another runner coming through. And do you know who that was, Chris?
I do not.
That is Allison J.
Oh, well, congratulations to Allie for
Yep.
getting it done.
Per the results here, shout out to Allie J. She helped film the Cocodona 250 live stream earlier this year. She was up in Flagstaff, helping us get all those finish line feels there. So we're happy to return the favor.
Yeah.
And get a little bit of get some good finish line feels going here as well.
I believe this is actually her. This might be her 5th.
And she was paced in by Colleen Lingley.
Yeah, Colleen Lingley,
Aravaipa
Aravaipa
just
Racing
saw
Team.
for a second there.
Yeah, I do believe. Let's see. Allie had finishes in 2016, 2017, 2019, 2021, and this year. So this is her 5th finish. So she is actually going to be a recipient of a jacket now. One of those highly coveted 5-timer jackets. Now, there is no 5-timer club in the history of anything that is quite as prestigious as the Javelina 100 finish group.
Yeah, for sure.
Hosting no improv shows on Saturday night, they don't compare. I see one of our local runners, Lori Mazza, on the right-hand side, hanging out at Rattlesnake Ranch, talking to a runner as they are getting ready to head from Rattlesnake Ranch to the finish line.
Well, and the good thing is, at this point, no matter how badly you feel, you've got to feel pretty confident that once you leave this aid station, it's pretty much in the bag.
Oh yeah.
As of right now, just because you've got over 5 hours, almost 6 hours to cover, a 3-4 mile stretch here. So despite probably not feeling very good, once you leave this aid station, you're probably pretty relieved, thinking that you've got it done. And we do have a campfire cam, a campfire cam here at the Javelina 100, something that's typically reserved for the Cocodona 250, but we're just trying to bring all the fun.
Well, the campfire is such an inviting time, but it's also a very dangerous thing because you sit down and it's so comforting. I mean, we all like to have campfires, maybe in our own backyard or in a friend's backyard, and once you sit down there, the time flies. So it's great to take a moment to decompress at the fire, but once you get that good feeling, you still have to force yourself to get back up and go. And in the case of Rattlesnake Ranch, you've got less than 4 miles to go, and they're not 4 difficult miles. It's relatively downhill, an easy downhill, not like a quad buster at all.
Shot so you can kind of see.
Yeah, Rattlesnake Ranch would be the final road crossing for those that are on their final loop. And at that point, 3.7, 3.8 miles to go from there, down from Pemberton to Cinch. And you have a couple of dry washes that you cross, and other than that, you head into the Four Peaks staging area, Javelina headquarters, and do your big loop through the city where everybody is there to wait for you and cheer you on.
Love it. And
Looks like
we're
we might
going to
have.
go to our drone back at the start-finish area here, who is going out to, it looks like, find some runners. In the meantime, here's the boots on the ground view.
Looks like we have another finisher, Alexandria Durant. Congratulations to Alexandria or Alexandra.
Yep, and it looks...
Her finish time was 24 hours, 48 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Yep, that's
Sub
exactly
25
what I
hour.
was...
Oh, sorry.
No, well, that's exactly what I was trying to find on my screen, but it's still early here. It looks like we got another runner coming in. Just across the finish line there. That is Jeffrey Cannon. Jeffrey Cannon coming in there. Looks like we've got some 100K runners as well that came through.
Oh, absolutely. And, these 100K runners that are finishing now have been grinding. At this point, they're 23, or actually, what time is it? Yeah, they're almost 24 hours in themselves for the 100K.
Yeah, I mean, the most recent 100-mile or 100K finisher that we have, 23:49:19. I'm guessing it might be they might be friends. I don't know. They finished together, so they may have been existing friends, or they may have been friends that were established.
You can make friends when you're out with
during
somebody
the race
for
here.
20 plus hours together on this course. And one of the nice things about this race, the Javelina 100, is that when you're doing the 100K, you've got 29 hours to get it done. So the race is perfect for people who might not be able to handle the grind of a 30-hour race, but want to still take part in a huge ultra and get a beautiful buckle and be a part of the biggest party in the desert.
We had Jesper Hansen just come through there for a finish time of 24 hours and 21 minutes. You can see him on your screen right there talking to the great Scott Rokas. It looks like we've got more excitement, more folks coming into the finish here.
Well, and the people who have been out there all night and camping are going to be starting to wake up themselves and getting into a rhythm. And in some cases, some of the people are starting to break down their camps this morning who have been out there as part of the Mad Dash, the Black Friday looking scene that took place there on Friday morning prior to the expo. But there are still plenty of people out there. And even when people are breaking their camps down and kind of drawing their weekend to a close on the infield there at the Javelina headquarters, they're still cheering on the runners. They're still clapping for them, ringing cowbells as they go by. It's actually still really cool. So while many runners have had their weeks draw to a close, there are still people out there, and we'll do our best to document as many as possible. Our most recent finisher, Yoshio Otaki, with a finish time of 24 hours, 52 minutes, 12 seconds. Congratulations to him.
From Portland, Oregon. So shout out to Yoshi there on an excellent finish. Coming in just under to the 25-hour mark. And here we go. We've got some aerial shots of some of our runners as they make their way towards the Javelina headquarters, the start-finish line of the Javelina 100 events.
That's a very solid pace for this time of the race. They're making that, whoever that is, they're making a nice, solid final push towards the finish line. Oh, that's a beautiful shot right
Yeah,
there.
now we're back out at Rattlesnake Ranch. I think that this really puts into perspective how just kind of out there this is, right? You can see kind of the vast landscape of the Sonoran Desert here, and all of a sudden there's an aid station in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's the only aid station other than headquarters that you can really see from any sort of road. Either of the other two aid stations on course, Coyote Camp and Jackass Junction. It takes some serious effort to get out to those places. Either you're well, I guess you could technically walk from a road crossing to Coyote Camp and get there in 2 miles, perhaps. Or, yeah, I think that would be about 2 miles. And then Jackass Junction, the Granite Tank area, is far more remote.
I heard that the road out there was it's been redone a little bit.
It's still, unless they have flat out brought something out there to pave it, it's still going to be pretty brutal.
Oh,
Because,
for sure.
A lot of it follows some wash paths where, ruts get carved out fairly frequently.
Here we have one of our recent 100K finishers there.
So we're about 10 minutes after sunrise, and you can see how quickly the sunlight actually hits you because, as we've stressed on an occasion or two during this live stream, there really is no place to hide from the sun out there. So once it's up, and it's going to get warm fairly quickly. For all of these runners, this is their second sunrise.
Yeah, most of the runners, well, no, not most, all of the runners out there are experiencing that second sunrise. I imagine if you're close to the finish, you're probably welcoming that. If you are, out at Coyote Camp, you might be not as thrilled that the sun is coming back up in some ways, but then you're also probably happy to not be out there in the dark as well. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 out there.
Yeah, if you're at Coyote Camp, you've got roughly 15 miles to go, and you've got if you're in the second wave, which most of these runners probably are, you've got till 12:30 to do it, 12:30 local time. It's just before 7 a.m. here. So all you've got to do is keep moving at this point. You don't have to be of any sort of brisk pace. You just need to still be moving. Yeah, as Aaron says, the sun comes up fast out here, and it stays up. I was out on the course yesterday, and it was relentless. We don't have traditionally a lot of cloud cover for this race as well. I've been attending the Javelina 100 in one form or another every year since 2014, and at Javelina 100, every year it's pretty intense sun. I believe that the only year where we had some semblance of cloud cover that I can remember was 2020. And 2020 was a little bit of a different year anyways, obviously due to what was going on in the world. So the race itself was spread out over several days, multiple waves to accommodate as many runners as possible. It actually had fewer runners, fewer finishers by far than most normal years. In 2020, there were 160 finishers, whereas in a typical year, there's over 280, sometimes up over 400 as well. In recent years, last year there were 292 finishes. 2020, obviously, as we mentioned, the COVID year, 160. In 2019, there were 425 finishes, which is an absolutely staggering number. Yeah, and typically since the mid 90s, there have been over 280 finishers each year. One runner that I wanted to follow, I'm really interested in their story, is Maurice Lohman, bib number 432. Of course, Maurice, some people call him Maurice, but Maurice is, if he stays on course, he's crossed Coyote Camp. He crossed Coyote Camp actually just 3 minutes ago. And he could be our first finisher in the 20-year history of the Javelina 100 to finish the race coming from Rhode Island.
I think he crossed an hour and 3 minutes ago, right?
Oh, an hour and 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're at 7 a.m. We've been having that much fun.
Time flies.
We have been having that much fun. So he's making his way out to Jackass Junction, has plenty of time on the clock still, which is great. It's just all about continuing to move forward at this point, especially that section between Coyote Camp and Jackass Junction.
Yeah, in our chat, we've got Sherman Bia, Sherman, a local runner here, who was supposed to be out here cheering on and crewing his wife, but couldn't due to testing positive for COVID. And Cheryl is still getting it done. She crossed the finish line at 6:12 this morning, so 24 hours, 12 minutes into her race. So she's one of those people that's going to be making things, going to have a heck of a day. Still got the time to get it done.
Runners coming into the finish line area here. And we will see who we have as Natalie Gorence coming through there.
Congratulations to Natalie.
From Redmond, Oregon.
We've got a smattering of Oregon finishers coming in this morning.
Yeah, we just had Yoshio Otaki, who was also an Oregonian. So shout out to the great state of Oregon.
Yes. This is not Natalie's first finish here at Javelina 100, as she actually was the 24th place female in 2017.
Oh wow!
Her time that year was 24:16:08, and her finish time here was 25:01:46. So still right in the same range. So congratulations to Natalie for
49th female.
It kind of shows you how more stout the field is this year than probably at any time in Javelina history. As we mentioned at one point, there had been, both across the men's and women's side, under 50 finishers in the 20-year history of the race with a sub-16 finish. And this year there were perhaps 2 dozen in a single year. So, you know what? It's that time. The Pope has appeared. The Pope has
the
made
holy
their
hour.
We have another finisher coming in.
Looks like a 100K runner.
Coming in with somebody with one of those beautiful Cocodona hoodies I see in the background.
You my friend, are indeed correct, and we will have to see who we have here. Looks like that is Molly Schumacher, depending, what part of the country you're from.
Depending on what regional dialect dictates. Well, congratulations to Molly. Oh, she's doing the 100-mile finish for Molly. Wonderful
Yeah,
job.
that was interesting. I thought that was a 100K bib, but what do I know?
Molly coming up from.
Oh wait, that was incorrect.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was Molly. That was right here. That had to be
Krista Zachary?
correct. Or because we got Natalie. Yeah, so Krista, and that was 100K. I apologize for that.
Well, congratulations to Krista. It looks like this is not Krista's first ultra finish either. She's got results out at Born to Run, as well as a couple of fixed time races out in California, and this isn't her first time here. She has a finish from Jackass Night Runs in 2019. It tells you people come back here. I would assume that if she came out here in 2019, she probably either A, came out with friends to check things out and try Jackass Night Runs, or B, was a restless crew person or pacer that wanted to go out and have an additional lap of her own. And she saw how much fun people were having out here and decided to make this race her own experience as well.
And Sarah Newberry in the chat. Live stream fanatic here at Aravaipa. We love Sarah tuning in. She says, thanks for commenting. Matt and someone else. It's the legendary Chris Warden himself. I'm glad that my voice has now become, so identifiable, at least in Sarah's life. But you got to step your game up a little bit, it sounds like, Chris.
They don't recognize my voice at 6 a.m. They're used to it after dark.
That's true. That's true.
If I'm a part of a live stream, I'm usually out there with camera in hand during the day, but at night, things change completely. So yeah, I did have fun with Matt back in May when we were doing Cocodona, watching a lot of those runners come in. It was fantastic. A little bit of a different situation because at Cocodona, everybody's got their own. At one point, we pretty much had everybody had their own filmer along the way, the final stretch of the Streets of Flagstaff. But here we're going to do our best to keep up with everybody as they come in and give them their moment in the spotlight. Most recent finisher, Kay Brown. Congratulations to Kay with a time of 25:07:12. So Kay started with the first wave yesterday morning and got it done. 25 hours is a very respectable finish here at the Javelina 100. Another finisher as well.
Looks like that is Eric Koenig, as we would call it in Illinois.
That's how I would have said it.
Might be pronounced differently depending where you're from, but shout out to Eric there, and shout out to Kay Brown on her finish. Justin in the chat, did we get any interviews from some of the top finishers on last night's stream? We did not get any interviews with any of the finishers on stream last night. We may have some additional content coming to YouTube in the nearish future, but in terms of the live stream, we did not get any interviews. That's something we'd probably look more towards for Black Canyon and Javelina next year, is having that set up. But in turn, we also, we want these runners to be able to go and and kind of recover, celebrate with their friends. Nick finished, in the night. Obviously, it was still early in the night, but just allowing them to kind of have their time.
Yeah, there's a come down when people finish this race, and an ultra such as this.
Kelsey Semenoff, who we just saw there finish.
Congratulations to Kelsey. But moving back to the point that we were talking about, just like while I'm out there, I've been at the finish line to film, and I generally like to give the runners that time, that moment, because this isn't 48 minutes of basketball or 60 minutes of football or 9 innings of baseball. This is 14, 15 plus hours of running. That 14, 15 hours is typically at the very minimum. It's 100 miles. And I just feel it's better to defer and maybe get some of that information after the fact. Now, we've had times where runners such as at Desert Solstice where they'll come and hang out with us, but for the most part, I like to just let them have their moment to soak it all in because what they've done is so amazing. And another extremely happy, grateful finisher.
And it looks like that is Rod Cunningham, who we just saw finish there.
Congratulations to Rod. Time of 24 hours, 40 minutes. 24 hours, 40 minutes, and 16 seconds.
The Florida resident.
Rod, this is his first Javelina 100 finish, but it's not his first ultra by any stretch of the imagination. He ran the Keys 100 earlier this year and did sub 24 there. But his first ultra was Black Canyon 2021. So even though he's a Florida resident, he's done more ultras here than he has in his home state. I think that says a lot. I think it says he catches what Aravaipa is doing out here. So, do our best to give people an amazing race experience that they'll fly cross country for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a vibe out here, as you can tell. And I think that specifically for Javelina, any race where you can run 100 miles on a beautiful course in the Sonoran Desert and be greeted by the Pope at the finish.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a pretty, probably monumental experience for a lot of people.
Yeah, the Sunday morning vibe at this race is pretty intense. For those of you that tuned in last year, our local runner Sonia Glover was the finished just over the cutoff in a heartbreaking 30-hour, 7-minute finish, and she was out there this morning, and I was talking to her, and she said that she had a little bit bout of trail blindness at the very end of the race. She said the last thing she saw was me filming her before her eyes kind of started to develop issues, and that really moved me because I know how hard she, as well as all of these runners, are working. As we see somebody hitting the final loop, and I have to confess, Matt, my brain has been working as hard as it can for what it's worth at this point, trying to come up with a phrasing or a terminology. Of course, in a race like this, or in a race like Cocodona, you have the incomparable final finish, which is now been coined left on birch.
Well, I mean,
there's no other
I think
left on birch.
I think that I think sometimes the confusion on the Left on Birch saga is that I think people think that I made that.
Oh,
but when in reality, the left-hand turn on Birch made itself. It's the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports. I didn't do that. It did that. And so what is our Javelina equivalent? I don't know, but I do know that with 5 hours and 16 minutes to go, that we will likely have will likely have something pop out of my uncaffeinated brain in those next few hours.
And of course, we have all of our wonderful live streaming audience as well. So, potentially an answer to our question could be crowdsourced. As you can see on the screen, it's 58 degrees right now, just outside of Fountain Hills, Arizona. But it's going to warm up very quickly, and it's going to feel warm much more quickly as well. Uh, the 58 degrees does feel, nice and cool out there, but when the sun really hits, oh, it's gonna be something entirely different. Was that 220? Bib number 220, perhaps. That's what it looked like. We'll see if we can catch our next.
We did have a couple people come through the finish. Here we had a finish from John Love, 100-mile finisher in 25 hours, 12 minutes, and Brenton Blaylock.
Hear them cowbells?
Shout out to Sarah in the chat for that live chat donation.
Thanks,
Sending
Sarah.
us coffee funds, Chris. And I've got coffee heating up on the pot out there.
Wonderful. I've got my Liquid Death keeping me hydrated on this. When you're covering an ultra, it's so important to stay hydrated. They might talk about it for the runners on the course, but let's be honest. For us, it's equally as important. Got a couple people heading up the chute here at the finish line. We'll get eyes on them and see them as they come in. To be greeted in the supportive arms of the Pope.
What a finish there. Excellent job. And it looks like that was David Filgus.
Well, congratulations to David Filgus, who is a California runner with a pretty stout running resume over the past 10 years.
Newberry Park, California. Home to one of the greatest high school cross-country programs.
Interesting.
Over the recent years, maybe of all time in terms of their short stretch of dominance. But
Perhaps that's where he cut his chops.
produced Nico Young, the NAU standout.
Got
And
another
we
finisher
just
as well.
had Muriel Lacroix.
Muriel has run Mozart 100, CCC. Heck of a running resume. Coming
Another
in.
international athlete as well.
Wonderful.
From France.
Absolutely wonderful. She's run Marathon des Sables.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So, but it looks like this is her first Javelina 100 and her first race here in Arizona. So, congratulations, Muriel. We're glad to have you here at the Javelina 100, presented by Hoka and brought to you by Aravaipa Running. So, Matt, when are you doing the Javelina 100?
We'll see, Chris. We'll see.
Hey, I took my shot back in 2016, trained myself up nice and hard. Was about 40 pounds lighter than I am now, and I was moving fast, but I just couldn't get it done. So, you do what you can. And people ask if I'm going to come out here and get that finish. The answer is I don't know. Number one, I love doing what we do here in the live stream. I really enjoy filming the runners out on course. I really enjoy watching them come in this wonderful environment. The event itself is magic, and I'll be a part of the Javelina 100 for as long as humanly possible for all the years to come. But to run it again, that's a big ask. Of course, you can see the sheer mass of tents and pop-ups as people are, in some cases, waking up, in some cases, breaking down. Uh, it's all happening still, even, over 24 hours after everything started. Olivia asking if there are people who missed the cutoff still out there finishing the race for the 100. I'm assuming she means the 100-miler. Well, Olivia, if they're still on course at this point, there it's Eric Eibel, who was just running in his runner. If they're on the course at this point and they're finishing their fourth loop, they can't go out for their fifth, obviously, because they'll miss the cutoff. But if they're on the course on their fifth loop, they've still got plenty of time. Of course, Eric Eibel, a.k.a. Eric the Viking, is a group leader for our Aravaipa group trail run, and Eric is pacing his runner in, and they should be getting to the finish line any moment now. I love the drone shot over the infield. Just such a beautiful shot. And now you can see the value of getting your organization or your business printed on the top of your pop-up, as you'll get drone coverage here at the Javelina 100.
The evolution, look at this strong finish here.
I think those were a couple of pacers that were filming.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so here we go. Here's the runner. Yeah, this runner is...
Yep, that's correct. You had, it looks like crew or pacers running ahead to get the shot. That is Shane Taragawa.
Congratulations to Shane.
From Antelope, California.
Shane, no stranger to ultra running as well. Out in California, running races such as Tahoe Rim 100 and the Canyons. Ran the Canyons earlier this year.
And we've got, looks like another finisher here. Jola Long. Joella. Jeez. It's been a morning. Joella Long here from Bend, Oregon.
Pacific Northwest runner. Has run the Bigfoot 40 mile and other races up in the Pacific Northwest. Heading down south, doing something a little bit different. And congratulations to Joella, because she came out here last year to run and wasn't able to get it done this year. Redemption.
Yeah, and I mean a ton of time to spare
Yeah.
this year as well. You know, a 25-22. Obviously, we don't know why she wasn't able to complete. Oh, it looks like that was loop 4. Loop 4 for Joella. So that makes more sense. So it sounds like her day is going to be done and she'll be timed out.
Yeah. But still amazing. I mean,
but
still 80 miles.
Yeah, I mean, 80.5 miles out there is an incredible journey. So we've got, looks like another runner about to come through the big tent here.
Olivia was asking if what happens if they miss the cutoff. Will they still cross the finish when they're able? The answer is in some cases. There are cutoffs actually on the course for the final loop, simply because, obviously we want these runners to experience the thrill and relief of finishing the Javelina 100. But we've also got a lot of volunteers out there who are, if any time that they're out there past their time, we're cutting into their lives. So we do what we can to accommodate runners. Of course, we had several runners finish after the 30-hour mark last year. And, if they had crossed Rattlesnake Ranch, I get it. They're going to be able to come in and
Yep.
finish that last 4 miles, but because they came so close. But usually the last runners on course, if there are any that don't make the cutoff, will be done within 10 to 15 minutes after the actual race cutoff, because there aren't many. I know that in the 2019 event, there was nobody who was on the course who missed the cutoff. The final finisher actually finished about 15 minutes ahead of time. Nice little pep in the step as this runner has crossed the finish line for the Javelina 100, being handed their 100-mile buckle. Congratulations. We'll see if we can find out who that is. I've got my handy-dandy list. That is Ashley Shaw. Congratulations to Ashley Shaw, finishing just under the 25-hour mark. I will have an exact finish time here in just a moment. Ashley Shaw finished in 24 hours, 54 minutes, 39 seconds. And it looks like Ashley is a Midwestern runner, which I know will make Matt very happy.
Love the Midwest.
Lots of events in Kansas and Iowa. We've got another finisher just coming in as well. Karen Peabody. Karen Peabody coming in just over 25 hours. Of course, the discrepancy there between her and Ashley is the fact that Karen started in Wave 1, whereas Ashley started in Wave 2. And there's nothing wrong with starting. Wave 1 is intended for people who are looking to finish sub 24, but there's no hard and fast rule. If you think you've got a shot at it, go for it. Go and start with Wave 1. It's fine. Nobody's going to make an issue of it. And there are no hard and fast wave assignments. I would call it more like wave suggestions out here at the Javelina 100. Karen Peabody, our most recent finisher, earlier this year ran 9 trails, way too cool, and runs a lot of those California events, Born to Run.
Yep, and she's a Santa Barbara native, as we just saw there moments ago on our screen.
Yeah. Lots of results at the canyons. I've never run the canyons. I've always wanted to, but there's another race on that course that I would like to run equally as well. And, of course, all of these finishers who finish sub-30 here at the Javelina 100 are eligible for the Western States Lottery, which takes place the first Saturday in December, and registration opens next week. I know I've got my my link ready to go and register for the Western States Lottery.
Oh, and it looks like we may
have to zoom out there.
Yep. Nature calls sometimes.
It looks like a 100K finisher. Congratulations.
Yeah, we definitely have some more action here at the aid station. It looks like Kathleen Whalen. And then Brandon Cooper, a 100-mile finisher just coming through there as well.
Nice.
Sarah Newberry in the chat. Good job, drone person. Yeah, huge shout out to Game On Live Studio.
They've done a fantastic job.
They've been helping us out here as we've got more runners crossing the line.
They're coming in fast and furious. Sarah Webster and Rachel Bambrick.
Yep. Shout out to Sarah and Rachel. Incredible runs coming in. Sarah just under 25 hours. Rachel just under 25 and a half hours there.
I got a question for you, Matt. Was there any rhyme or reason as to bib assignments? I was trying to figure that out. It looks like somebody might have just thrown them in the random generator. I mean, there were a few people with very specific bibs,
Yeah, I mean, I think
but
it's pretty random aside from the ones that are like hand-picked, right? Like
sure.
John Vanderpot getting bib 420.
I don't know how that would happen, but
It just doesn't make any sense, right?
Pat Regan, #1.
Pat Regan #1. I don't know if some of the elite bibs were like planned, right?
Yeah.
Like you would see that in like road racing or
Sure.
things like that, where it's like your elite fields, maybe you're going to get the first 20 bibs and then everything else after that is randomly assigned. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, like Susan Donnelly being bib #14
Yep,
in
that was another good example.
recognition of her 14 finishes. But yeah, I was just curious as obviously, as you mentioned, the elite bibs tend to be the low number bibs. But I think I had seen somebody mention on a social media post, they're like, I got like bib #10, and I'm not sure why, or something
Yeah.
very low in a thousand person event. That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, and while we're speaking of bib numbers, does it doesn't show the bib number here in the overlay, but Heather Jackson was bib number 1057, which is classic. Again, Heather didn't have any sort of like ultra sign up results or anything like that. So unless you looked at the list with a magnifying glass and saw, oh, Heather Jackson, is that triathlon Heather Jackson?
Yeah, you would never
You would
know.
have never known.
Well, if Sarah Newberry thinks she's got a shot at a solid 48, we can take care of her there as well. We do have 48-hour racing available here with Aravaipa. You could run across the years. You could run Fat Ox coming up in December.
You could run Cocodona. That'll take you a
You
little
could
bit longer
run
than 48.
Cocodona. If you can split the difference between this and 48, Mogollon Monster, I'll give you 36 hours of or 38 hours of your life that you won't get back. Mogollon is an amazing race, though. For some of these racers, that is their next frontier. A lot of the local runners kind of, I guess for lack of a better term, ladder up. Like they come out to Javelina 100. As they say, Javelina 100 is, quote, an excellent first 100-miler. It's very well balanced in terms of aid stations. Other than the first loop at Escondido, you never go more than 6 miles between aid stations. You're always, I believe, 5.9 or shorter. And the elevation profile is manageable for the most part. And for somebody who is not ready to take on some of the more rugged, remote races, this is a perfect cup of tea for them.
And there's the legend himself,
John
John
Marushak.
Marushik.
Of course, John has finished this race twice, both sub-20.
Fixed time legend.
Fixed
John
time legend,
Marushik.
absolutely. Because everybody at the Aravaipa water cooler was talking about his performance at across the years in, what was that, 2018?
Probably. He had the course record at Fat Ox until last year when Olivier LeBlanc
Yeah,
came.
who's this Olivier LeBlanc guy coming in and spiking my records? But yeah, I was referencing a post by legendary ultra running fan and writer Seamus Babcock, who, as he put it, I'm paraphrasing here, but said John Marushak, who works for Aravaipa, must have been the talk of the water cooler as he was leading across the years one day. And so the whole phrase talk of the water cooler marinated for a while.
Has there been any long periods of rain in past Javelina hundreds?
I don't know about long periods of rain. I know that the last time there was rain on the course was 2012. And I've spoken to some people that were out there that year. Robert Lopez, Rolo.
Yep.
Bob Hearn was out there that year, and they said that it was an absolute mess. And I believe it because the desert is crisscrossed out at McDowell Mountain Regional Park with washes where you've got to cross pretty much every one of those washes as you're out there in the course. And it's not like you're crossing 4 foot deep trenches or anything like that, but 1 foot, 2 foot deep washes that are heavily bogged down with sediment. And you'll be picking up a little bit of extra sand as you run through the desert if it's wet out there. But generally speaking, it's better for this race to be extremely dry in terms of the ground because the amount of carnage that takes place on the course in terms of the sediment and the sand being moved around it can be pretty intense. I mean, if you ever come out to the Javelina 100, you'll see the parking lot crisscrossed with ruts from water flow.
Here we got another runner coming into the start-finish area here. It looks like that is Jamie Gibson finishing in just over 25 hours.
Congratulations to Jamie.
Leewood, Kansas's own.
Looks like this is Jamie's first Javelina 100 finish. Run several other ultras in the Midwest. It looks like it might be her first 100-miler as well. Looks like, yeah, she's done some 50Ks and 50-milers. But, yeah, congratulations to Jamie for getting it done out there.
Castellanos just came through there as well.
And there's a long run by Castellanos. Baseball fans might catch that reference.
From Santa Ana, California.
Of course, people might not realize that there are more finishers historically from California than Arizona in this race, which is...
How does that make you feel, Chris?
It doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me feel like with all of the options they have there, they're still coming here.
Yeah, see, that's the spirit.
Looking at Jamie's racing career, Jamie is another one of those runners who came out here last year and didn't have the day they hoped or expected and got it done this year. Jamie was a DNF in 2021 and ran Tushers as a training run, Tushers 100K, which if you've ever been a part of Tushers 100K, it's no joke. It's a beautiful course up in Beaver, Utah. But Jamie got it done there, and it translated. It translated to getting it done here at Javelina 100 with a time of 25 hours, 35 minutes, and 31 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Tusher's a good training run for Javelina, right? This mountainous ultra versus coming here to the desert, where this mountainous ultra, where up in the high country you can experience all sorts of different conditions, none of which are typically desert heat, to come here and finish the Javelina 100. That's
the Tushers course is the absolutely hardest course I've ever run as far as as part of a race. I mean, I've done little sections of hard rock for fun, but Tushers is actually fairly mirrors hard rock, and Jamil Curry will even admit that. He says that he envisions Tushers as like being a mini hard rock. That's how difficult that race terrain is. The average finish for the Tushers marathon is like 7.5, 8 hours. I was out there in that course for 7 hours and only got halfway through it. It's unbelievably brutal. 32-minute miles.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the more challenging courses that we have across our races. Obviously, Muggy and Monster, especially with the new point-to-point 100 mile course is another, really challenging but fun course. The only hard rock qualifier in the state of Arizona,
Yeah.
Mogollon Monster.
Yeah, Mogollon Monster, I love going out there every year. Obviously, people have asked over time, are you ever going to live stream the Mogollon Monster? And I just don't think it's possible to do it and get coverage on the course. Like, I go out there and I just tweet about it because I love being up there. It's beautiful terrain and there are some viewpoints that are to die for. But the logistics of live streaming Mogollon Monster would make it impossible. You've got coverage in maybe 2 or 3 zones on the course reliably. And I think that race is always going to be something, if it's covered on Twitter. And that's, I unleash my inner Keith Dunn and just tweet as people are crossing me on that course.
Here we got another runner making his way into Javelina headquarters. He'll loop around the perimeter of headquarters, as you see the Hoka camp there on the bottom left. Shout out to our good friends at Hoka.
They had over a couple hundred people show up for their shakeout run on Friday. It was pretty neat. I mean, you had Arlen Glick, Casey Lichtheig, Camille Herron all taking part in a fun run. I mean, that fun run could have been a Western States qualifier in terms of the talent within.
Do you think that fun run was more fun than our Thursday night happy hour?
Our Thursday night happy hour was a lot of fun as well. In terms of competition, the Friday run had a more stout field. There's no doubt about that. But our Wednesday night run was actually pretty impressive as well. We had Pat Regan, Nick Curry out there. And that's one of the cool things about this event. And we're growing, and we're seeing Aravaipa turn Javelina 100 into a several-day affair because runners start coming in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We want to have some things available for them. And we've got such a great running community and so many ambassadors on the course or on the race roster that are happy to come out. I mean, I sent Pat Regan a text asking if he'd be interested in just coming out to this shakeout run, and to my surprise, he didn't hesitate. I was hoping that he would, and he's usually up for stuff like that. An excellent ambassador for the sport, but there was no hesitation. And he was so excited to be out here and meeting runners, after his travel from Georgia. Like the look on his face when he got to headquarters on Wednesday night for the group run, a man who has, dominated this course prior to this weekend, had the course record and a 3-time winner in succession. He said it was so great to be back and that he had so much fun.
Andrew in the chat asking how many runners are still out on course.
A few.
A few. And if they are still out on course, they would be on their final loop.
Yeah. Anybody not finishing their final loop now would not be able to go back out. These 25-hour, 26-hour finishers are moving very well. Looks like Rob Sargent is our most recent finisher in the Javelina 100. Rob ran the Javelina 100 last year and in 2020 as well, and in 2019. So I think that means that my math serves me correctly. That would be his 4th finish. So you can assume he's most likely coming back for that buckle or that jacket next year. He has made it out here. He was not able to finish in 2018, and in 2019 he finished in 29 hours. 2020 finished in 26:05. 28:28 last year, and this year having a personal best on the course of 25:12:23. Improving with great strides on this course, dropping nearly 3 hours off of his time last year and over an hour from his personal best. at the age of 58. Pretty impressive development by Rob Sargent. So congratulations, Rob, on your 100-miler. And based on what I see in terms of your race results, we'll see you out here next year.
Yeah.
Of course, registration for the 2023 Javelina 100 is tentatively scheduled to open on New Year's Day, January 1st. I'm saying that because that's just the way it's been. I have no inside knowledge or insight in that regard. But you'll want to get on it fairly quickly if you want to run the Javelina 100 in 2023 because the race does sell out, and it does sell out fairly quickly.
Here we got more folks coming to the finish here.
Yet another Javelina 100 finisher.
Yep, Ewa Buchanan.
Congratulations to Ewa for a fine run here at the Javelina 100. Ewa has run Black Canyon here in the past, ran Black Canyon in 2021, and has been running ultras for the better part of a decade. So glad Ewa was able to come out here and run the Javelina 100 with us. This is her first 100-miler.
Here we got more people across the line here.
Oh, they're coming through fast and furious. We'll do our best to keep up and give everybody their moment in the sun, but
and that was Lisa Peabody and Renee Fosdale Griffin.
And Lisa Marie Fosdale Griffin as well.
Oh, it shows up in the results still as what would be. Oh,
So
yeah,
there were three
and
finishes
Lisa.
right
So we saw Lisa Marie Fosdale Griffin and Renee Fosdale Griffin finish together, and then Lisa
Peabody
Peabody
was
right behind them.
Yeah.
So we must have missed her. She must have been hiding from the camera there.
To be fair, she did end up falling in behind them by a good 3 seconds, according to the timing chip. Congratulations to Lisa. Actually, this is not Lisa's first run out here at the Javelina 100, as Lisa finished last year as well with a time of 27:33. So Lisa knocked off 2 hours from her 2021 finish and did so at the age of 57. It's great to see on a race like this to see improvement by runners into their mid-50s.
Sweet. We got some more people coming in here. A drop of the water bottle. Love to see that.
2 finishers.
Yep. Holden Clay and Robin McDermott. In Illinois, again, we would call that McDermott, but might be pronounced differently. Coming in together.
Holden Clay this is the second 100 or second Aravaipa event Holden has run this year. Ran Black Canyon back in February, the brutally hot Black Canyon. And Holden is another redemption story. Holden DNF'd the race last year, but got it done in 2022. You got to love it that they come out to run this 100-miler and it doesn't go their way the first time, but by gosh, they come back and they get it done the following year. Got another finisher coming in, being handed their buckle on the right-hand side of the screen. Looks like Denise Reno. Congratulations to Denise in 25 hours, 17 minutes, and 33 seconds. Denise out here. Looks like Denise ran the Javelina 100 back in 2016, which means that Denise has run both the prior iteration of the course and the current one. And they are quite different from one another. I actually did the 100K on the old course and now have done the new course as well. So, attempted the new course.
Which of the two course iterations that you've run do you prefer?
I prefer this one for a couple reasons. This version of the course gives you a little bit more. I'm not a huge fan of the Escondido extension off to the east of the course that you run on the first loop, but you only run it once. And it is nice and downhill. Uh, it's a little bit loose underfoot. I had somebody actually describe it to me yesterday as running on the moon. Now, I've never run on the moon, but based on that description, what they were trying to convey, I think that is an apt description. So even though I am not a huge fan of that section, I prefer this version of the course and this version the way that it's run because it's probably the fastest version of Javelina 100 that you're going to get because the faster part of the race loop is going to be the downhill from Jackass to the finish. And I think we've seen that those that this direction is yielding some faster times than ever. Of course, the status as a golden ticket race has led it to get much faster as well. Of course, we're out here at the start-finish line of the Javelina 100. Let's see if we've got some. There's one of our drone pilots, Jonas, giving us a sweeping view of the entryway area into the Javelina 100 finish line. Such a beautiful shot. Of course, you've got the mountains in the background, a little bit of the superstitions to the right, four peaks just to the left of center on your screen. Such a beautiful shot. And as we go back to the finish line, looks like we've got a few runners hitting Rattlesnake Ranch as well. For the runners on course, Rattlesnake Ranch will be their final aid station as it is a nice, comfortable 3.8 mile stretch from Rattlesnake Ranch to the finish of the race. As you can see, this area here is where the loading and unloading takes place. Some of the crew and people available getting ready to break things down for the week. Looks like we might have looks like it might be a 100K bib on this individual. We'll see if we can confirm that. It looks like no, I guess it might not have been a finisher. Might have been somebody just hiking who happened to think what we were doing looked pretty fun. Thanks to Jake on the drone, catching some beautiful views of the desert with runners down at the bottom of your screen. Andrew, local runner, was not a fan of the Escondido section as well. Tacked it on to the end of a training run. You definitely not want to have to repeat it on tired feet. I agree, Andrew. To me, that section, it doesn't run right. I'll run it on occasion. For instance, one of our other events, the Adrenaline Night Runs, features the Escondido Trail, and I'm happy to do that. But to do it 5 times or 4 times as part of the Javelina 100 would definitely be a burr in the saddle that I would not want to do over and over again. Of course, that drone shot is coming to us from Rattlesnake Ranch, which is the final road crossing for the runners as they finish the Javelina 100. This is just under 4 miles out. Of course, you can see the tents themselves as well as the sunshades. And those sunshades make such a huge difference. I was standing at headquarters, actually just behind one of our trailers at the start-finish line with Aravaipa's Rebecca Collicott, and we were talking about just how much different it feels in the shade. It makes all the difference in the world. That Arizona sun, it just hits different.
Yeah, you get a little shade, you get a little breeze, and all of a sudden, it doesn't feel too bad out there.
Yeah, we've got several runners still on course. Congratulations to our most recent 100K finisher, James Yee. James Yee, 72 years young, getting that 100K completed. Congratulations to James.
It looks like maybe Tim McKenzie had just finished there as well.
James Yee using this apparently as a warm-up for Tunnel Hill later this year. It's pretty ambitious of an ultra running schedule at the age of 72 to be
I love it.
Doing a turnaround from Javelina 100 to Tunnel Hill.
But could you think of two better places to travel to
Arizona
run?
And Illinois?
The Sonoran Desert here, and then the beautiful landscapes, the vast sprawling landscapes of southern Illinois.
Well, the only issue I have with that is that that's St. Louis Cardinal country when it comes to baseball fandom.
Correct.
Yeah, you can keep that.
Well,
Cub fan born and bred.
I mean,
we all have our faults, right?
It's okay. It's okay.
But James also, that wasn't James's first Javelina 100. James actually has a very stout. He's in love with the sport. It looks like he's got several results here. He's run the Bear. Awesome that runners even into their 70s are still staying alive and keeping active. He ran Javelina 100 mile here back in 2012, and he ran Marathon des Sables. I mean, these are amazing runners that are still staying active in the sport. Santa Barbara 100K, the Bear. Just looking at his resume, that's one of the cool things about this sport is that when you come across somebody who might be a little bit older, might be a grandmaster level runner, you see some of their race results, and like if you're at it across the years, you're going to encounter John Giesler, and John Giesler has run over 100 milers, and not only that, but run them at a very high level. But when you see John out on the course, he's just casually strolling. And never
he's just
sleeping.
always having the time of his life,
Yes. John is always having fun. Sleep running, as it were. He's turned that into an absolute art form.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, nobody does sleep deprivation like John Giesler. You've got the round-the-clock awarded across the years where runners are awarded a special prize for running at least 1 mile every hour in the 24-hour. He's done it in the 144-hour race. He's done it in the 6-day multiple times where he will run a mile or more every hour.
And we are going to send it back to the Rattlesnake.
So, expand.
Well, it rhymes. That's
Oh.
send it back to the Rattlesnake.
I didn't know. Like, I heard you referencing that.
Well, it's all started because Skylar routinely last year called Rattlesnake Ranch Rattlesnake. Initially on accident. I don't know whether it was always on accident after that.
With Skizzle, you never know.
Yeah.
With Skizzle Fresh, you never know whether it's inadvertent or by design.
We do have folks in the Rattlesnake Ranch aid station here. Little less bandwidth being sucked out there. So we've got timing points working. We've got
Crisp, clear
crisp,
pictures.
clear footage. You know, and we've got runners who, once they leave here, are destined to cross the finish line.
And somebody warming their buns by the fire.
Do you think that's intentional, or they just happen to be, checking on runners coming in? They happen to be standing by the fire.
It could be either way. No way to tell for sure.
And we are working on getting our feeds back up at the finish line area.
Yeah. We don't have anybody in the chute right now, so we're kind of floating around the course where we do have accessibility and camera coverage. So, but yeah, these visuals are very crisp. It's great to see that we've got the capability out there. I smell something. It smells like coffee.
The coffee pot is on, Chris. Thanks to Sarah Newberry in the chat. Without her,
yes,
without her super chat donation, we couldn't have afforded to put that coffee pot on.
Sarah bankrolling our coffee habit. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sarah needs to come out here and run one of these races. Obviously, it's always great to have her watching the live stream, and I feel like there would be a little something missing if she were to run one of our events, but need to come out here and check it out one of these years.
Well, I would want Sarah to do one of our events, but I would want it to be one where there's like good connectivity on course so that she could be in the live chat, while participating in the race.
We could give her a link so she could actually participate on the live stream to keep it rolling.
I think there's a lot of ways we can make this happen.
Absolutely. We can do lots of things. Of course, I believe that's got to be Julie in the background of Rattlesnake Ranch. Julie's intense.
That was definitely Julie getting her groove on. Her and Patty Curry have some shared dance moves. It looks like they get grooving a bit there, and we love the energy.
So Julie was taking, I guess, lunch orders from us out at the event on Friday. Got a couple of finishers.
Yep.
Looks like our most. Is that Amy Maurer? Did we miss? Oh, Amy Maurer. Okay, no, I was looking at the wrong feed, but looks like Amy Mauer's going to be finishing fairly soon. We'll circle back around to her.
Well, we would have just seen Amy out at Rattlesnake probably. That was Dana Baxley that we just saw finish there moments ago. And that could have been with Pacer possibly.
Dana has finished Javelina 100. She had her shot at Western States earlier this year. It didn't quite go her way, but gets the redemption at the 100-mile distance here at Javelina 100, and is coming back to Arizona for Black Canyon, already on the race roster.
Love it.
Yeah, it's the Aravaipa race roster is a pretty fantastic one. We're able to get bring several races of varying characteristics, and so people keep coming back to events.
We just had Lissa Eastvold Walton come through the finish.
Congratulations to Lissa, Pacific Northwest runner.
Auburn, Washington, represent.
Looks like this is Lissa's first race with Aravaipa and also her first 100-miler. So congratulations to Lissa, getting it done out there.
Love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a way, or what a race to have as your first taste of the Aravaipa experience, right?
Well, that's great, but also it sets the bar pretty high.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's no other race, Aravaipa or in the trail running community in general, that is quite like Javelina. Being at other large 100-milers, such as I see. Oh, I just see that hair. That's AJW's hair. So we'll
Yep,
have
AJW has been out there. He needed to charge his phone that he has from the 1980s before he can hop on the live stream. The battery life of that phone is about 6 minutes.
Yes.
So he has to charge it up as we've got another finisher coming through here.
Yeah, AJW did have to charge his phone by the time we were out covering mile 2 at the road crossing.
And that was Patrick Johnson there that we just saw come through.
Congratulations to Patrick.
Bismarck, North Dakota.
North Dakota getting it done.
Does North Dakota count as the Midwest, or what do the Dakotas fall
Plains,
into?
right?
Is it? Is it?
I think it technically is the Great Plains.
It's like when I think I don't have a Great Plains region.
But
I've got like Midwest and I've got Mountain West.
Yeah, the Great Plains are kind of a tricky one because they're not really represented by like a lot of like pro sports teams and stuff like that. It's a little bit more sparse, but there's some beautiful parts up there. South Dakota's fantastic.
Yep, they've got.
Of course, they're also represented by Casey Lichtig. Got Nebraska as part of the Great Plains.
Yeah.
But Patrick is a finisher of the Javelina 100 for the second time, running a sub 24 back in 2019. Also has a pretty stout running resume. Ran Lean Horse in 2019. I saw a Superior 100 finish, and prior to that, ran Hot Foot Hamster out here in 2018 as well.
And we've got Sandy in the chat. What about the women that finished in the middle of the night with no audio for them? Well, so we went with no audio from 1 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. So there were a number of men and women, or women and men rather, who finished with no audio. But thankfully, we were able to have a good static cam shot so that any friends and loved ones who wanted to tune in during that time could see their people, their runners, come across the finish line of the Javelina 100 or the Javelina 100K. So shout out to all the people who finished in the middle of the night.
For sure.
And completed that arduous journey, whether it be 100K, whether it be 100 miles. They did an incredible job at getting to the finish line there.
I mean, we did our best to mitigate that as much as humanly possible. I think that we probably got each about a 3-hour nap because after we went off the air, we did have a quick little meeting to discuss our plan for the morning. So we do our best to cover as many people as possible. And if we aren't at least if we don't do commentary on everybody, at least we've got a visual on them. That was our plan going in. So we do what we can, and I think we've given the mid and the back of the pack more coverage than pretty much any other race you'll see on the circuit.
Sarah Newberry, thanks for the love as always. We are back out at Rattlesnake Ranch. And shout out to Sandy again in the chat, tuning in from Florida. Love it. Thank you so much for tuning in here. We are back at Javelina headquarters. And this is the sight that runners are looking forward to seeing, the start to finish arch here at the Javelina 100. It looks like we've got another runner coming in. So this camera feed is just out by the big top here. So you'll see runners enter, run through the big top. This is courtesy of our good friend Dr. Stephen Crawford, who is out there bringing us this footage. Camera feed out there is quite crisp today. Now that there are, people are starting to funnel out. There's less bandwidth being stretched. So, and a huge shout out to all our volunteers. Stephen was out at Jackass Junction late into the night last night, and he's back up this morning, helping us share as many of these finish line fields as we can. So again, the runner that we just saw come through that big top, we should be seeing come into the finish line area in just a matter of moments. And I believe we have our next finisher rolling right in. That was Tabitha Collins. She gets it done here at the Javelina 100. Tabitha, another Washingtonian.
Pacific Northwest.
Coming in here.
They're probably getting their first snows of the year and want to extend their running season a little bit. Congratulations to Tabitha, no stranger to ultra running, logging several 50Ks and 50 miles. Ran Cascade Crest in 2019. I don't know if we've seen Tabitha out here. Previously ran the classic Pemberton Trail 50K race as well, but it looks like Black Canyon in 2017. So no stranger to the desert. Obviously ran it Black Canyon in 17. But this looks to be...
Looks like another runner coming in here as well.
Tabitha's first Javelina 100 finish. Congratulations.
And that was Jenny Mayer, who just finished there. And then just a little bit behind her was Nathan Bell. So we had Jenny Mayer, Nathan Bell. Man, we got a party going on here at the finish line of the Javelina 100.
Oh, is that Jordy? That's Jordy Throw? Or that's Nathan Bell?
We had Jenny Mayer, Nathan Bell, and then Jordy Throw. All three come in within 23 seconds of each other.
So I trained with Jordy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Obviously, Jordy running Javelina. I was running Hennepin. He's coached by Henry Ward, another local runner, and Jordy and I shared plenty of miles over the course of the last few months. So congratulations to him on his second consecutive year finishing the Javelina 100. Back to Jenny Mayer. It looks like this might have been her fourth Javelina 100 finish. She had finishes in 17, 18, and 19. Javelina 100, 17, 18, 19, 21. No, this is number 5. So Jenny
Legend.
Mayer gets the jacket.
Legend.
The highly coveted. There are other jackets in other sports, maybe green ones, gold ones, what have you, but there is probably no jacket more coveted in all of athletic sports than the Javelina 100 5-time finisher.
Shout out to Nathan Bell from Colorado Springs, Colorado, home of the Aravaipa, Colorado headquarters.
Yeah.
There in the Springs. So shout out to Nathan Bell. Huge congratulations to you.
And Nathan Bell has previously finished Run Rabbit Run, which is a
little bit different of a race.
Yeah, a little bit different. Wasatch. So Nathan is no stranger to 100-milers.
And then shout out to Jordy, the Mesa, Arizona native, no stranger to these desert trails.
Yeah, Jordy, I first met probably about 2016 or so at our track workouts. When I first met him, it was probably a good, without exaggeration, a good 2 years before I heard him speak. He's very quiet, but once he talks, he's hilarious. So, Jordy finishing Javelina 100 for the second consecutive year, and his time actually was an improvement by an hour over his last year's finish. This year, uh, 25, 41, 42. And last year was in 26, 42, 45. So just under an hour improvement. Congratulations to Jordy. And maybe he's using this as a training run because he's running Fat Ox 48 hour.
As we've got another finisher crossing the line here. It looks like, yeah, there we go. Our camera feed popped back up. That would be Jennifer Goins.
Jennifer Goins, local runner. Runs a lot of the Aravaipa events. Looks like she she ran Hangover Night Runs as a
perfect,
race
like in all seriousness, a perfect tune-up for Javelina. Variety of race distances there, which I think helps a lot. You can go as up to 75K, shares a lot of the same trails, gets you out there in the night.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like still its own thing, right? Like
Absolutely.
we like to call it the Javelina pregame.
Yeah.
It's its own vibe and its own experience, but it gets you really prepped for Javelina 100. So I'm glad to see Jennifer and others, really taking advantage of that opportunity because it falls in September, so it's you've got usually a good 6 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks pre-Javelina, as we've got another runner coming in here. And that was Michael Ubaldini. So shout out to Michael.
Michael's got a lot of local results as well over the past few years. This is not Michael's first Javelina 100. Michael first completed Javelina 100 in 2018 with a very close time of 25:10:04. So this is right along those lines. He has run Black Canyon, Fat Ox, and also ran Hangover Night Runs this year as a training run as well.
Hey.
Finishing 7th overall in the 75K.
Nice.
So solid effort by Michael. And congratulations for yet another finish at an Aravaipa event.
It sounds like we just got an update from Aaron Schmidt at Javelina Race Command that our final runners on course have gotten through Coyote Camp. So we're moving along. We've got, let's see, what do we have? We've got 6 hours and just under 6 hours and 13 minutes before our final cutoff. Oh no, 4 hours and 13 minutes. My goodness. What am I doing? 4 hours and 13 minutes. Thank you, Chris, the accountant here.
So if they're
the numbers guy.
If they're leaving Coyote Camp or if they've just left Coyote Camp, 4 hours, 15 minutes, about 15 miles to go. So they've got to maintain, a 15, 16-minute mile to get it done from here. And the next few miles for them are going to be the toughest in terms of the course terrain, because if there is a, quote, harder part of the course, it would indeed be the stretch from Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction. That's the one section where there is some rolling and some sustained climb as well. Of the 1,200 feet of gain that you get on the loop, I would venture to guess that more than half of it takes place in that 5 mile stretch.
Agreed. And I think another big thing is, um, like, obviously you need to take care of what you need to take care of in the aid stations, but um, probably need to be frugal with your time in those aid stations at this point, right? You need to have a plan coming in. You need to execute that plan in the aid station and not take a lot of extra time or not spend a lot of extra time in the aid station. Spend it diligently so that you can spend your time primarily out on course.
Absolutely. If you keep moving forward, then you'll get it done. As you can see at the start-finish line, we've been joined by uh, another amazing talent, the one, the only Howie Stern, who I believe has set the FKT for most ultra running magazine cover photos.
Mm?
I can't venture a guess as to how many. Of course, he shot the iconic Stephen Park photo at this year's Cocodona 250 that made the cover.
Yep.
He just
And
does
did
it.
he shoot the photo from Cocodona for last year, the tunnel photo from the inaugural Cocodona that was also uh, on the cover? I'm not sure because he works with Scott Rokas
Yes.
quite a bit. Um, but yeah, Howie, legend, absolute legend.
Well, that's the cool thing about this space. Like the people who shoot these races, it's a very collaborative effort. I mean, you've got Howie Stern, you've got Scott Rokas, you've got Jesse Ellis, another photographer here this week. Paul Nelson, another wonderfully talented photographer and runner who is frequently at Aravaipa events. I don't know if I saw Paul here this weekend. It's hard to keep track. He's always shooting somewhere. But you took about those four. They're always working together in some way or another. And of course, in this sport, it's all about the collaboration, whether it be uh, different organizations doing live streaming or doing photography. I saw race directors from other events running the Javelina 100 this weekend in one form or another. Michelle Hartwig from Ornery Mule Racing. Shout out to her for putting on
Crystal Lake, Illinois, representing.
That's
you know.
true. Crystal Lake, just outside of Chicago, and does a great job with one of the big Midwestern races. Actually, she directs two. She directs Kettle Moraine and Hennepin 100, which I ran earlier this month. And she had posted to her social media accounts a picture of her hanging out with Jamil, which I thought was really cool. It shows the collaborative nature of what takes place in this sport and in this space. Jeff Stonebreaker, been watching off and on for 26 hours, cheering on everyone, especially his buddy who should be coming in soon. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, Jeff. I've been tuning in on and off for 26 hours as well. Other than a brief nap this morning after about 2 a.m., and then I was supposed to take. This is how addicting this coverage is. I was supposed to be taking a nap in preparation for my shift last night. I'm lying in bed watching on TV and also entering responses to conversations in the live stream chat on my phone. I got maybe about 45 minutes worth of sleep. I can't imagine that it showed last night, but this is a long weekend, but we love doing it. But yeah, Jeff, who's your friend? Let us know. We'll see where they're at and see if we've got any timing mat crossings, and we'll route them on just as we are trying to do for everybody else as well.
Howie shot the iconic finish photo used for the runner guide this year of Jake's wife, Precious Moreland, with her two daughters, with their two daughters.
It was the runner guide finish photo?
That's what I'm told. That's what I'm told.
Very nice.
And we got some more runners crossing the finish line here.
All right. Who we got?
Looks like we had a 100K. Oh, nope. So we had a runner just finish loop 4 there. So their 4-loop journey is going to be over.
Well, an amazing effort. It looks like that would be Michael DeSala.
Yep.
Michael, giving it his best shot out there at Javelina 100.
Got some more runners coming in, about to go through the big top here.
That's one feature of this race that a lot of people got a kick out of. I spoke to several runners at the expo on Friday, and they're like, "So where does the course go?" And I explained to them, like, "Well, you're standing on it." And they're like, "What?" "Well, we're under the tent." Like, "Yep, exactly." So that tent is where the packet pickup expo, several vendors set up for the expo, and it works out really well. It gives us a little bit of shade in the desert. Look at that kick.
Yep, and it looks like we just had Danielle Rep finish just a couple seconds ago.
Congratulations to Danielle Rep on that Javelina 100 finish.
And then that was Ryan Lee, who got a 100K finish there.
Looks like that was Danielle Rep's first 100-mile finish, so congratulations to her. Ryan Lee with a very strong kick there at the end.
Here we got another runner. That's who we just saw on the drone moments ago, coming through the finish. That was
Willem Pennings.
Yep, getting it done. And just seeing an update, we had Danny Westergaard come through Jackass Junction just moments ago. Why does that name sound familiar?
Which name?
Danny Westergaard.
I am not
She
sure.
done Cocodona, maybe?
Possibly. I see that James Ehas has come through, and James Ehas is going for finish number 10 here at Javelina 100. Got another finisher hitting the chute. As we mentioned, William Pennings just finished. That was his 4th Javelina 100 finish. So we'll probably see him back here next year.
Yeah, that's Danny Westergaard, Cocodona finisher this year.
See, when you run or when you have a race that lasts 250 miles, you tend to.
And we just had Brian Jacobson come through the finish there. So Danny Westergaard is through Jackass Junction.
Yeah, but as a saying, like, when you cover a race that's 250 miles long and you're covering it over 5 days, those names tend to sink in. You almost feel like you know them individually. Congratulations to Brian Jacobson, who is no stranger to this race as well. Brian finished the Javelina 100 back in 2018 with a time of 27 hours, 37 minutes, and also in 2019 with a time of 25:53. So he's right in his zone, right in his finisher zone. Congratulations, Brian, on your 3rd finish here at Javelina 100.
We got more folks coming in.
You can see that some of the spectators are starting to gather on the rail. Looks like we have 2 finishers that came in. We'll see if we can.
Looks like
Alexander Decky.
Yep, who got the finish, and then Susanna Cruz finished loop 4 of the 100-miler there, so her day will be done. But then we did have Chantel Peevler come through with a 100-mile finish in just under 26 hours.
Alexander Decky with his first 100-mile finish, and Chantel, let's see if we can pull up some. Chantal PBA looks like this might be her first 100-mile finish as well. So congratulations. Whether it is or it isn't. Willem Penning's still hanging out at the finish line. Willem is a very well-regarded, very well-respected runner here in the Southwest. I believe he's a California guy, but I know he's run Western States. People like him a lot. I've had some laughs with him along the way.
Another runner coming through. And that was Josh Leeson getting his sub 26-hour 100-mile finish.
Congratulations to Josh. Perhaps using this as a warm-up for Cocodona next year as he is on the entry roster.
Love to see it.
Absolutely. Josh has got Black Canyon and Cocodona next year, so he's doing the three of the big ones that we cover here.
And we just had Catherine Shade get that 100K finish there in the cow print shirt. Could also be Dalmatian print, although I believe those spots are a little bit more uniform.
Yeah, I don't know. I would perhaps there is somebody in the veterinary field that might be able to clarify. Looks like this is a shot over Cinch Trail in the home stretch here as they are approaching the Javelina headquarters pop-up city. This area is pretty flat. It meanders in and out and alongside washes, so there's a lot of soft, loose sand on this stretch, and it's not as flat as it might appear from 100 feet above. It's actually just, you can see there's kind of a channel that's cut out that a lot of that is the lighter, loose sand. And some people ask about whether or not you need gaiters for this race. If at any point you need it, it's for that point.
And if you do want gaiters, you can go check out our friends over at Catula, Flagstaff-based company. Super stoked to have them on board to help bring this live stream and this race to the masses. So go and check out their Instigator, lightweight gator, so light you won't even know you're wearing it. You can go to catula.com, get yourself a pair, check out your local outdoor retailer.
We call
Catula.
this synergy.
Yeah?
That's synergy right there. Congratulations to our most recent finisher, Amber Welch. Amber is a now two-time Javelina 100 finisher. Finished last year in just over 27 hours, so made a nice little gain of about 30 minutes, running in 26:31:06.
Here we go. We got someone charging in.
Look at that kick.
Impressive.
Solid kick by that finisher, getting their buckle. See if we can determine who that was.
It does not appear to be updating, but as soon as we get a refresh here.
Hope he didn't bend his bib. Can't be bending those bibs. People keep them straight.
So we've got more runners coming to the finish line area here.
A couple 100K finishers. See if we can identify them as well.
Tammy Wetzel and Jennifer Parisi. Both coming in, getting their 100K finish. And then, yeah.
Congratulations to Jennifer and Tammy.
We're now taking a
Looks
Taking
like,
a look, you're seeing the crew tents starting to come down.
yeah, the camps have obviously, as you said, starting to break down this morning. But even as they're breaking down, they're still cheering on runners for sure. Um, you know, everybody is trying to draw their weekend to a close, but still supporting those who come through. Yeah, this is actually the last stretch before the start-finish shoot right here. I spent a lot of time in there yesterday, running back and forth, keeping up with some amazing running talent.
Yep, and you'll see once you hit those, you've got the Koros tent, you've got Goo, you've got Squirrel's Nut Butter, and then once you get past these tents, you can see the sunshades, you can see the finish line archway. You know you're basically home.
The Hoka, the Aravaipa Racing Team, and Squirrel's Nut Butter tents right there. Of course, on the left hand, the Squirrel's Nut Butter tent is where Chris Thornley hangs out most of the first day. Is that Chris right there? It is. It is the Squirrel's Nut Butter man himself, Chris Thornley.
Eating a little, looks like a little pizza there.
Little Freak Brothers pizza. And this is what it looks like as the runners approach the start-finish shoot. Thank you to Dr. Stephen Crawford for providing that shot. As our most recent finisher is coming in. Looking strong, looking under control. See if we can determine who that was.
George Cyrus getting that 100-mile finish.
Well, congratulations to George Cyrus, who actually just finished Mogi on Monster back in September.
Nice.
Ran it in 28 hours. He's fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough course, right?
Yeah.
Or a different kind of tough. Javelina has its own unique challenges, right? You don't have to deal with the heat as much. You
have to deal
maybe
with
down
freezing
below
cold.
the rim. Well, that's the thing about muggying, right? Is you may be dealing with some warmer temperatures down below the rim, and then once you get up on the rim, it can be pretty cold, especially overnight. As we have another runner coming through, a really strong finish there for Luis Flores. Looked really strong coming in.
Congratulations to Luis. This is not Luis's first Javelina 100. Luis ran the 100-miler last year in 27:13, which means he did make a little bit of improvement.
About 40 minutes, just shy
of
40 minutes.
And prior to that, Luis actually ran Jackass Night Runs. So making that progression from Jackass Night Runs in 2020 to the Javelina 100-mile this year, or last year, and doing it again this year. So three more Javelina 100 finishes away from that jacket. And, yeah, you can see more people hanging out in the finish line chute at this point. Of course, Howie Stern catching photos at the finish line as well. You can see Jubilee keeping the groove going on the left-hand side with all of that papal energy. There we go. You can feel like you're there. And not everybody is granted an audience with the Pope.
No, that's true. You know, a lot of times you have to travel all the way to the Vatican,
But at Javelina 100, we bring the Pope to you.
and we did just see Jose Larson come through there.
Great job, Jose. Jose running Javelina 100 for the first time. Jose has a couple of finishes at the Rocky Raccoon 100K, and looks like did his first 100 miler last year at Brazos Bend, but wanted to come out to the party in the desert. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling inspired right now.
I agree.
I'm feeling some inspiration. Another finisher.
Young Hae Cho getting that 100-mile finish, 26:09.
Congratulations to Young Hae Cho. First time here out at Javelina 100. Ran Rio del Lago last year. Another fine, fast late season race. But we're glad that Young Hae Cho decided to make it out here to Javelina 100 and make this event a part of her running career. Getting that buckle.
Let's just take a look out at Rattlesnake Ranch here. Those runners still coming in. Then we will make sure that we keep our eyes on the start finish here as well. These runners, as long as they can get themselves out of the aid station, they've got to feel pretty good about their chances for success.
Yeah, if you're hitting the final aid station on this course, you know, with any, I would say that as long as you've got an hour to go from Rattlesnake Ranch, you've got a shot at finishing because uh, once you depart Rattlesnake Ranch, it's not technical, it's not hilly, it's a slight downhill, and it's a very forgiving underfoot. It's a pretty soft section of the course. You just got to keep moving forward. Don't stop excessively, and you'll get it done. Sarah Newberry in the chat saying we're all having a good time saying squirrel's nut butter a little bit too much. Wouldn't you? I got a chance to hang out with Chris Thornley, the creator of Squirrel's Nut Butter, and in the interest of full disclosure, I am an ambassador for Squirrel's Nut Butter. I'm a proud ambassador for the product. It's helped me get through races. I ran a 100 miler earlier this year for the first time, and I used Squirrel's Nut Butter and did not have to change socks and had zero blistering. I was very happy with how it turned out. And of course, Chris Thornley is part of a family integral to the trail and ultra running scene, as Chris's brother Craig is the race director at Western States 100, and also a very prominent trail runner in his own right. Anthony Furness, also Squirrel's Nut Butter Adventure Team here. If you're watching and you're on the Squirrel's Nut Butter Adventure Team, if you're an ambassador, we do have a large team. Let us know about it in the chat. We'll give you a shout out. As we've got another finisher hitting the finish line, getting high fives from some of the spectators. Again, that energy in this race is pretty hard to duplicate. Our most recent finisher, William Hinkle. Congratulations to William. William Hinkle, a local runner here from the looks of things. It looks like this is William's first 100-mile finish. Ran Black Canyon earlier this year. And a nice stout resume leading up. Ran Javelina Hangover night runs, as we've mentioned, a fine training run for this event, as it runs largely on the same course. Ran Stunner night runs, Hypnosis, Adrenaline, all Sinister. Basically ran the whole Insomniac Night series. And I guess with good reason, because William Hinkle is running the next 100-miler in the Aravaipa Trail Running Suite, the Coldwater 100, meaning that he is going for that ever sought-after growler for completing the Sonoran Desert Double, the Sonoran Desert 200, where you receive extra recognition for running both the Javelina 100 and one of its sister races, the Coldwater Rumble, on the west side of the Valley of the Sun at Estrella Mountain Regional Park. And that event takes place in mid-January in most years.
Super underrated park in terms of Maricopa County regional parks, I think.
Well, the Estrellas, if you don't respect them, they'll chew you up.
Yep.
That is... it's almost like two different parks. Like, you've got the lower level, which is more rocky, and you almost have to like basically climb against this wall in the Estrella Mountains, and then like the second half of the races, or the other section of the races, is almost like on a plateau. So you've got and the climbs to get up that, whether you're going clockwise or counterclockwise from the Coldwater Rumble course, they're rugged. They're really rugged. That's where I do most of my passing of other runners.
What a strong finish
here.
Look
at that kick. Look at that kick. Congratulations to our most recent finisher of the Javelina 100, Gabriel Zuger.
We got another runner coming through here as well, also looking strong.
Gabriel Zuger with his first 100-mile finish and first time out at Javelina.
Then we had Andy Raymer come through there, 26:15.
Andy Raymer, this is Andy's first Javelina 100 finish. Andy ran Stagecoach last year, another Arizona 100-miler up near Flagstaff. That race, I've never run it, but I really, honestly, am intimidated by the idea of how darn cold it gets up there at night. I have seen pictures of runners with that ice beard in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and I think this year they got a lot of rain as well, right? Rain or wind. There was some pretty bad weather this year that runners had to deal with.
High country, you never know what you're going to get up there.
Beauty is what you're going to get up there, Chris.
This is true.
Guaranteed.
Well, the beauty, but I mean, in terms of weather conditions, you can get rain, you can get snow. I mean, I remember one year we were leaving Flagstaff Sky Peaks, and as we were leaving, the first snowflakes were hitting the ground. Well, here's some grit.
I mean, this year even there was quite a bit of snow up on the peaks the week after Flagstaff Sky Peaks, and this year it was in September.
Oh, that's right.
Now, is that a cane or is that a stick that was found in the desert?
I don't know if you want to grab anything that resembles a stick out in the desert. Let's be completely honest, because it's either going to be a snake or a cactus.
And Oscar Rebeledo with the finish.
Oscar, congratulations! Looks like that was Oscar's
we got
first 100-miler.
we got a lot of stuff happening here.
Fast and Furious.
We got some cow print. We've got Nico Betancourt with the finish. He's done a lot of our virtual events. Lori Liguori with her 100-mile finish.
Congratulations to Nico for getting it done. Yeah, Nico Nico had a staggeringly high ultra sign-up number, as he does very well in the virtual events. I saw him quite high on the race roster out there. And you said Lori Liguri as well. Lori Liguri finishing in 26:47:59. Let's see if we can get the 411 on Lori Liguri.
Another runner coming through here.
Lori finished the Hangover Night Runs earlier this year, as well as.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We just had Kaylin Whiteman come through, and I know that there was some Kaylin Whiteman love in the chat earlier, so I hope you're still tuning in as right here, Nicole Frazier competing in her first 100-miler.
Nice.
And we just got to see her finish. A shout-out to Kaylin. Looked really strong coming in. And shout-out to everyone who's finishing, who's still out there.
Yeah. We have
grinding.
a lot of runners out there still.
Yeah, like I said, everyone is through Coyote Camp, which I think is important to note. It'll be nice once all of those runners are through Jackass Junction and they've got kind of the downhill section coming home. So,
of course, right before Kaylin was Lori Liguri as well. Lori ran Black Canyon 100K and Hangover Night Runs 50K earlier this year locally. Also has run Quad Dipsy in the past. I know that's a Skylar Hall favorite. It's a nice strong kick as well there. Oh, that's a pacer getting ready to take a picture. Oh, I know who this is. She's a local runner here. I met her on the Crown King course. Marcella Knapp, yes. Marcella actually had a huge crew and setup. Marcella ran several of the local events to get ready for this. Hot Foot Hamster, actually the second place female in the Hot Foot Hamster. So congratulations to Marcella on getting that Javelina 100-mile finish, which is her first 100-mile event.
And then we just saw Zachary Burke there finishing with, it looks like his daughters. So shout out to him for getting it done, being able to share that moment with his family there.
Zachary, another local runner, doing his first 100-mile.
And we just got to see Adam Tremblay cross the finish line. 26 hours, 51 minutes for him.
Adam, yet another local runner, I do believe. Definitely not his first foray into the Javelina 100 scene. Finished it in 2018 and in 2019 as well. And also has run, he's actually finished it in 17, 18, and 19. So this is number 4 for Adam. So
we look forward to seeing him back next year.
Absolutely. You got to go after that highly coveted Javelina 100 5-time finisher jacket. Nice strong kick here. Oh, that is Henry. That's AJW's, the runner that he coaches, I do believe. I think that's Henry Bickerstaff, age 68. Beast coaster. I met Henry this weekend before the race, and he was so excited. He was really looking forward to it. As we mentioned, he's no stranger to ultra running, been a part of the scene for many years on the Beast Coast. And Henry and AJW were discussing strategy at the expo, and also even on course yesterday, I saw them have a conversation. I think Henry was finishing his first loop at the time, and he was in great spirits, and it was hot out there. So congratulations to 68-year-old Henry Bickerstaff for completing the Javelina 100. I do believe at this point he is the most senior finisher of the race to this point this year. Yeah. He is. So, I mean, there are still some others out on course who are older. James E. Haas going for his 10th finish at the age of 69. The incomparable Gene Dykes is still out there, and he's 74. Eric Spector, Robert Zekrish, yeah, all still out there in the course. It looks like Eric Spector might not be able to finish because unless the timing missed him somewhere, because it looks like he's on his 4th loop. But we have another finisher here coming in. I think that is a 100-mile finisher.
Sarah Rogers.
Congratulations to Sarah Rogers for finishing Javelina 100. Looks like a Midwestern runner. A lot of results in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Then we just had Chris Macher come through with a finish there. And Joan Bucklew.
Chris, no stranger to Javelina 100, has run this race multiple times. Congratulations to Chris for this finish. Ran Javelina 100 in 20 and 2021. So, and also only at the age of 26.
Young.
One of the younger people in this field to have 3 Javelina 100 finishes. Chris has definitely made himself a part of the scene here at the Javelina 100, and we'll look forward to having him in future years to come as well. And Joan, looks like Joan Bucklew finished as well. Congratulations to Joan. Looks like this is Joan's first 100-miler. Did the Javelina 100K back in 2019, and yet another person who did some ladder work here this year, ran Copper Corridor 32K in February, Big Pine in June, the 54K, and ran that Hangover Night Run 75K in September as a final warm-up. I think that we're seeing a high level of success from these Javelina Hangover 75K runners. I mean, of course, you know who won the Javelina Hangover 75K, right?
That was the legend himself, Mr. Nick Curry.
Yeah, Nick Curry setting a course record out there. But of course, Nick Curry was not the only person out there. As you can see, a lot of these runners. One runner that I'm going to check to see that I saw out there, I believe finished on the podium as well. Brendan Dewick finished 3rd at Javelina Hangover 75K and was out there this weekend. We'll see if I can. And Brendan Dewick. Okay, so Brendan was shooting for a sub-24 finish. Finished in 24:22:51.
So close.
He's going to come back next year. I know he is. I mean,
he ran last year as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He and his brother Steven are both ultra runners. They both have multiple Javelina 100 finishes, and they have a pretty darn good band as well. They are the mini bosses. If you're a big fan of 8-bit video games, I invite you to check out the mini bosses. Steve and Brendan Dewick, and Steven's sons are also not only parts of the band, but they're teenagers who have all run ultras with Aravaipa.
Amazing. Well, and you've seen them in concert, is that correct?
I have. That's how I met them. I didn't meet them in a race. I met them at the concert. When I recognized them as all wearing ultras, and they saw me and said, "Hey, you're Chris Warden," because they recognized me from the beer gardens at the Aravaipa races. I work the beer gardens. Just a heads up. Hey, you're the guy from the beer gardens. Has a whole different connotation whether you're what side of the counter you're on.
Looks like we did have John Hancock, great name,
signed the Constitution,
come through the start-finish line after finishing his 4th loop of the 100-miler. So his journey will be done, but you get like 100K plus. You know? It's like the 100K large.
80 miles is still nothing to sneeze at. Getting 80 miles done in under 30 hours is
Incredible.
a huge effort. It looks like that might be Skylar Hillock down there at the start-finish line volunteering. Skylar, a local member of the Aravaipa Running community, ran the 100K back in 2020. So, again, once people are a part of this race, they want to be a part of it for years to come, whether they're racing it or something else. So,
So if
people
you
keep
want to get
coming
your
back.
taste, set your alarms. You're going to be awake anyway on New Year's morning. Just stay awake and come join us
Yeah,
for
and
ultra running's greatest party in the
Yeah.
desert.
yes, like we said, Skylar, she got the 100K done, and but still continues to come back. Yeah, I just verified that is her down there. I should know this. I mean, she and her partner are very good friends of mine. I hang out at their house. Should recognize her. Marcella Knapp crossing the screen down at the bottom. Marcella, again, finished her first 100-miler and had a huge crew of people here celebrating her at the Javelina 100.
It looks like we just had a camera on more runners coming into the Javelina headquarters area, so they'll be making their way all the way around the entire headquarters camp before they make their way to the finish line here.
He wasn't on the list, but did I just see a jester sighting?
You would have.
Okay. I was like,
You
did somebody
would've.
dress as the jester for Halloween? We need to circle back around to that.
No, Ed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ed-
he was coming out to help film.
Oh,
So he was signed up to help with the live stream.
that's wonderful. I mean, of course, the jester, one of the people with 100-mile finishes. Ed, I watched him do a fixed time race firsthand at my first fixed time race. He just doesn't stop. Our most recent 100-mile finisher, or two finishers actually, Tyler Enbaden and Wendy Hoggart. Congratulations to the two of you. Tyler crossing the finish line just after 9 a.m. at 26 hours, 30 minutes, 29 seconds. Wendy right behind in 26:30:52. So congratulations to Tyler. See if this is Tyler's first Javelina 100. It is indeed. Another redemption story. Tyler DNF'd the race in 2018, coming back to get it done in 2022. Congratulations. And Wendy Hoggart, as we mentioned, finishing the 100-mile as well. And this is Wendy's first 100-mile as well. First Javelina 100 finish.
Any news on Jeremiah Atkinson from PA? I do not, but there is the live runner tracking and live results pinned to the top of this live chat. So if you are interested in checking in on any of the runners, I would suggest go to that link and you can kind of search for your runner.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah. I
like
mean,
our internet at headquarters maybe went out again. So
and there are a couple of ways to search the standings and the runner tracking. So, looks like we've got
yep, and it just came back on.
just in time. Whew. Looks like our most recent finisher was Megan Hayes. Congratulations to Megan Hayes finishing in 27:02.
And then we also
46.
had Trent Leslie came in seconds after Megan, and then Jeremiah Atkinson we just got to see come through the finish there.
Fantastic. Megan Hayes with her first Javelina 100 finish.
Then we got more runners coming through right now.
Trent Leslie, a veteran of the Aravaipa virtual runs, did a lot of them in 2021, and also another redemption story. DNF's here in 2018 and in 2019, coming back to take care of unfinished business. So congratulations to Trent
And
Leslie.
we just had Christina Tubman finish after Jeremiah Atkinson, who had finished in there as well. So I know that Cindy in the chat was asking about Jeremiah Atkinson, and our camera feeds went out, but our camera feeds came on just in time to see him cross
I saw
the
that.
line.
Asked and answered. It looks like Jeremiah Atkinson, a beast coaster. Congratulations to him.
From PA.
Yeah.
AJW would be proud.
Yes, I'm sure that he's out there giving him a personal pep talk and appreciation.
Well, I'm sure Andy is out there charging his phone. I'm sure that's what AJW.
While his phone is charging, he's talking to and congratulating the runner. And no doubt, while giving this discussion, mentioning Anton Krupicka's name somewhere along the conversation.
Well, no, I mean, it took, minutes for him to get the Anton reference? And then I'll say this, though. Viewership numbers through the roof once you get that Anton mention.
It was so funny. When he mentioned Anton Krupicka during the preview show, it was like, don't know where it came from out of nowhere. Like, using it as a measure of time. Like, he said that Devin Yanko had gone through 3 iterations of reinventions. Yep. And I was like, that is the most random way. I think they must have a wager or something about, like.
Got someone crossing the line here.
It's like,
I can't.
Is that Amy Maurer? Or it is. It's Amy Maurer, yep. Multi-day legend.
Yep.
And across the years, I believe still holds the women's 6-day record with a staggering 460 miles.
She's having a very passionate conversation with the Pope.
Yes.
Probably telling her how incredible this race is.
Amy and Jubilee, I know, are good buddies. I've seen them together out at across the years because, excuse me, Amy wouldn't miss it.
And then we've got a few finishers here. We've got Jacques Sidon. Probably mispronouncing that. And then we have Jane Kim. Both of them finishing in 26:36.
Wrapping up some recent finishers, we had Christina, I believe, Tubman finish a few minutes ago as well. Congratulations to Christina on her first 100-mile finish. And wrapping up with the more recent finishers, as we mentioned, Amy Maurer. I mean, just go look at her ultra sign up. I love Amy. We're friends, so I feel comfortable in saying that if you want to know more about her, just look her up. And Jacques Sidon, let's take a look.
You know what I think we need?
What?
I'm going to pitch this idea, in the coming weeks. I think next year we need a Camille Herron cameo as the Pope.
Oh. Or just get her a Jedi robe.
Like, I want her on the stage. I want her driving the ship,
That would be interesting. That would be very interesting.
Shout out to Camille,
Absolutely.
who's hopefully still catching up on some rest after being out into the wee hours, bringing in all these runners.
No, she's out there somewhere running on the trails in the park.
Guaranteed. We just had another finisher there, Maxime. Maxime is where I'm going to leave it. I apologize. Maxine.
Mesodane, maybe?
Mesodane?
Mesodane.
Looked really strong coming in. Awesome finish there of the Javelina 100.
A recent finisher, Jane Kim. Congratulations to Jane. Looks like this was Jane's first 100-miler. And Maxine will take a look as well. See what Maxine did leading up to the Javelina 100. Maxime. Ran Rio del Lago last year, so this is not Maxime's first 100 miler, but it is her first Javelina 100. His first 100.
And then we do have some runners coming through Jackass Junction on their final loop.
Yeah.
We don't have camera feeds out there, but we do have Jan Fen Shen, who has departed Jackass Junction for the final time.
I know Matt
Carrie
Miller.
Reagan, Matt Miller, and Lauren Ritchie. All of them have left Jackass Junction in the last half hour or so.
One finisher I'm looking forward
loop.
to seeing cross the finish line in a little bit here is cross Rattlesnake Ranch. That would be Terry Rashid. Terry is a longtime member of the running community. Regularly logs between 3,000 and 4,000 miles a year on Strava. Is out there, and she said she doesn't like hundreds because you have to run too much. Because she is more of an extreme power hiker. Like she'll get 500,000 feet of vert a year or more along doing her hiking, and her long runs are 6 to 10 hours. Whether she's running here in Arizona or up, I believe she also lives in Montana as well. Terry is. This would be her first Javelina 100-mile finish, which I think is a big deal to her because, like I said, she's more of a multi-day power hiker type of runner. Yeah, I can tell we're going to have a lot of finishers in short order. I just saw that 4 or 5 people hit the timing mat at Rattlesnake Ranch, which appears to have woken up.
As we've got another finisher coming through here.
Yeah, the finishers will be fast and furious at various times.
Brandy Ray getting the finish, and now we got the flow. We got the flow of finishers coming in.
Brandy Ray with her second Javelina 100 finish, having done it in 2020.
Then Julius Drellick.
Julius Drellick, Cocodona finisher?
I will look here.
I have Cocodona finisher this year. Yep. Julius Drellick. Recognize the name.
That was me with Danny Westergaard.
2-time Cocodona finisher.
Oh, legend. I hope Julius, I don't know if you or your family will ever watch this back, but you've done it in the inaugural year. You've done it the second year. We need to get you back out here.
Yeah, Julius has done a staggering amount of Aravaipa events over the years. Lots of Crown King Scramble finishes. Looks like this is his second Javelina 100. Ran Western States a few years ago. 2 Cocodona finishes. Julius getting it done. We have a party heading to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a whole crew coming in here.
Is it one runner, or is it looks like it is a single runner? You know what? Maybe that's going to be the thing here moving forward.
That is Lisa Donchik.
Yeah, Lisa Donchik running in. Looks like a West Coast runner. A lot of California finishes. Congratulations to Lisa. It looks to be her first Javelina 100 finish. But when you come into this shoot, I think it's actually, just like you can run the last mile of Western States with your people, with your crew, with your friends and family. I think it would be cool to have that kind of thing coming in through the chute, catching people as they run in, the same way like maybe you might see at a Ragnar as well, where the whole team finishes together. Or you can do the solo glory thing.
I mean, we need to make it. We need to make it a thing.
I think that however the runners want to appreciate and let it sink in is up to them. I would have everybody I know coming along with me, but
We got Lucia
Lucia Leonard.
Leonard.
Lucia Leonard, congratulations for finishing this race. It looks like Lucia's first Javelina 100, but no stranger to ultra running as she finished Bigfoot 200 last year, a Moab 200, has run Trans Gran Canaria. Definitely a stout racing resume. I love seeing this. There are so many runners in this space that have done so many great things. Ran UTMB a couple years ago.
That's awesome. And the Georgia Jewel. Classic. I know we joke. That's a tough race. The distance she did was the 35 miler. The Georgia Jewel, sneaky tough. AJW would back me up on that.
Yeah, Trans Gran Canaria finisher, Marathon de Sable finisher. Like, these are amazing stories from runners that are in the middle of the pack. Leadville finisher, UTMB.
The Georgia Jewel.
McDowell Mountain Frenzy. A very varied race resume.
Well, and then, you go from Georgia Jewel 35 miler to Bigfoot 200.
Yeah, and,
That's really cool.
Yeah, that is really neat. A couple of runs all over. I think if I had to guess, she likes incorporating travel into her races and making it a big old thing. I've never met her, don't know her, but just based on what she's finished and seeing her here at Javelina 100, first time she's joined us for this race.
We're going to get our drone back up, I think, here momentarily at the start-finish line.
Of course, that is the final stretch of the finisher chute for the Javelina 100. On the right, it looks like that's the Koros tent and the Goo Energy tent, where several runners were being crewed out of. That's one of the things, like when you're talking about, there was a bit of consternation amongst some people online about getting a pop-up. These pros and these high-level runners who are getting crewed out of these sponsor tents, they're sharing it with like 4 or 5 other runners. So you don't need one for yourself. Make some friends.
So we've got some more runners coming in here.
We'll see who these individuals are as they approach the finish line. Oh, it looks like our camera might have squirted out on us a little bit. See what I can get back here. Uh-oh. Sorry, folks. It looks like our main finish line cam went down, but I am going to give these people their moment in the sun. Our most recent finisher, Chris Bergman. Congratulations to Chris Bergman, finishing 27:17:01. Ben Ritchie in 27:17:05, and Kristen Klink in 26:47:09. Now, for those just tuning in, the discrepancy in their finish times, even though they crossed the finish line together, is because there were 2 different start times for the race itself. So if somebody started in wave 1, their time would be 30 minutes higher. So congratulations to these runners. We'll see what I can find out about this, or what about them. In the case of Chris Bergman, a local runner, ran Javelina 100K here back in 2019. DNF'd the race in 2020, so again, another one of those redemption stories that we're happy to share here. Ben Ritchie, another one that just recently crossed the finish line. Ben Ritchie finishing his first Javelina 100. Has run Rocky Raccoon in the past, so no stranger to the 100-mile distance. And finally, our most recent finisher, Kristen Klink. Let's take a look and find out about Kristen what we can. Kristen with a lot of local results. Ran Hangover Night Runs this year as a prep race. Black Canyon 100K finisher. Ran the Javelina 100 in 2019. So congratulations to her and being a Javelina 100 finisher.
And we're going to take it back to the finish line here, right in time, as we've got another runner coming in.
Looks like another finisher, Diana McDougall. Congratulations to Diana.
And then we just had Gianluca Supino come in, and Carolyn Parodi Lake come into the finish right there.
Diana McDougall finishing, ran the 100K last year here at Javelina and now running the 100 miles. So has completed both of the ultra distances here at this race. And the other recent finishers, we said Gianluca Supino. Let's check to see what he has done. Gianluca Supino, first Javelina 100 finish, has run Lavaredo and Oregon Cascades 100, so no stranger to the distance. But congratulations to Gianluca and Carolyn Parodi Lake. Carolyn Parodi Lake finishing Javelina 100. It looks like yet another redemption story. Last year, DNF the race, came back, got it done, got that buckle. Among the races that Carolyn used to get ready was the Javelina Hangover Night Run.
Love it.
You can see, there is a common thread with a lot of these runners. The local runners, but also some of the runners who have traveled here. It's not... I'm not fazed by seeing somebody from California or Oregon who actually comes out and runs Hangover or one of our Insomniac series races to get ready, because it's the way we do it here locally.
Registration for those races also opens up January 1st.
It's almost as if there's a plan. There's a plan to get people to get ready for Javelina 100 by building up their familiarity and tolerance for desert running. Perhaps get them to run the Adrenaline 10K in May and become familiar with Escondido.
Well, I mean, if you're anywhere remotely close to living in the greater Phoenix area, you should sign up for the whole series.
I agree.
And really get a nighttime tour of the Maricopa County Regional Park System. But I understand that's, not everyone lives here in Phoenix.
I have my annual park pass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it.
I get a lot of use out of it.
As, again, we are watching runners out on the single track as they are making their way back to Javelina headquarters here.
Got another finisher, Lindsay Bednar, finishing in 27:21:50. Lindsay, it looks like this is her first Javelina 100 finish, and potentially, first time being out here for an Aravaipa race. So congratulations to Lindsay, and thanks for joining us here out for the biggest ultra party in the desert. I think the biggest ultra party that just happens to be in the desert. I don't think we need to qualify it too much. So
Yeah, I think that's probably what I was trying to verbalize, but it's been a long morning so far, you know?
for those crew tents that are still out there, you notice they're starting to put up some of those sidewalls because that sun starts to creep in underneath. I know from personal experience, and it gets hot. Hello.
Yeah, you see, everyone loves to be on the live stream.
Yeah, once the sun comes over the four peaks, and you get that shine from the superstitions, all of a sudden it's like you got to put those sidewalls up to protect yourself, because the overhead shade is only going to cover a certain part. Like, for instance, look at this tent on the left. Like, how much of the underneath is not covered.
Well, you just got to move where you sit, you see?
You have to move over literally outside of the tent in order to get the shade. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, you actually have to set up outside, set your chair outside of the tent in order to leverage the shade that you've got.
Love it. And we do have eyes on runners out on the trail still.
I'm going to do a quick shot or quick peek on one of our interesting runners, Susan Donnelly, of course, going for her unmatched 15th finish, and I believe 100 miler finish number 139 or 140 for her. Still out on the course, still getting it done. Looks like has passed Jackass Junction some time ago, so probably almost to Rattlesnake Ranch, and so Susan going to get it done and get her 15th Javelina 100 finish. She can make a buckle or a belt out of buckles at this point.
That'd be pretty cool.
I think that it actually would be pretty cool. It might be heavy, but
Well, it's like, you don't have to wear it as a waist belt, right? Like, it could be like a world champion WWE style belt.
Of course, there might be an avid wrestling fan or two hosting the live stream right now. There might be a couple people who text each other back and forth whenever there are WWE events going on. Just throwing that out there. So if you're a WWE fan who happens to really love being part of and witnessing ultra running events, know that you're not alone. There is support. You do have friends out there. Yeah, so we've got another finisher coming in.
Kids
like
in tow.
Flanked with pacers left and right. Looking strong, getting it done. Congratulations. Let's verify who that is. Giving a hug with the kids. Howie's taking a great shot right there. That's going to be a wonderful photo. I can't wait to see that one. He's so talented at telling the story of
Walter Klein getting it done just under 27 hours. Getting to share the moment with the kids.
Walter Klein ran the 100K back in 2019 and has now done the double, the 100 miler in 2022. I almost said the wrong year.
And so we are approaching 3 hours remaining before our final finishers will need to be through.
I see a name on our rotating timing pad list that I'd like to bring up. Brittany Edmiston. Brittany is a local runner here who has just crossed Jackass Junction a few minutes ago and is on her way down the hill. So Brittany won her way into this race at our Christmas party last year for our local trail running community. And when she won, she was so emotional. She actually became visibly emotional. She started crying like right at the party because she was on the fence as to whether or not she was going to do it and decide to focus on it. So
she's going to get it done.
Yeah.
Here we got another finisher coming through.
Couple more coming in as well.
Yep. No, here we go. Here comes the line of the revolving door of finishers. We got Brian Carey getting the 100-mile finish done.
Congratulations to Brian in completing the Javelina 100. It looks like this might be his first Javelina 100.
Jared Rude also getting it done.
Brian, no stranger to 100 milers, has run Leadville in the past. Jared, we can take a look and see. This is Brian's first Javelina 100 finish. Yeah, Jared's been around, ran Bigfoot, among other things, Bighorn. So, but his first Javelina 100 finish after DNFing it in 2018. Another redemption story. Gotta love it.
Kristen Demmel coming through. That name sounds familiar. Maybe haven't seen her at Jackpot last year, maybe. Or possibly from having raced Broken Arrow. We've also got Leah Snyder came through there, getting the 100-mile finish as well.
Congratulations to Leah. Let's see if I can.
Another interesting one here that just popped up. Jeffrey Foote was through Jackass Junction on the final loop.
Jeffrey Foote, one of two individuals who has more Aravaipa finishes than me.
Who would the other one be?
Andre Lee.
Legend.
They're both running this race today.
Andre, I believe, is still out there as well.
Yeah. Well, Jeff has done over 100 ultras, and I believe that this is going to be his sixth Javelina 100 finish. Jeff has finished. If I do believe he's actually finished every race that Aravaipa has to offer, with the exception of Black Canyon, which always fell on Jackpot. That's the only reason why he never did it. So, but now.
Well, now all our Colorado races.
Oh, that's true too. Jeff is kind of a collectionist person, but I actually raced with Jeff up at Hennepin. His son goes to school in Iowa, goes to college up there, plays basketball. Jeff is a very tall individual.
Yep,
it's like 6'6". The only person I've ever seen bang their head on a tree to the point where they had to go to the hospital at a race. He was running as part of a pack, and everybody else didn't have to duck. And Jeff and Mogi on Monster. Yeah. I don't mean to be laughing at his expense, but, you know, Jeff is a good friend of mine, so I can do that. But Jeff will get his finish in here. You know, we've got these last few runners. Not even last few. There's still got to be.
I mean, we've still
200-300
runners
out there.
I don't know that it's the last few. We got 3 hours of runners to come in here as we got another finisher coming through.
Well, I mean, I can actually parse the numbers. I do have the numbers of all time having 100 finishers.
Well, you're the numbers guy. That's what we've decided.
I can see what kind of distribution we've got in terms of miles.
We got Chad here, just crossed the line there, 27:02.
Congratulations to Chad.
And then Mason Christensen crossed just 16 seconds behind him. So, we just got another update. Andre Lee also through Jackass Junction on his final loop. So it looks like Iron Man Andre Lee is gonna be getting it done.
Glad to hear it. Chad with his first Javelina 100 finish. Congratulations to Chad. DNF the race in 2020. You might get tired of me saying it, but I'll never get tired of these redemption stories. People coming back to this race after it got the better of them. It happens out here. Sometimes people just don't have their day. Sometimes they will underestimate how damaging that sun can be. But but they have enough fun out here that they come back to try and do it again. And this is not a Western States or a Hurt 100 or Hard Rock where you have to lottery to get in here. You have to make that decision to just enter it. And the fact that people come back, I think, after DNFs is a testimony as to what this race means to so many people.
And we got Jessica Bone in the chat. Stephen Bone, do you want to do this next year? I'm going to answer for Stephen.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to say that yes, he does. And so as you're, starting to consider Christmas gifts or any other holiday gifts that you might celebrate this upcoming season, keep in mind a race entry to the Javelina 100. That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah,
I think so. And it doesn't even
so.
have to be a stocking stuffer. You can put it in a box. You can have them unwrap it, and you can
show up with a donkey on Christmas morning and have a little pin attached to it.
Exactly.
Pin the tail on the donkey, and the tail is a Javelina 100 entry.
You can create your own golden ticket for your significant other or friend or family member.
One of our most recent finishers, Mason Christensen, this was his first ultra. Mason's
Classic.
Only event that I could find. Now, if it's not on Ultra Sign Up or Strava, it didn't happen.
Correct.
So as far as we're concerned, this is Mason Christensen's only his second trail race, having run Elephant Mountain here, 12K in 2016. That means I think I raced him there then.
How'd it go?
Oh, I'm sure he won. I have zero doubt if I had to guess.
How cool would that be of a function for Ultra Sign Up to be able to parse head-to-head data?
Oh, I think that's a very dangerous thing. Okay, so
because I know that it's possible.
So get this. Mason and I actually finished within the same minute. I finished ahead of him by 45 seconds. Or 35 seconds, actually.
Classic.
The sheer amount of data that we have at our fingertips is dangerous. But yeah, Mason, congratulations on your Javelina 100 finish. That's something he has that I don't.
But you do have a 100-mile finish under your belt now, Chris.
I do, and my feet are still telling the tale of that one. But yeah, we're trying to do our best to acknowledge all these runners.
Jessica in the chat loves the 100-mile distance. Brother and sister duel. Jessica, she's already run Western States, and I'm sure that was an incredible experience, once in a lifetime. This is an entirely different experience that you will.
Yeah, Jessica
never
mentioned
forget.
that she got in on one ticket from, I believe, Kettle Moraine.
Hey.
And
Shout out to the Midwest.
I mean, that's great, but it's also, it's bucking the odds tremendously. So, another runner that we've talked about, Cheryl Bia, Sherman out there in the Chatland, obviously wishes he could be here pacing her on her final loop. Sherman know that Cheryl has crossed Jackass Junction and is on the downhill slope heading back, and potentially in good shape. Should have, I don't know if she was in wave 1 or wave 2, but well in excess of 2 hours to get finished with this race. And plenty of time to get it done.
Little behind the scenes look here.
Oh, this is where people come out of the desert, and basically you can see where they're approaching the headquarters on ground level. You can see them they'll be running from right to left on your radio dial or on your TV dial. Well, it's not even a dial. Who has dials on their stuff anymore?
No one.
On your touch screen or on your phone. You'll see them coming up that chute where there may have been a beverage mile of some kind earlier this weekend. I cannot confirm nor deny.
We've got Skylar in the chat. I feel like all Skylar does is
Poke.
sit in the chat.
Skylar pokes the
All the
bear.
live stream hosts have to run next year. Cool. Skylar, I'm just going to put this out there. A 31K throwdown?
Oh, no. But
I'm
we have
just
to.
saying.
It can't just be a race. Like we got to incorporate certain other
Well,
aspects
no, there
of
have
Jackass
to
Night
be
runs.
like additional parameters, right?
Yes,
Like, okay,
I can't beat Skylar in a race.
yeah, but it's like, oh, maybe you have to do a dizzy bat at each aid station. Maybe you have to be in costume. You know, maybe you have to carry a brick. I don't know.
One
We
of
could
my
do a
favorite
lot of
Halloween
things.
costumes. So Jackie Knoll, who was in with us last night, and I are part of November Project. One of my favorite ever Halloween costumes was when somebody dressed as Skylar. Had the Williams top and everything. It was wonderful.
And in the chat, anyone who is looking for an update on a specific runner, there is the live results and live tracking pinned to the top of that live chat. You can go on over there and check out that live leaderboard to find your friend, your spouse, your loved one, your brother, your sister, whatever the case may be.
Your worst enemy.
Your worst enemy, if you want to see. Oh yeah, they
That's such
they
a
aren't gonna
terrible
make it.
thing to bring up.
You know?
We don't want you to be cheering or rooting against anybody out there. We want to see everybody finish. To see everybody else come in would be fantastic. Of course, it's got to be starting to heat up out there. I know it says 67 degrees on the screen, but 67 degrees with direct sunlight, you put a can of liquid death out there in the sun, and pretty soon you'll be drinking some fairly warm water. It happens very quickly out here. Temperature changes, rise and fall, just like that. And those people that are out there on their second sunrise, they're battling, what can be a very frustrating experience in that regard.
We're gonna send it out to the Rattlesnake. The fire is no longer going, but the sunshades are working, as you can see there.
Yeah,
looks like maybe we have finisher
there
coming
we
in
go.
here.
Awesome. Sporting the bucket hat. I hear that that's a thing amongst runners, to be wearing bucket hats at trail and ultra running events.
That was Eric Moore, who just finished there.
Congratulations to Eric on finishing the Javelina 100. This is Eric's first Javelina 100, first 100-miler. Previous results at Run Rabbit Run 50 in JFK and Baby Dragon in Blairsville, Georgia, which I shared simply because it was an interesting name.
Blairsville, Georgia is home of one of the most difficult trails I've ever traversed in my life.
Oh.
The Coosa Backcountry Trail.
See, this is the kind of stuff that you wouldn't get on most online sports coverage.
Well, it's a 13-mile loop with, I want to say, around 3,000 feet of gain.
Mm-hmm.
And in the lead up to my first ultra in 2016, I decided to do a double, thinking, "Oh, I'm fit. I come from a road and track background." On the second loop, there's a big climb to just shy of the top of Coosa Bald, and I sat there and cried by myself. Didn't see a single person for the 27 miles and 7,000 feet of climbing that I was out there. So shout out to Blairsville, Georgia. We also had Roy Quinn come through there.
Roy Quinn, a no stranger to Aravaipa running events. This is his first Javelina 100-mile finish, but ran Mogi on Monster 100-mile last year. I do remember him.
Here we go. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh,
we
sure.
got another finisher, I believe, coming in with a bit of an ultra lean. Kids
Yep.
in tow.
Looks like Diego Miron, Miron, just finished the Javelina 100.
Well, and right before him, we had Ronnie Cleveland, who finished the 100K, which may have been who we saw there with the lean, and then we had Sharon Mosley finish just after.
Diego, another redemption story. DNF'd the race last year, came back to get it done this year. Prior to that, we were talking about Roy Quinn. Roy using this as a training run for his next big event, or one of them, Cocodona.
The Coco Loco.
Love
well, Roy,
it.
I hope that you continue training just so that you can experience the greatest left-hand turn in all of sports.
Left on Birch.
Left-hand turn onto Birch.
See, we are your full-service race planning schedulers here. We multitask in many ways. We have many skills to offer if you want to start to chart out your ultra running career for the next several years. We can tell you. We'll have you go to to run the night series here to warm up for Javelina 100 and to Black Canyon, and then eventually make the step up to Mogollon Monster and Cocodona. We can help you. Sharon Mosley, 60 years young, finishing the Javelina 100. Congratulations to her. No stranger to running long distances. Several 100-mile finishes up in Oregon. Several appearances at across the years. Ran the 100-miler there last year. Ran Javelina 100 last year here as well. So, and in 2019 and in 2017. So that's 4. So guess we'll see her next year if she comes back for that jacket. The most sought-after jacket in all of sports. I mean, there is no jacket of any color that is more sought after than the fine, personally embroidered Javelina 100 5-timer jacket.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that, as it looks like we've got some more action coming to the finish line.
There's a name on our crawl that just came up. Gene Dykes
through
crossing
Jackass
Junction.
On his last loop. What a strong finish here. By Denise Howard. And we'll see who came in right behind Miss Denise.
Congratulations to Denise.
And we, sorry, that got me excited. Danny Westergaard through Rattlesnake 5.
Denise Howard finishing this. Looks to be her first 100-miler and first Javelina 100 finish. Congratulations to Denise. And 27:15:39. Second waiver getting it done. Decided to wait until 7:30 to start. Doing it Mark Hammond style.
Yeah. Oh, man. We need to get confirmation from Mark Hammond on why that occurred.
Why he was on wave 2 with a backpack out to Jackass.
Looks like Maxine Colvey just came across the line there.
Congratulations to Maxine. This is not Maxine's first 100-miler, having run Brazos Bend a couple years ago. Great job, Maxine. Welcome to the Javelina 100 finish line, and congratulations on your first finish here out in Arizona.
Yeah, what an awesome run. Still looked strong coming in as well, which is awesome.
Maxine, 30 years young, got plenty of years to accumulate lots more Javelina 100 finishes, a lot more buckles.
Let's go.
Tanya, we're to the point now where it might be time for us to get a belt maker business out at the expo. I mean, think about how many belts you'd be able to sell.
Probably a couple, right?
300 maybe? 400? I believe that the highest number of finishers was in 2019 at this race. Let me double check my random notes. Yeah, in 2019, the peak number of finishers, 425. And that was a warm year. Like, there was a lot of grit out on the course that year, if that is the high number. 16, 17, 18, 19, all fairly warm years, and all had, 280, 348, 368, 425. 2020 brought the numbers down, 160. Obviously, far less people ran the race because of circumstances beyond everybody's control. And 2021 back up to 292. I would love to see and hope that we see more than that this year. I mean, I can check to see how many finishers we've had so far. At this point, we have a total of, I had it, but let's do it this way. The search kind of gets hectic.
So we've got more runners coming into the finish line area. Here we've got that nice overhead drone shot.
So we've had 275 finishers so far. And we've still got, it looks like over 100 people still on course.
We had Nate Dervin just come through with a 100-mile finish. We had Sabine Herman. We had Deanna Odell and Jesse Johnson all come through right there.
Very nice. Congratulations, runners. Let's see if we can pull up some results on some of these runners. Find out who is running Javelina for the first time. Said Nate Dervin. Nate Dervin, let's see. He's a Triple Crown of 200s finisher, so this is definitely not his first finish at an event like this. Has run Badwater, ran Cocodona earlier this year, so loves that beyond 100 distance, but it is his first Javelina 100 finish. So congratulations to Nate for stepping down in distance to run Javelina 100. Terry Rashid just finished. Terry is a local runner, as we mentioned. Not normally built for the 100-mile distance. It's a little bit too short and too flat for her. She likes that big mountain climb feel. But congratulations to Terry getting it done in 27:19:56. We mentioned Sabine Herman. Deanna Odell finishing in 27:18:46 and 56. Jesse Johnson, 27:19:04. Pierre Collins, 27:50:03. Congratulations to all of those runners. We have somebody in the chat. I'll be honest. I'm surprised to see this. Aravaipa live streaming coffee. Great job, Chris and Matt. Thanks, Matt. Matt ran the 100K.
Matt's been in a lot of the live streams, I feel like.
Oh yeah,
So,
he's a member of the community. Does a lot of races with Aravaipa.
an avid Chris Warden supporter, as we can tell.
I actually was hanging out with Matt and his friend Jen Coleman. They raced together a lot. Their tent was right next to the Ostazuski tent, and I was hanging out with both of those groups a fair amount this weekend. And it was great to see Matt and Jen after their first loop. Looked like they were a little bit cooked out there, but that was more the sun rather than anything that they had done wrong. I mean, Matt logs a lot of miles in the McDowell Sonoran area, so this is his backyard, literally and figuratively. He lives out in this area, so congratulations to Matt.
I thought you were going to say he lives in the middle of.
He lives in the middle of the park. Well, there are some people that you sometimes wonder whether or not they live in the park because of their presence out there all the time. There are various runners who are so associated with certain areas of town. Like, for instance, there was a time where I genuinely wondered whether local runners Matthew Hinman and Lisa Kravitz lived on Camelback Mountain at the top because they would log hundreds of climbs on Camelback a year. Jim Arnold, most recent finisher of the Javelina 100 mile. Congratulations to Jim, 27:51:06. As we creep ever so closer to the golden hour, you can see Howie Stern setting up to take pictures of our next finisher, along with pacers. Looks like perhaps kids flanking to the left and to the right, excitedly supporting.
Oh, and there we got the finish line selfie.
Blue Kusaka. Congratulations, Blue, on that finish. You're our boy, Blue.
And just because we have the wonderful Skylar Hall in the studio, Mallory Showalter, Skylar loves bucket hats.
Wrong.
That's true. That is 100% true.
It's been on the live stream, so it must be true.
Yep.
That's how we determine whether or not something is actually true, is whether or not we saw it on the live stream.
That's one of the terms of our race then.
Okay, so Skylar Hall has joined us here in the studio. I might have to hand him my headset, but so he's here to
Harass us. That's what he's here for.
harass us or get clarity on the challenge that we may have inadvertently dropped.
So I think it's the Jackass Night Runs 31K in costume with your shoes tied together.
That's the only way we're going to have a shot
Tied
against
together.
Skylar. Well, okay, so I'm sorry. You are a former Illinois State High School Association cross-country champion.
Training would be the only way I would have a chance against Skylar. Is if I train, then maybe I'd have a chance. But I don't do that.
See,
so.
I need every second I can get, based on my experience running. So, you might be able to handle it. I can't. I need those shoes tied together. That's the only way I'm going to – because
I'm not heat trained.
No super shoes.
He has to do it in Crocs.
Hey. I don't know. We might have to crowdsource this. Maybe we'll let the viewing audience over our next set of live streams determine.
We'll have to bring Rob Ricardo in to call this because we'll all be basically indisposed. There's Susan Donnelly, 15-time finisher of the Javelina 100.
I want to see like a handheld water bottle throw. You got Super Patty Curry there with the cape celebrating.
Five-time.
Yep. Love it.
Congratulations to Susan. She's such a great presence in the sport. She's always so positive, and I had several conversations with her at the expo leading up, and you can see Patty showing the love. She's just an integral part of this race and the history of this race. You talk about Jerry Kilgariff, you talk about Jamil, you talk about Susan Donnelly. They're all part of the history.
We got another finisher right here, Christina Pacheco. Coming through, looked really strong, getting to the finish line there. An emotional moment.
Christina stepping up from the 100K last year to the 100 mile this year. Ran the Mogollon Monster 142K earlier this year. Definitely a grind of a training run for that, if you believe vert is real. Also ran Black Canyon and Coldwater Rumble 52 milers. So congratulations to Christina for putting out that strong effort. Randy raises one point that he said, you haven't run an ultra unless you've run it with Susan Donnelly. Frankly, if you've run an ultra, you've shared the course with Susan Donnelly because she has run pretty much everything out there. She has an encyclopedic knowledge of every ultra that takes place around the country. She's been a part of all of it. Looking around the course, I see that James Ehas has passed Rattlesnake Ranch for the fifth and final time. James Ehas, a runner from here in Arizona, the ripe young age of 69, Nice. And is going for his 10th finish here at the Javelina 100. So while we talk about the 5-time finisher jacket being the most coveted piece of clothing that you could ever hope to earn in a sporting event, the 10-timer jacket is even more rare. Well, with Susan having the 15-time finish this year, do they have to make a new jacket for her? 15-time finisher jacket?
Well, I'm sure they will.
It's like one of those high school Letterman jackets where they just run out of room.
They just put patches on. So I wonder, this is interesting. I knew I recognized the name from somewhere. I wonder if Christina Pacheco is of any relation to George Pacheco, who won the 2007 Javelina 100 over
Jorge
Andy
Pacheco.
Jones.
Yeah. You know what? That is
yeah,
the question. Yeah. You know what? That's an AJW question. We know he's out there somewhere charging his phone. So maybe we can find out.
Got more runners coming across the line here. And it looks like we had Mike Garcia, Patricia Carroll both finishing the 100K. And then Paul Sandoval finishing the 100-miler.
Congratulations to Paul. His finish time of
27:29:21. And then Deb Anderson also coming through there, just under 27 and a half hours.
Paul Sandoval, this is his first Javelina 100 finish, so congratulations. Is that a question or is that a declaration, Ari? It is his sister or is it his sister?
I don't know. I'm going to try and see if I can get any information.
That would be very interesting. Because, frankly, you know what would happen is that if AJW would have raced it, he would have finished right behind her anyways.
How great would that have been?
I mean, just AJW, for those that don't know, Jorge Pacheco, very strong runner, had gone head-to-head with Andy Jones-Wilkins 5 times at events a few years ago. Each time, Jorge finished first and Andy finished second.
And they're saying, is it his sister?
Yeah.
Got some more finishers coming here.
Deb Anderson, congratulations to Deb.
Keith Swiatkowski,
Ben
Boulware, and Eli Netzels. Or no, geez, that wasn't even close. There's not even
Netsosi,
yeah. That I looked like an L.
Run 75 asking if we mentioned Gene Dykes a few minutes ago. Indeed, we did. Gene has passed Jackass Junction and is on the downhill slope heading back and has a fair amount of time to do it, about 9.5 miles from Jackass to the finish line. And it's a downhill, smooth 9.5 miles, so we'll see what happens. Oh, another local or former local runner, Megan Schendel-Dittman. Megan has moved up to the Pacific Northwest and makes her home up there now. But Megan, when she's in town, has run Aravaipa events and been part of our trail running scene. So congratulations to Megan. And I don't know if this is her first Javelina 100 finish. I'd be curious to see. So. Because I know that Megan has run Black Canyon here. She ran the Javelina 100K in 2018. So, yeah, this is her first 100-mile finish. So, congratulations, Megan, on getting it done. Bib number 7, Stuart Farley, coming in as well, 28:02:15.
Fun fact about Megan, she's a competitive horseback rider as well, I believe. No?
I was wrong about that.
Oh, you were wrong about that.
Yes.
Megan is not a competitive horseback rider. And so Chris Warden provided me with faulty information.
Yeah, so we redact the whole, if you hear it on the live stream, it must be true.
Except that Skylar and I are gonna throw down in a shoes tied 31K in costume. 100K shoes tied. Okay.
I think turnover speed
100K
would have to be a very important factor in a race where your shoes
100K
are tied.
cannot tie your shoes. Shoes must remain untied.
I think that Crocs would then be the way to go.
No. No, some of the new. Well, I won't mention them as this Hoka sponsored, as a Hoka sponsored live stream. But there are a number of shoes that I think are more form fitting these days. You know.
Tyler Nicotra is our most recent finisher of the Javelina 100 with a time of 28:03:24. Congratulations to Tyler, 29 years old. I'm actually, my eyes perk up whenever I see somebody, in their 20s finishing this race, because that means their career at this is basically just beginning. I mean, there are plenty of runners here into their 40s, 50s, 60s, and beyond. If you're running a race like this at the age of 29, you're well on your way if you want to go in that hundreds route.
Well, and we've got Nico Betancourt, who we saw finish not that long ago. He's 28. We also have Matthew Jones, who was through Jackass 5, hit Jackass on his final time through about 2 hours ago. He's 23.
How about Owen Thornton?
Yep. When's
Owen
the
Thornton.
last update we have? We've got Ryan Lee, who we saw finish the 100K.
Mm-hmm.
He's 26. So it's awesome to see, young people out here. And I think Javelina is a great event for that too, right?
For sure.
It's, it's a good time.
So Owen Thornton, as the race was leading up, an interesting thing happened with him. He kind of called his shot as to what his predicted time was, and it was very ambitious. It would have been one of the best times in the history of Javelina. He didn't quite get there, but still a really impressive time for his completion. 18:44:42 at the age of 18, completing Javelina 100.
Jeez, and I was just about to say Colton Rogers also finished while we were off air. He ran 23:35.
Running with his mom.
18 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and finished with his mom. So that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, sub 24 is impressive, and Colton did not have anything in his background that approached this distance, whereas Owen, at the age of 18, has at least 300 milers under his belt, counting today's Javelina 100 finish.
And we are back out. Oh, look at this shot.
Love it.
As we see people about to cross the road to the Rattlesnake. Maybe it should be the Rattle Shack. It's the Rattle Shack, baby.
So if you're going to go that route, there's a guy by the name of Bob Hearn. I don't know if you might have seen him out on the course yesterday, but
well, we saw him at the Rattle Shack.
Yeah. So Bob Hearn he actually had to sell B-52s tickets because he double booked himself this weekend and had to come out and run Javelina as opposed to seeing the B-52s on their farewell tour.
I can't blame him.
Folks, we bring you all. We are a full-service event here. We know too much about way too many people when it comes to the Javelina 100.
This is a fun fact. Shout out to Shane Williams in the chat. Ben Boulware just finished a little while ago. Former national championship winning linebacker for Clemson.
I saw that name and thought about the name Peter Boulware.
Yep.
Former Baltimore Raven player. So, yeah, that's actually really cool. I do love seeing those times where somebody who's not a runner will jump in and do an ultra. I mean, one of the most prominent names here locally, and I guess around the horn, would be Eric Burns. Seeing Eric Burns at Black Canyon a few years ago was kind of a funny experience. Of course, at that one, if it wasn't, that was the out and back kind of tied up year. If it wasn't Eric Burns running at you, it was Ben Gibbard.
Yep.
So that was a very unique year. Okay, so Colton just graduated in May and has run cross country. His mom and dad are cross country coaches. Yeah, Colton had a lot of finishes to events locally here, but just hadn't had that ultra resume. I think it's fantastic. I mean, if you're starting running 100 milers at age 18, you've got a heck of a career ahead of you. Especially sub 24 at the age of 18 is really impressive. Our most recent finisher, Amy Thompson. Congratulations to Amy. Let's see if we can get some information on Amy.
We'll see if we've got that finish cam back up. Looks like it is up, kind of.
Amy Thompson. It looks like this is Amy's first Javelina 100 finish. Picture of the Hoka Village at the Javelina headquarters, where the the presentation of the trophies. Did they do that yesterday, or did they wait till today? Because it seems to be whenever they feel like doing it and getting it together.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing it yesterday. As here we have another finisher coming through here. Well, it looks like we had a couple. Oh no, Stephanie Irving is who we just saw there.
Congratulations to Stephanie. Looks like this is Stephanie's first Javelina 100, but no stranger to ultras. Run Black Canyon multiple times. CCC, say that definitely got the background to succeed in a race like this. So congratulations to Stephanie for getting it done. Rio del Lago finisher back in 2016.
And then David Hoxema just finished.
David Hoxema, first 100-mile finish for David. First Javelina 100. Congratulations.
And then we just saw
it's the end of an era.
Ever finisher from Rhode Island, Maurice Lohman, getting it done, and he came in absolutely flying.
So Maurice Lohman introduced himself to me at the expo, and he's the first person that ever asked to take a selfie with me. Like I don't know you, but I'm taking a selfie with you. So he introduced himself, and Maurice Lohman is the only runner from Rhode Island in this year's race, which was the only state that wasn't represented by a Javelina 100 finisher in the history of the race. Yeah, that ultrasinus had to be true. So, and we're saying it here, so it's definitely double true. So Maurice Lohman is now the first of hopefully many finishers of the Javelina 100 based out of Rhode Island. So congratulations, Maurice. Way to get it done in a time of 28:09:59. Plenty of time to spare. Hope you can enjoy your experience out there.
What a legend. He's just cemented his name in the history books.
Nobody can ever take
of
that away.
Javelina 100 lore.
Yes. He completes us as a nation.
Yeah. That's all I've got. We're fully represented. All 50 states.
Oh, it is cool to see. I mean, all kidding aside, I think that we've had runner years where we've had, I believe, representation from 45 plus states, and it just seems surprising to me that we would have a situation where we didn't have a finisher from one state, because we've had prior to this year 3,600 finishers. You'd have figured that one would have just been from there, but no, he's the first.
We just had Gina Armanini.
Congratulations to Gina.
The 100-mile finish. Carol Villegas also finishing there. When they come to the finish line, they come in bunches here.
They do. It looks like this is Gina's first 100-miler and Javelina 100 finish, so congratulations to Gina.
And then Daniel Zorovic just came through after Carol Villegas.
Carol actually ran Hennepin as a warm-up earlier is this still October? Yes. Carol ran Hennepin earlier this month, so we probably crossed paths somewhere out there.
Illinois. Let's go.
Illinois represent, but this is her first Javelina Javelina 100 finish. Congratulations to Carol. And our other most recent finisher,
Daniel Zarovic.
Daniel. Daniel has had a few results.
First
in ultras.
hundo per the chat.
Yeah, it looks like he's done a few 50Ks and maybe a 100K or two. But congratulations, Dan, on your first 100-miler. Tom giving you the props where they are earned and due.
Then we just had Karen Angerer come through. 100-mile finish.
Karen has run the Javelina 100K. I don't believe she has a 100-mile finish, though. Yeah, so this would be Karen's first Javelina 100-mile finish. And using this as a way to get ready for Black Canyon next year as well, as she's registered for that.
Zaragoza also came through just moments ago. All of these runners separated by, we just had 5 people finish within like 90 seconds of each other.
Luis Zaragoza, first 100-mile finish for Luis. Congratulations to him as well. Ran Cuyamaca last year and stepping up to the 100-mile distance in 2022.
And let's see. I know this feed is a bit iffy, but want to make sure, and we've got more people coming in.
Is that a Romanian flag, I believe? Yeah, it looked like that's a Romanian flag. I'm venturing a guess that this might be a Romanian runner drawing to the finish.
Well, we've got Felix Predescu, Chris Murray, and then we've got Vivian Rico.
Looks like Felix, I believe Felix was actually paced and crewed by
They're all just
Vasile Sammartinian, so that would make
flowing
sense.
in here.
Congratulations to him. Another runner who used the Javelina Hangover Night Run 75K as a warm-up. So congratulations to Felix. Another few finishers. Chris Murray from, I don't have that information in front of me, but Chris Murray, 28:15:22. Vivian Rico, 27:45:22. Samantha Quadheimer, 27:45:35. Angela Moore, 27:45:40. Scott Mason, 27:46:17. Scott Mason actually introduced himself to me at our group run earlier this week. His first 100-mile finish. I believe that prior finisher of the 100-mile, Rondi Larson, actually was pacing Scott into his finish. So congratulations. Tina Sammartinian in the chat. Tina paying attention. Appreciate the love. I believed that she was helping crew Felix Predescu, and that her husband Vasile had paced Felix as well. And Vasile, a former podium placer in the Javelina 100K, I believe finished second a few years ago. Very fast runner, 3-hour marathoner. To some of us who have not won high school championships or run for Williams College, it's a very impressive deal. Well, I don't know. Like, for a lot of people, their perception differs. On what constitutes impressive. Like, to me, these sub-24s are ballers. Like, people who can run a 5K in under 20 minutes are, like Herculean to me. And, the scale obviously differs with, who you are and what your experience is. So, Andrea McHugh and Rebecca Umstadt, our most recent finishers, finishing together at a time of 27:46:28. Congratulations. We're trying to get some refreshes on some of our camera views out there. Rattlesnake Ranch is the last outpost for these runners as they hit the final part of the course. But yeah, we would hope that these runners that are all hitting Rattlesnake Ranch, they should be safe. I mean, they've got 3.7 miles to go, and we're back with a feed from the finish line. We caught somebody just in time, some very patriotic shorts. Jeff Congdon. Jeff Congdon, congratulations on finishing the Javelina 100. Jeff, it looks like that is his first 100-mile finish. Several other ultras, including Lake Sonoma earlier this year, but stepping it up to that 100-mile distance and getting it done. It looks like in the background they're setting up to do the award presentation, possibly in Hoka Village. Let's see if we've got some information on our most recent finishers.
And
You're getting it set up.
yep, they're getting that set up there.
You can see those huge golden tickets in the lower left-hand side.
Love it. We'll keep it glued to the finish there. Have another runner just come through.
Lisa Lee, local Lisa Lee. I believe that this is her fourth Javelina 100K finish, so she's got to come back next year to get that jacket, which, of course, we know she'll be doing.
Then we just saw Scott Conine come through, finishing the 100-miler.
Congratulations to Scott. Looks like this is Scott's first Javelina 100 finish. Has several 100-mile finishes to his name, but this is the first time he has completed the Party of the Desert.
Here we go, Chris. Here's a good question. When runners DNF, how do they get back to headquarters/base?
I could speak from personal experience on this subject.
I just alley-ooped you.
Yeah. When runners DNF, how do they get back to headquarters base? It depends on where you DNF. I mean, you're basically getting a shuttle back, but if you DNF at Rattlesnake Ranch, which not very many people DNF at Rattlesnake Ranch because it's a hop, skip, and a jump to head back. It's 3.7 relatively runnable miles. We'll get back to that answer in just a few moments. Congratulations to Christine Dancy for finishing the Javelina 100. Christine is, her finish time was 28:21:56, and it looks like Christine has logged a few other Javelina 100 finishes as well. This is not her first time out in the desert. Having finished the Javelina 100 in 2014, 2015, 2018, 2019. So this is the five-timer, so she gets the jacket. Julia Brown just crossed the finish line as well in 27:52:15. Congratulations to Julia Brown on a race well run. Julia ran the 100K here at Javelina in 2020 and stepped it up a notch and did that 50 miler. Back to Marnie's question, what do runners do when they get to HQ? One more finisher. Serena Crutchfield. Congratulations to Serena. We shuttle them back from the various locations. The thing is that even though it's not a huge course in terms of, it's a loop, it's a 20-mile loop, so you would think that you're no more than a couple miles from the road, but sometimes getting shuttled back from Jackass Junction or Coyote Camp can take up to an hour in terms of movement alone because it's such rugged road. And, when you've got, like, for instance, like, you're packing in as many people as you can when you've got DNFs, you want to make sure that, you get people back. And you also don't want to make you don't want to make excess trips out on these roads. Nobody wants to do that to their vehicle because these are very rough roads heading out there. And, excuse me, it's logistically it's a little bit tricky, but we've got it down to a science at the Javelina 100 because the race has grown by leaps and bounds. When I DNF'd here, I had to be shuttled back from Coyote Camp, which was a very long 40 minutes. Lewis Smith, congratulations to Lewis, our most recent finisher of the Javelina 100. Lewis finishes the Javelina 100 in a time of 27:54:30, so sneaking in just under the 28-hour mark. Congratulations to Lewis. Several other...
Looks like we got some more folks coming in.
Several other finishes for Lewis, and this one is his longest one yet. Congratulations. Serena Crutchfield. Congratulations to Serena, 27:53:16.
Just saw Terry Cho finish there.
Terry Cho, great job, Terry. Way to finish the Javelina 100. Terry did a lot of vert leading up to the race this year. A lot of events out at Broken Arrow, Quicksilver Trail Challenge. But this looks to be Terry's first 100-mile finish from all indications. So congratulations to Terry. Yeah, you can see a lot of people hanging out. It's not just the runners that are here. There's a lot of people tailgating and celebrating. For those of you that have followed some of our other events here on the Aravaipa and Steep Life live streams, for instance, one of our friends of the family, the Denim Cowboy himself, Tony Tadieski, was out there just having a grand old time. He did... no running of note whatsoever. He was just hanging out. And
we just had Kevin Hess come through there on our screen.
Congratulations to Kevin. But as I was saying, yeah, people locally just want to come out and hang out, and that is highly encouraged amongst people here in the valley. Kevin, with his second 100-mile finish, finished Grandmaster earlier this year, but his first Javelina 100-mile finish. Did the 100K last year at the age of 61. Congratulations, Kevin, on your Javelina 100 finish.
From Salome, Arizona.
I am not familiar what that is.
Well, I know I'm not familiar with it.
I have no life, so I tend to just drive around randomly through this state, and I found
another finisher coming in here. I don't have a life. I just drive aimlessly through the state.
Yeah.
That is Christy Weber getting the 100-mile finish there.
So Salome is basically on the California border, but miles off of the highway. Population 1530. Small town.
Sounds like my kind of place.
La Paz. So Christy Weber, congratulations on your finish. Christy, yet another runner who ran the Hangover night runs to prepare for this race. And another redemption story, as Christy has made good on a prior DNF here at the Javelina 100. Morgan Sloan. Morgan
Yep.
Sloan,
25 years old.
Love seeing these younger finishers. I love seeing the older finishers. Love seeing the older finishers, younger finishers, all the finishers, to be honest. But Morgan Sloan. Morgan Sloan with what looks to be a first Javelina 100 finish here. Looks like we need to reboot that signal. Yeah, congratulations to Morgan on finishing Javelina 100. Beautiful shot of Four Peaks in the background. As you can see, we mentioned things kind of breaking down a little bit as far as tents and pop-ups. You know, runners and their crew kind of starting to get things cleaned up a little bit. Obviously, you know, we're going to see Aravaipa, you know, break everything down. It's amazing how quickly things get put up, but also equally amazing how things get put down. So we have a runner.
Got another finisher coming in here.
Coming in.
Just a moment. Looked like a pretty emotional experience here.
That most recent finisher was Kate Metcalf. Congratulations to Kate. Kate with that first 100-mile finish. Way to go. Yeah, as I was saying, you know, the everything from this race has to be broken down fairly quickly because there are other events that take place in the park, and got to make sure that, in the interest of consideration, that all of the stuff is taken care of. Because there are a couple of large running events that take place out here in the fall. And got to be mindful of other organizations.
And again, for anyone in the chat looking to check in on a runner, the live results and live tracking are pinned to the top of these comments, so you can go on over there. You can find your friends, your loved ones, your enemies, see see how they're doing. So,
well, actually, that runner that's being referenced, I'm curious myself. Sabrina Hilga?
Sure.
She works for Aravaipa.
Yeah.
On the event staff.
Just Sabrina.
Sabrina? Yeah.
I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name.
Well, I saw her out in the course earlier.
Yep.
She was coming in and looking and feeling good. Hopefully she's still out there. Let me see if I've got any information. Still moving.
Love it.
Last cross jackass at the 25-27 mark. So actually probably due in fairly soon.
We got more folks.
A couple of
who just looks like
just
they just finished.
Yeah, that might have been our most recent female finisher that was looking.
Kate.
Yeah,
Kate Metcalf.
She was pretty emotional.
Yep.
You could tell. 28-hour finish in this race. It's
Then we just had Jennifer Walker Graff finish right there.
congratulations to Jennifer. Looks like Jennifer Walker Graff finishing that first 100-miler. Way to go. If you have questions, like as we mentioned, about a particular runner, you can check on the live results link at the top of the page. Everything is sortable. Thank you to Mike Melton and MCM Timing for helping to get things done out here at the Javelina 100.
There's a shot of the final aid station runners will hit along the course, the Rattleshack.
Rattlesnake Ranch, the final outpost on their journey, on their odyssey through the McDowell Mountain Regional Park to that Javelina 100 finish.
Which we are now waiting more runners.
Brenna Valor asking what time the cutoff is. There are two cutoffs. There is the 100-mile, so the 100K finish cutoff is at noon, which is
As
29
is
hours.
wave 1 of the 100-miler.
Yes, as wave 1 of the 100-milers. Now, wave 2 of the 100-milers is at 12:30 because they started 30 minutes later. So we'll be on till at least 12:30 to make sure that we've got coverage of everybody.
Yep, we'll make sure that we get all of our finishers in. And then once they are all in, we will begin to wrap things up here.
And when people are asking about runners, I think they need to understand we don't have a back door of information. We are literally using the resource that we are encouraging everybody else to use as well. Like we don't have any insider runner tracking data or GPS signaling on this course. We're simply going off of what we see at the at the link for my race result. I mean, we're happy to, if we've got a spare moment, to help you find your runner. But at the same time, with the finishes coming fast and furious over the next 2 hours, it'll be kind of tricky to do that. So just something to keep in mind. You are able to search out and follow and sort the runner tracking that we have available. Congratulations to Kristen Rosser. Kristen finishing the Javelina 100.
Then we also just had Ron Giachetta come through 28 hours, 35 minutes, and 58 seconds.
I believe somebody was asking about Rod, and congratulations.
Yeah, right there. Ian writes in the chat asking about him. We just got to see Rod finish there. We also have an update on Jeffrey Foote, who is out of Rattlesnake Ranch.
All right. And Jeffrey Foote is ironically named because he has the loudest footsteps this side of Nick Curry. Jeff and I were chastised by another runner for how loud our footsteps were at a race a few years ago.
More runners coming in. Ryan Sedelli finishing just a minute ago. Aaron Lubelski, 29 years old, getting the finish.
Tina out on, I guess, with a weather note right there. It is overcast. That doesn't happen at this race very often. I bet as fast as the runners were running yesterday, can you imagine how much faster they would have been if it were an overcast day? I mean, because they were constantly like packing pounds of ice on them. Like I was watching Annie Hughes with her crew, and they probably added 10%, 20% to her body weight with as much ice as they were packing. And she's not a very, very big person physically, but like stuffing ice everywhere, like down the front of her shirt, down her back, like in her pockets, socks and everything. And with some of these elite runners, watching them with their heat mitigation strategy at the same time, sunscreen being like applied to them like while they're getting all of this stuff taken care of. It does look like a motorsports pit crew in some instances.
We'll keep it locked right here as we've got a clean feed courtesy of Dr. Stephen Crawford. Looking back out onto the race course, so runners will be coming towards him as they then make their way to the finish line. And look at this, what a strong run here coming into the finish line. And we'll throw it over. What a finish. By Benjamin Pettit. Wonder if there's any relation to Andy Pettit. But yeah, huge shout out to Benjamin Pettit on a great run. We've got some follow cam shots of runners making their way back in. We'll go back to this drone shot here. This has got to be such an awesome feeling when you get to this point. You come in to Javelina headquarters. Obviously, there's people all around, but you've probably known for a while that you've got it in the bag. But there's a part of you who's like, oh, I'm a mile away. I wish I could just sit down and call it a day. And then once you kind of get into headquarters, you start to get this, this adrenaline rush and all of this emotion, knowing that, you've just done this incredible thing, right? It looks like we're going to have another runner coming in here. There we go. And that is Mila Opalenik. She gets a 100-mile finish, 28 hours, 41 minutes. We got shout out in the chat. Shout out to Gooder Sunglasses, our eyewear provider of the Javelina 100. He purchased a pair when his daughter participated in the race. Now they're his go-to. I love them because they're, one, they're really nice sunglasses, and two, the price point is incredible, right? So I'm also then not afraid to wear them.
Yeah.
Which is the other thing. So not only do I look really cool wearing them, I feel good about wearing them, knowing I don't have, I'm not worried about the actual use or using them. So shout out to Run Gooder Sunglasses.
And they're also
Good
very
folks over
lightweight,
there.
too,
Yep.
which means if you're running a 100-miler, they're not going to bother your ears as much, because you'd be surprised how much pain you can find in your existence when you're running 100 miles. Our most recent finisher has just crossed the finish line, Danny Westergaard.
Yep, shout out to the Cocodona finisher,
So
Danny Westergaard.
This is just him getting warmed up.
Yeah, he's probably going to do a double. He'll probably go back out. Or maybe he's
There's
going to run to the
Sabrina.
airport.
Is that Sabrina? No. Is that? I'm not sure. I thought that was her. I don't think she'd be wearing a Javelina 100 shirt, though. Maybe not.
Yep.
Oh,
We
it
had
was.
Sabrina and Iced Rimakete. I apologize for.
Yeah, I spoke with Sabrina before the race. She attended our happy hour get together at Bachelor Pad Barbecue in Fountain Hills, and she was so excited and so nervous. Had that energy. Local runner and multi-time pacer for strangers out here, Nicole Ostrom, giving her a big hug right there. Great job, Sabrina. Congratulations. We're all very proud of you. Another finisher now as well, Chris Hasselbeck. Wonder if he's.
I've got sports references.
I was going to
but,
say we could do that all day long.
And Alex Offer.
Congratulations to Alex and to Chris. Way to get it done. All of these runners doing a fantastic job. Gritting out that second sunrise, and as time whittles down, as somebody mentioned, we're not in the golden hour yet, but we are rapidly approaching. The golden hour for the Wave 1 finishers or Wave 1 starters would be starting at 11 a.m. local time. And
Here in about 15 minutes, 30 seconds or so, right?
Yeah. And then Wave 2's golden hour would start 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you believe we're almost to the golden hour already?
Yes, I can.
I feel like this morning has just flown by, Mr. Warden.
This morning has, absolutely. But it has been
it's been a lot of
heck of a
action.
weekend. A lot of energy, a lot
Another
of
finisher
happening.
here. Robert Louis Ferdinand getting the 100-mile finisher.
Fantastic, Robert.
More runners coming in here. Cody Hurd, who we just saw there, getting the
Nice.
job done.
Somebody asking in the chat if the ceremony will be on the live feed. Unfortunately, will we have it on live feed?
The awards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we will. Okay.
Yep, we will have
I didn't know.
Well, I didn't know until I just got a message that we'll have a static cam set up for the awards at 11.
Live dynamic broadcasting.
Jeez, the people ask, and we deliver as it goes down. But that will be that camera will be up and running. You saw the brief glimpse of the shot. We're just, we're just
Dan
teasing it out
Ballestri,
there.
Balestieri,
Ballast.
perhaps?
Yeah.
Congratulations on that 100-mile finish at 28 hours, 15 minutes, 28 seconds.
And here Aaron Davis, anyone coming back to the park in 5 weeks for McDowell Mountain Frenzy, he's in for the 50-miler. Shout out to Aaron. One of the interesting things about the 50-miler is that the field is going to be really elite this year as athletes have the opportunity to win a shoe sponsorship by winning the the male winner and men's winner and women's winner of the 50-mile distance will receive a 1-year shoe sponsorship for 2023, which is pretty awesome. If you want any more information on that, you can check out the McDowell Mountain Frenzy website on our events page, or you can check out our social medias.
So
as
one
well.
of the things I love about McDowell Mountain Frenzy, like I'm going to be out there. I'm not doing the 50-miler though. I might jump into the 5-miler, but that's also lottery morning.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. We'll have a TV out there.
Yeah, and
we'll have the lotteries, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You have the Western States Lottery followed by the Hard Rock Lottery. In the Western States, let's be honest, that's why a lot of runners run this race. They want to get into the Western States Lottery, and this is the way to do it. And last year we actually just kind of did like an informal watch party. We had a TV there, and Andy, our tech guy, was like, "Do you want like a big speaker?" And I said, "No, we should be fine." So, of course, it ended up being louder, everything going on around us. So we all kind of huddled around the TV, and then they announced a name, and it just so happened to be a woman who was sitting right next to us.
Well, and you know what's going to happen this year, Chris?
No,
They're going to announce your name, my
I-
good friend.
I'm gonna get emotional just thinking about it.
They're going to announce
Let's
the
hope
name
not.
of
I'm not ready.
Christopher L. Warden, Esquire. So we've got more runners coming in here.
Mallory Ham.
Mallory Ham.
Congratulations to Mallory on a great finish. James Eha's coming in. 10-time finisher. I recognize James from a lot of other events.
Finished strong.
Yeah.
Finished strong.
James is 69 years old, and his expression when he's running out there is never wavering. It's he's pretty much got the same look on his face whether he's at mile 1 or mile 100. He's actually a very talented runner. Been around the scene for a long time, and he's also, I believe, year 5 or 6 in the Western States Lottery as well. So this makes him eligible for next year's lottery.
So we have more finishers coming through. And something crashed on my end, but I think it was just the results page, which is good.
Michaela
Johnson.
Congratulations to Michaela, finishing in a time of 28:19:26.
And I'm going to move.
Our most recent finisher, Chris Smith, 28:50:04. Holly Sitzman. Oh, actually, no. Holly is actually at Rattlesnake Ranch. I misspoke. Derek Kirkman finishing as well. Congratulations to Derek. Looking at some of our older runners, one of our oldest runners in the field. 2 of them clock in at the age of 75. I don't know birth dates, but Robert Zekaresh, I'm not sure. I apologize. The last ping was at Coyote Camp at about the 25-hour mark. Still out there on the course. Gene Dykes, the legendary Gene Dykes, who is basically taken on and defeated all comers in all American distances for the 70-plus age group, has passed Jackass Junction as well. On the women's side, in the 100-mile, our elder spokesperson, Karen Bonet, former Western States DFL finisher, has passed Rattlesnake Ranch and is on her way in. She hit Rattlesnake Ranch about the 28-hour, 24-minute mark. So Karen will add yet another Javelina 100 finish. I believe that this is Karen's 12th finish that she is going to complete here at Javelina 100. She has run many 100-milers here, Western States, and all over, part of the Bonet running family, which has been huge in the fabric and history of the sport here in our area and in the state of Arizona. Of course, her brother is Paul Bonet, who was a many-time Western States finisher, and Paul's son is James Bonet, one of the most prominent coaches in the sport. Another runner coming in for a finish. Let's see if we can find out who that is. Brett Barker. Congratulations to Brett Barker on his Javelina 100 finish. Brett Barker has run this race before, run the 100K in 2021, and is scheduled for a couple of big runs coming up, running both the races of the Black Canyon Ultras, the 100K and the 60K on back-to-back days. So he'll be doing 160K, basically 100 miles over the course of that weekend, and is on the Cocodona race roster. Another Cocodonan.
And it looks like we just had Lauren Morgan finish.
Congratulations, Lauren Morgan. 28:54:08, just under the golden hour. Lauren Morgan ran Black Canyon earlier this year, so no stranger to the Arizona trails, but this looks to be Lauren's first 100-miler, so congratulations, Lauren. Sarah Newberry asking, knew that we all had Cocodona shirts. Are there Javelina shirts for y'all too? Yeah, actually, there are. If I can do this. So they gave us, for the streaming team, these sharp little Aravaipa running events shirts. So I was thoroughly impressed by these, and they have the a nice little Javelina logo on the back as well. And they're comfy. I always run in long sleeves, so for me, this has got personal utility as well. I'll be taking this out on the trails around here until it's no longer white, which will probably be a week. Hoping to see some more finishers hit the finish line here in a little bit. Here in Davis. Thompson Peak is the flattest mountain you'll ever climb. That's one way of putting it. I've only done Thompson Peak once. Thompson Peak is one of the high peaks surrounding the McDowell Mountain Regional Park, and from the top of it, you can see almost the entirety of the Javelina 100 course. Thompson Peak is very steep to climb, and it's kind of broken down service road to get to the top, but it is an excellent place to go and get some vert.
We're going to see. We've got.
There is the Pope. Sherm, I appreciate the notion, but I'm not running hard rock ever.
Are you sure?
Pretty positive that that qualifier list is a little bit too stout for my taste.
Well, you got Mogi and Monster, the only qualifier in Arizona.
Oh, I know. I'm out there every year, and I love being out there, but I don't want to subject myself to that pain. I like taking pictures and watching other people do it. Some recent finishers here at the Javelina 100.
And we will have audio here.
Jamie Hardesty and Nartaya Miller.
All right, I want to be mindful of some time. We got a couple of people who are looking to catch a flight, so we are going right into it. Wow. And we're going to do the men's 100-mile podium. So to the stage, I want to see Arlen Glick, Jonathan Ray, and Dakota Jones. Arlen, we're starting with you.
And we will get back to that in just a minute.
Congratulations to our most recent finisher, Nicholas Budovich, finishing the 100-mile in 28:28:37. It's not often that you see a podium lead off with Arlen Glick.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. We got the music turned off.
That's what I figured.
Wasn't sure.
John
All right,
Ray.
we're looking for Dakota. Anybody?
Where's Young Money, Cash Money at?
All right, we're going to go ahead and start with the 100-mile men's podium in third place. That's a good sign, right?
I know
In
who that
third
is.
place, we've got Arlen Glick. 13:25:48. An amazing run. This was last year's champion. Back again to podium here in Javelina. In second place, to the time of 13:05:58. Give it up for Jonathan Ray. Jonathan is also taking away a golden ticket, which is an entry to the Western States Endurance Series.
Look at him. Look at that.
Look at that. And in first place, which he actually might be on a plane. He's parking. Okay, when he comes back, we'll make a woohoo about it. But I want to say, in first place for the 100-mile, it was Dakota Jones with a record-breaking time of 12:58:02. Round of applause for your men's podium in the 100 mile.
Dakota gamesmanship to the end. Such an amazingly fast field this year.
And we will keep a little finish line cam on the screen there for you as well. And it looks like we're going to go to the full screen finish line cam as we just lost our static cam over. Well, it looks like we may have lost everything here. So we will see if we can get that up momentarily.
We'll be keeping an eye out for Dawn Petrovich, our newest 100-mile finisher. Congratulations to Dawn, finishing with a time of 28 hours, 32 minutes, 12 seconds. Great job, Dawn.
And I don't know if you provided this update, Chris, but we do have Gene Dykes through Rattlesnake.
Great.
through the final time.
Yeah.
So
Legend.
we're going to send it back over here. I'm going to see if we can get that camera feed unmuted. And I am also going to... Yep, there we go. And I'm going to put this there for
We've
you.
got the 100K fastest guys. In third place, right here is Michael Tomchani with a time of 10:27. In second place was Avi Mayer with a time of 10:06 even. And hop up on stage, another course record, absolutely crushed it with a time of 7:31:46. Give it up to Scott Trayer.
Scott Trayer, ladies and gentlemen, Aravaipa's own Mr. Run Fasta himself, race director of McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
Big round of applause for
Legend.
the fast gentleman in the 100K.
He was the fastest on his third loop. He was moving so unbelievably fast. He was sprinting through the infield.
You know, I'm sad that I didn't get to see the finish line celebration live, but I did see photos of it. It looked pretty good.
It was great. While they're gathering the women's podium, congratulations to the most recent finishers, Chris McMillan, Brian Hansey, and Florian Nikitian.
We have eyes on Sarah. All right, in the 100K for the women. In third place with a time of 10:07. Fifth overall, Rachel Northeast. In second place, we had Sarah Ostrowski, third overall with a time of 8:36:01.
Shout out to Sarah O, Aravaipa Racing Team's own, Flagstaff's own.
The women's second overall went to Lottie Brinks.
Then a huge shout out to Lottie, coached by Pat Reagan, I do believe. I think she's been coached by Pat since she was at Savannah College of Art and Design. I believe she has been coached by Pat.
Was Sarah's time under the previous course record as well?
What was the...
Courtney DeWalter's course record previously was 8:48:25.
Yep.
That's amazing. She ran 8:38, right, Sarah? Impressive.
With Harlan Blake in third place, Jonathan Ray and taking a golden ticket in second place. And your men's champion once again, Clark
Dakota Jones, Young Money. It's hard to believe that he's still, 31 years old.
Yeah.
As long as he's been in the sport, you know?
Congratulations to our most recent finishers, Drew Castle and John Yu.
Okay, and we do one more award, which is the fastest time by a first comer. We call it the first version. Dakota has never run the look before, so he walks away with the very coveted first version.
Makes sense.
Yep. Probably an award he's most proud of on his resume.
100 mile at Javelina.
And looks like we lost that feed. So we will keep it locked in here at the finish line.
Yeah, that fastest first-timer award is probably going to go hand in hand with a lot of the winners in the future, simply because this race gaining prominence as a golden ticket race is going to bring in just the best of the best fields from all over. In a lot of those cases, those will be people coming in for the first time.
We're going to switch it back there.
We did have multiple non-binary athletes competing at the Javelina 100 this year. This is our very first year that we are recognizing podium awards for non-binary athletes. And the champion today, the non-binary, is Virgo with a time of 23:22. All right, we're going to go ahead and do the women's podium. For the 100 mile, I would like Nicole Bitter, Riley Brady, and Devin Yanko.
Yes.
And here we're going to see
we got
our women's podium here.
The women's 100 mile. In third place, Nicole Bitter with a time of 15:16:25. In second place and walking away with a golden ticket. Give it up for Riley Brady, 14:45. And your overall champion for the women's 100 mile. This is a two-time champion of this event at Javelina, with a time of 14:36 and walking away with a golden ticket. Give it up for Devin Yanko.
And there you see our women's podium. And we just recently had Luke Adams and Penn Perez both finish the 100-mile
Congratulations
distance here.
to
Congratulations
Luke and
to both of them.
Penn, the first golden hour finisher.
To the youngest finisher, we had a couple of 18-year-olds out on the course. Our youngest was Colton Rogers.
Finished with his mother, I do believe, in just under 24 hours.
Give it up for Colton coming out here, 18 years old, finishing 100 miles here at Javelina 100. I believe our oldest finisher is still on course, but is 75 years old. And please stick around after the award ceremony to welcome in all of the golden hour finishers from 11 to 12:30. We're gonna bring them in and
And cry. I cry so much.
I cry.
Guilty.
All right. As a very special award to give out, this is again, second-time champion. Just a phenomenal performance this year. We call it the best ass, but I'm going to call it like the most exposure. Because we ran how far is this? That is 40 miles.
2 laps this year.
We're going to give it up to Bob Hearn.
Bob Hearn.
2022.
At this point, maybe they have to call it the Bob Hearn Award.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed that he didn't accept the award in full garb.
Yes.
But it's okay.
Goldberg and Michael, he already did. All right, we do a best team. You pre-sign up, you run with a partner, and the best combined time wins best team. This year's winner was #10 Team MG. Michelle Goldberg and Michael Gigliardi, both finishing 23, 43, 39. All right, for our final award this time around, I don't believe Heather is here, so I'd like to have Mike come up and accept on her behalf, and Jerry Kay. We host a very special award each year. It is the Jerry Kay Award. It is named after our founder and creator of the Javelina 100, Jerry Kagera. Jerry Kay, after 20 years, she is back on stage.
Give her the mic.
Yeah, of course, I'm accepting on behalf of Heather Jackson. I did speak to her after the race and can tell you she had a fast, although the last lap was amazingly painful, and she suffered a knee force, and somebody had taken her down. She's a torture, somebody that never won over a marathon. She will be back, and everybody for this award.
So the big congratulations to Heather Jackson. As you follow the race this time around, Heather has not run an ultra, a 100-mile, a 100K, but went after the golden ticket and earned herself a 5th place in the women's. And absolutely just lit her. So this is all the best in glory, and definitely memorable for this year. All right, that is all I have. I have a few more for our oldest, for our zero. And Bonnie, come here. All right, this is our champion in the women's 100K. She absolutely left it all out on the court. This is Lottie Bruce with a winning time of 4 hours, 6:17. All right, big congratulations to every single finisher and every runner out here at the Javelina 100. What an extraordinary year. You always make it memorable. Each and every one of you are heroes here in Javelina. and it is a pleasure and a joy to host you each year. So please enjoy the cheer on the rest of the runners who are still coming in from the desert to finish their 100-mile, 100K, and I hope to see you all next year.
And there you have it, as we have runner after runner after runner after runner coming in right now. Let's catch up on some finishers that were in the bottom of the screen there. While we checked in on the awards, we had Lulu Martinez-Guillen finish in 28 hours, 45 minutes. Thave Nentarahanapon finished the 100-miler in 28:47:38 with Randy Van Duzen finishing right with him. Those two finished together. Carrie Regan, 28:47:42. And then we just saw Jacob Duncan come through in 28:48:13. So most of these folks are going to be Wave 2 finishers, so they aren't quite into their golden hour yet. But we could still have some Wave 1 folks who are finishing, like Pen Perez, currently our only golden hour finisher up to this point.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see at least a couple more that were part of the Wave 1. My big concern is that, some of them, I'm hoping that all of the people still on the course are actually able to make it in under the 30-hour cutoff, because it's got to be. Can you imagine finishing, say you're a Wave 1 starter, but then you come in during the second half of the golden hour and people not realizing that, you were part of the Wave 1, so you didn't technically make it, would be kind of an awkward situation.
Yep.
So hopefully we can avoid that. Kristen, giving props to all runners, way to get out there, face challenges head on, and do amazing things. To those who had DNF, way to get out there and kick up some trail, kick ass. I agree. To a lot of people, the 100-mile race is basically a series of problem-solving events that you have to encounter over the course of your time on the trail. So that's quite accurate. Looks like we might have some trail. Jonas, one of our excellent drone pilots, following the scene, heading up Cinch Trail. The runners actually come right towards where the camera is aiming from. They run right down the middle of that miniature valley on the right-hand side of the screen. That is the final stretch of the race. And now Jonas is taking us up atop the ridge, which is a beautiful view as well. There actually aren't any trails on the top of that ridge. I've always been curious to try and go and check it out up there, but obviously we don't encourage a lot of bushwhacking in our regional parks. But it is a gorgeous area. Looks like we've got a shoot shot here.
Courtesy of the doctor himself.
Dr. Stephen Crawford. One of the most fantastic beards you'll ever see at a race. When it's windy or when he's moving it, it literally parts down the middle.
Love it.
It's definitely that academia beard.
Yep.
High quality academia beard.
And we're back at static cam 1 here. Again, we've got our drone trying to find some runners out there.
Yeah, we're getting to the point now where you're going to be sincerely hoping they've hit or are about to hit Rattlesnake Ranch.
Yeah, and we just had Caitlin Stoddard-Carter go through Rattlesnake, so that'll be someone to look out for as possibly one of our final finishers.
Definitely. We just had somebody cross the finish line.
Mark Zerhusen, congratulations to Mark. Finisher time of 12:22:44.
28:52:42.
I'm sorry. That was the time of day. 11 hour.
Wow.
I did not realize Taggart Van Etten had entered the chat.
Carson Galloway, 28:53 flat with the finish.
Mark running, having 100 for, not for his first time, for his second time, was out here last year and decided to come back and join in the fun once again. So congratulations.
We just had another runner come through, Courtney Brady, getting the finish there. Another golden hour finisher, 29:23:22.
Carson Galloway ran Javelina 100 last year as well as in 2019 and 2018 and 2017.
Here we go.
2016. So a 5-time finisher. That's Jeff Foote.
Was it?
Yep.
How could you tell? Because he was 18 feet
Because
tall?
I could hear his feet. Could hear his footsteps. I believe that was Jeff Foote.
Here comes
I'd hate to be
Jeff.
wrong, but again, congratulations to Courtney Brady. And, Jeffrey Foote with yet another Javelina 100 finish. I believe that this is his 6th finish of the 100-mile. More Aravaipa racing finishes than any other human being on the face of the earth. Andre Lee, another person out on the course, is 2nd. And I'm 3rd. But they're gaining, or they're gaining ground on me as I'm sitting here in the studio.
Yeah.
And Andre's a master of knowing exactly what it takes to get things done, as evidenced by his experience at Cocodona and in here in the past. He's run so many ultras. He's a very athletic runner. Takes very good care of himself and has run as many as 50 ultras in a year. So I'm not worried about him having any issues finishing at all.
We just
fairly
saw
confident.
Douglas and Matthew Jones cross
Them
the
Jones
finish
boys.
lines just moments ago.
I don't know. Were they the most impressive Joneses out on the course this weekend?
Maybe if you,
Among them.
Well, if you plural it, Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think the last name Jones has had a pretty good.
Matthew and Douglas, their brother Dakota, all had great races this weekend. You should have seen the look of disdain that I just got from the hallway. Skylar Hall walking by. We can play the Are They Related game all day long. But we've got a moment referencing back to somebody whose timing Matt just hit. Caitlin Stoddard Carter hit at Rattlesnake Ranch, 28:52:02 into the race. That means that she's got to hustle. Caitlin is certainly capable of finishing the race, but if you're 28:52 into this race, you've got, at that point, an hour and 8 minutes, now down to an hour and 4, to go 3.7 miles. Now, the good thing about this is that Caitlin had, the timing mat at Rattlesnake Ranch is as you leave.
Yep.
So
she's already left.
Yeah, so she's already left Rattlesnake Ranch. So I would say that as long as she gets down to business, she'll finish. But it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. And, having experienced that terror of having to do the math in your head as you're going, it can be really it can be a soul-sucking a sense of dread as you're wondering, do we have a camera out at Rattlesnake?
Yep. And
okay.
We may have had final. I know that sweeps have not gone through there yet, so there could still be people on course. Sweeps are through Jackass Junction about 40 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, but by and large, if we don't see a runner in that shot and we don't have them registered,
because that means you haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, it means that you've got your work cut out for you. Not saying you can't do it, because this last part of the trail, this last part of the course, is rather forgiving. It's downhill, it's level, it's flat, and you can make up time on that stretch. But
and we just saw a runner come across on that cam, so we will have Susanna Hawkins just finished, who we got to see on this finish line cam, and we've got another runner.
Congratulations, Susanna. Jessica notes in the chat, speaking something I believe, doing runner math is pure hell. It truly is.
But you're a numbers guy, Chris.
Well,
Ariel Yapindianco with the finish there, 29 hours, 28 minutes, so another golden hour runner.
And we're about 90 seconds from entering the golden hour for the number 2 wave as well.
And I am keeping
you want to jump in here?
I am keeping my eye out at the Rattle Shack to see what we have going on. We may have some runners there. I want to catch this finish first here for everyone. And I can't tell if these are runners or volunteers.
That's a runner.
It does look like we have a runner.
Tristan Rice was the last runner to cross the finish line. Congratulations to Tristan in 29:28:57. But looks like we've got a runner at Rattlesnake Ranch, and right now it's like you're watching a horror movie, and you're like, get up, go! You want to see them go, but you know that they're doing everything they can. I mean, They're going to do everything they can to get that runner going. It's just so tough. This is going to be a nail biter. It's going to be really intense this last stretch here. So hopefully that runner is able to get up and go. What? I don't think so. I think the last official cutoff on course, I believe, is at Jackass.
So we are tuned in here to Rattlesnake Ranch. We're going to throw it back to Javelina headquarters, where you can notice the tents have slowly
gotten more sparse.
But we have runners coming in here. We have a runner approaching the finish here. I just saw on one of our other camera feeds, so we should be seeing that. Yep. Look at this finish.
No, that's Scott Traer.
Oh, that's Scott. Well, look at Scott's finish here.
Oh, no, that's Rollo.
No, that's Rollo.
Robert Lopez.
Rollo and Scott.
Serving as the hare, the rabbit. Oh, that's Matt Miller, local runner here. Congratulations to Matt. Getting the work done in 29 hours and 54 seconds.
The first golden hour finisher of Wave 2.
Yeah, I'm happy for Matt. Matt is a regular member of our group runs. Karen Bonet coming in as well. I have good eyesight.
Of the legendary Bonet family.
Yes,
correct?
Of course, Paul is actually pacing her right there with his...
Paul legendarily had a nice lean during the golden hour at Western States a year or two ago.
Absolutely.
Karen had a little bit of a lean there going on, so maybe it's in the DNA.
Sibling DFLs at Western States.
Love it.
And, Paul... Paul starting scrums at the finish line of high-profile 100 milers. We're kidding,
Molly
Paul.
Shoemaker or Schumacher, depending on where you're from.
Yeah, what your zip code says.
Coming through with the 100-mile finish. Steve DeReamer, 29:01, our second Wave 2 golden hour finisher.
Has the runner at Rattlesnake Ranch moved yet? No.
Nope.
Oh, man, it's going to be tough. I mean, at this point, we've got less than an hour. I mean, not saying it can't be done, but you're going to, at this point, be...
That's 15-minute miles.
Yeah.
Right?
It's doable.
It's doable, especially in that section.
Yes.
But...
I mean, it's going to feel a brisk walk, like to get you going, will get you there. But that runner really has to get up and get going here very soon. Otherwise, it will be a situation where it's going to be extremely difficult to catch that cutoff. We're going to be following that and seeing what happens. But with luck, that runner will get up and go. Matthew asking about a runner in specific. We have the live results link up at the top of the chat, and you can search individually for the runners, and there are ways to sort the data in multiple fashions. So, Matt, I encourage you to give that live results link a try. And we're still...
While we wait, we're going to send it back out here to Rattlesnake. We're keeping our eyes peeled at the finish line so that we don't miss.
If somebody's out at Rattlesnake, it would be great if you could, if you can hear us, if you can get the
it's a static
for this
cam
runner. Oh, okay. Well, maybe they got it on in the aid stations. I know that some of them do. I hope that whoever this runner is able to get up and. I mean, I'm not telling them anything they don't already know. I mean, and we're also operating under the assumption that they're a Wave 2 starter. Because if they're a Wave 1 starter, it's not going to happen. But if it's a Wave 2 starter, there's at least a shot. But he's eating and hopefully getting ready to get up and make his way towards the finish for that last final stretch.
So we will send it back out here to the Rattle Shack.
There's Julie right there. Julie obviously knows the score. Not only works for Aravaipa, but also is an aid station captain at Animus Forks at Hard Rock. So she definitely knows what needs to get done. You don't end up as an aid station captain at Hard Rock without knowing exactly how to handle these kinds of situations. And also being a very ambitious and energetic person. So hopefully Julie is able to talk to this runner and get them going. But yeah, at this point we've got just a handful of runners. I see that's Lori Mazza right there. He's up. He's up. You can tell he's not physically, get him stretched out. Oh, come on, go, go, go. Go, go, go. All right, come on. Get to step in. Walk it out. Walk it out. Come on.
And we do have some finishers coming in. So we just had Mark Gregoire finish here, 29:06.42.
Congratulations to Mark. Sarah asking how far that is from the finish line. The answer is about 3.7 miles, and it's a very runnable, very smooth section. So if he's got anything left within him, it can be done. It can be done, but as we stress, he's got to leave that aid station very quickly at this point.
And we just had Mac Smith finish there.
Mac, one of the youngest runners in the field. Yeah.
Shout out to Mac.
Mac Smith at 23, running Javelina 100. Prepared for this race by running these hills. Mac looks to be a local runner. Ran Crown King at the age of 20. And a 7:29 finish for a 20-year-old is very impressive. So congratulations to Mac.
We're still taking a look out here at.
We are all behind
Rattlesnake
this
Ranch.
runner. I wish we could get a number. We'll have to see if we can catch a bib as we go by.
Well, we'll get the timing point when he leaves.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Now that Rattlesnake is working today.
I want to see. There we go. He's standing up. He's moving.
This is where legends are made.
Showing that grit. No.
Well, I wonder if there's like an injury.
Oh, that's possible.
Possibly.
I'm worried that because it looks like he's taken his bib off of his shorts. I'm hoping that it doesn't look like he's ready to go yet. So we'll keep an eye on it, but hopefully, unless it happens fairly soon, it's not going to be in time. So we will pay close attention. We can check to see, at least get an estimate on how many people are still on the course at this point. Sort.
We are back at the finish area. We just had Soren Wakelin come through and Yanfen Shen come through here.
Congratulations. Soren at 29:39.46. Yanfen Shen at 29:39.51. We were talking about possibly how many runners there are on the course. I was just on through back channels with Skylar. We were looking at maybe about 15 or so, give or take, including some names that we are familiar with. If you are a regular spectator of our live streams, Andre Lee is still out there. Gene Dykes is still out there. Local runner Brittany Edmiston is still out there, putting that Christmas win on the entry to good use, getting her time's worth out there. We talked about Cheryl Bia. Cheryl is still out there, but they're in between Rattlesnake Ranch and the finish. So, I got a good feeling about those runners that have made their way through. I don't think anybody coming through Rattlesnake at this point is probably going to be a little bit too tight as far as the potential for getting it done.
Got some photo ops.
Congratulations,
at
right
the
there.
finish here. What do we have going on?
Oh,
at the
Jubilee just getting the
stage?
hype machine rolling.
Yep. Standard. Let's go ahead, take a look, and it's not looking promising at this point. If you're still sitting in the aid station, probably not a good sign.
So let's see. Our final finishers, at least final people on course, we're going to be rooting for them. Philip Powers, Jesse King, David Becker, Leah Becker, Holly Sitzman, Brittany Edmiston, Natalie Bickers, Jack Wiley, Gene Dykes, Hideo Takano, Misty Thomas.
Here we have a
Caitlin Stoddard-Carter.
Runner coming through. We saw this gentleman.
He was looking rough at Rattlesnake.
No, I thought we saw him. Did we see him at Rattlesnake?
It was Rattlesnake.
Or was it Jackass last night?
I saw him. We saw him this morning at Rattlesnake. At least I did.
Yeah.
But he's getting it done.
He's there.
Yeah,
it's done. You passed the squirrel's nut butter tent.
I think that was bib number 537.
And
Hideo
you're there.
Takano. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Everybody watching, you've got it, but at the same time, getting it done is a whole nother matter entirely. To see if we can get one of our follow cams to.
Just had some runners come by there. So that was Jimmy Zhu that just finished the 100K.
So, interestingly, we talked about Andre Lee still being at course. Andre is one of those that hasn't hit Rattlesnake yet.
Per the tracker.
Yeah, per the tracker. There are a few that we're not quite sure about, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
And we just had Roger Young come through here, 29:14:32 for a 100-mile finish.
Oh, I got the numbers backwards. It's 573, not 537.
Yep. Here we are, back out on course as we await our next runners coming in.
That is Robert Lopez, the master of shenanigans out at Javelina 100, walking away. And Rolo is probably basically catching people as they come in, basically to let them know that this is their moment, this is their time.
And just to check back in, we've got some movement here out at Rattlesnake Ranch.
All right, it looks like he's up and going. Oh man, this is gonna be intense. Thanks for hanging out with us. The one, the only Skylar Hall.
Will be joining us next year at the Javelina 100 for a shoes tied 100K. Shoes tied together.
Well, of course he's going to run Crown King because Vert isn't real.
Yep, that's true. That is true.
Always love when Skylar comes to town to hang out for having a 100 weekend. It just wouldn't be the same without him.
Oh,
whether he's here or he's out at the location, it's just so great to see him. We've got a finisher coming in here. If that's Dr. Stephen Crawford on the stick. Let's see if we can keep on this runner or two runners. Uh, 261 and 248, it looked like. Heading on in.
Yeah.
The Beckers?
Yep. Lee and David Becker.
Congratulations to Lee and David Becker getting it done. Getting it done with as much time as you needed to get it done. It still got did. Their official finish time is an identical to each other, 29:18:04.
That was not what I meant to hit. There we go. Well, we got running in hot.
Impressive for this at this point. Yeah, if you've got a run in you,
Look at him
show it
go.
off.
We'll see who we have here. Holly
those we mentioned.
Sitzman.
Congratulations to Holly Sitzman for finishing. Actually ran Javelina 100 in 2019, and in 2018. So Holly knew exactly what to do to get it done. Ran. So this would be her third finish here at Javelina 100. 2 more for the jacket. Sherman Bia has been following along with us for the entirety of the live stream and mentioned that he has some inside info that his wife Cheryl is inside the 5K mark. Sherm would be pacing her right now, but unfortunately he couldn't make it due to a positive COVID test. Sherm, we know you're here in spirit, and frankly, we will do what we can to bring this moment to you. She's under 5K, and she's got a little over 40 minutes to get it done. So there's, as long as she's still moving, there's a chance. There's a shot. Got another runner coming up to the finish line. Thank you again to the one, the only Dr. Stephen Crawford, Cocodona 250 finisher, Javelina 100 finisher as well. He knows these trails. It's a nice, strong move for a runner at this point. All smiles. Love it. Love to see it. See if we can get a note on who that was.
We will have, of course.
I love seeing people that actually have a smile. Jack Wiley was our most recent finisher, 29:21:20. Congratulations to Jack on getting the Javelina 100 done.
Here we have our next finisher coming in.
Randolph Ohoff asking a question that we'll answer in just a moment here. But congratulations on our newest Javelina 100 finisher.
You would need to run 18-minute pace.
miles. Yeah, absolutely. In my experience, 17 hours or 17 minutes, 58 seconds counts.
Yep.
I know this personally. Rebecca Gulao. Oh no, that's another distance.
She had. She was just
timed
coming
out.
through
Okay.
for her fourth loop.
Okay. This is definitely a finisher's pace. Running with the family,
Love to see it. All right.
Looking really strong
Absolutely.
at the finish there.
I'm sure that having the family alongside it didn't hurt in terms of helping to stoke emotion and
Janet
motivation.
Gutierrez with a 100-mile finish, 29:23, and I just got eyes
There he is.
on the man, the myth, the legend.
The incomparable. He's not DFL today.
Nope. Gloves on and all.
Always so darn smiley. What a guy. Andre Lee, congratulations.
The first ever last place finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Yep.
Andre Lee. What a run.
People showing love for Andre in the chat. We have another runner coming in. Oh, is that Brittany Edmiston? I think that might have been not 100%, but it could have been a local runner, Brittany Edmiston, who won her entry. But I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a great look. It was Brittany.
Yep.
Congratulations to Brittany. Of course, as we mentioned, Brittany won her entry. Another golden hour finisher with the family. A very emotional moment. It's unbelievable to witness this. It really is. I mean, I love being here, but if we can work it out, I would really love to be there in person again next year. It's emotional and inspiring on so many levels. We'll get the name of this finisher here in just a moment. Talking about Brittany Edmiston. Congratulations, Brittany. I know that when she won the entry, she genuinely started to cry and was feeling so great about the idea of running this race. She had been on the fence about it, but obviously that was a sign that it was meant to be. So congratulations to all of these golden hour finishers, to all of our finishers, and everybody who's been out here for any stretch of time here at the Javelina 100 2022. And you can see now at the golden hour is underway. There's a lot more buzz and energy happening at the finish line.
Looks like we're not getting a read on who that finisher was. But we will see if we can get an update.
We've got somebody coming in now as well. This gentleman, I saw him out there very heavily dressed the entire day. Oh, that's Gene Dykes.
In costume.
Gene Dykes in is it a beekeeper costume?
Looks like it.
Gene Dykes is a record holder in so many age groups, basically all of them. If you're 70 and above and an ultra runner in the United States, then Gene Dykes has kicked your butt because he holds all American records, or practically all American records, 50K and above. And Gene is now finishing Javelina 100, yet another feather in the cap of an amazing running career that didn't begin until the age of 58.
What an effort.
Congratulations, Gene. Final time, 29:27:30. A guy who just knows how to get it done.
And look Look at this. Just having fun.
That another finisher as well? Patrick
Yep,
Grangs.
Patrick Grangs.
29, 27, 47. So we are at the point now where those first waivers have got to get done in the next 2 minutes. If there are any first waivers still left out there, they probably actually need to be on their way really close to the chute. They have to be through the tent at this point. That's how close of a margin we're at this point. But congratulations to Patrick. Congratulations to Gene.
And it looks like we lost every single camera feed, so here we are.
All right, got a second.
We'll
my
try
stomach. Got to
to-
make sure my hair is okay.
Yeah, gotta have your makeup dialed in.
Absolutely. We'll be back out there as soon as we've got camera feeds on the course. But yeah, congratulations to some of these notable finishers recently. Christopher
Chris
Baca,
Baca.
local runner.
Yep.
29, 28, 50. Congratulations, Chris. The energy is huge out there. We'll see what we can do to keep the energy going. Yeah, if a runner is part of wave one, then we really probably won't see them.
Yeah, I mean, my guess would be that there's probably no more wave one runners who are gonna be making it through.
Yeah.
Michael Miller in the chat here. Gene Dykes ran a 2:54 marathon at the age of 70.
That is unbelievable.
It looks like we've got a camera feed courtesy of Dr. Stephen Crawford.
So I have eyes out on the course regarding that runner that we saw sitting at Rattlesnake Ranch. And my ears in the field and eyes and ears in the field say that it was a struggle getting him out of there. But they got him up. I don't know whether or not he's going to make it. We'll soon see. It's going to be close one way or another. And I'm asking my friend Lori if she has a bib number, but we'll keep an eye out for these last few finishes. Few runners.
I guess we could probably look at who it is. Yeah. Oh, maybe it didn't register.
So yeah, if they were part of wave one, then they've passed over their time. So as we've mentioned, there were 3,604 finishers prior to this year, and with less than half an hour left, the time is winding down.
Looks like we do have eyes on someone moving their stuff out.
Part of the breaking down of Javelina. Everybody wanting to work their way towards getting home or back to their hotel. Of those 3,605 finishers prior to this year, 128 of them, or about 3% of that field, were in the final 30 minutes. So we'll see a handful of runners here getting done. And again, one of the cool things about this race is that you have people, lining the chute area, even though, their runners might be in, might be done. But even the groups that are breaking down their camps are still going to be cheering these runners in. As you can see, they're pausing to take care of cheering for these runners. Our most recent runner is at 565. Let's see if we can. No, it wasn't 565. No, it's 565.
Yep, I typed in the wrong number. Kyle Carter.
Looks, yeah, it's Kyle Carter. Kyle Carter ran the Javelina 100K last year, and now is a Javelina 100 finisher, the 100 mile. Moving back to Gene Dykes, somebody mentioned in the chat that Gene also did a 100 miler on October 9th. Jeez. He's 74 years old and just kicking it on another level. Absolutely amazing.
So we got another
Rolo is
runner
accompanying a runner here who's showing a little bit of that ultra lean. Is that 989? Perhaps. But yeah, Rolo serving as a de facto pacer for these some of these final runners as they enter the finisher chute. Getting it done, got it did.
Here we've got our next finisher, Natalie Bickers.
Congratulations to Natalie for finishing the Javelina 100 mile.
29:35:27. We do have drone shot on some of our next runners coming in here.
Natalie Bickers.
We've got
1040. Oh, there's Cheryl. Cheryl Bia Sherman. I hope you're paying attention. I just got goosebumps. Cheryl Bia getting it done. I spoke with Cheryl up in Silverton, and she was so excited about this. Sherm, we know you're watching at home and that you wish you could be here. I wish you could be here, too, because you can see it on Cheryl's face how amazing this is. Cheryl, you did it. Congratulations. And congratulations to Sherm for being with her every step of the way, if not physically, in spirit. Cheryl, a very impressive amount of grit to get it done when circumstances had changed over the 11th hour for her. I mean, you prepare with a certain mindset and a certain expectation in regards to having crew and pacers and people there, and unfortunately, life threw them a curveball, but she handled it like a champ. Cheryl, congratulations. Such a great job. We're very proud of you. Got another finisher here coming in. Looks like bib number 887, perhaps. Misty Thomas.
Yep.
Congratulations to Misty Thomas. Up the finisher chute and heading in to basically bask in the adulation of a supportive, adoring crowd. A race like this, everybody's always so impressed by the effort when you get it done. Congratulations, Misty. Way to move when the going got tough and showing an amazing amount of grit.
Looks like our drone has some of our next finishers who are still making their way off of the trails and into headquarters.
Misty, another runner yet again, and a lot of them did the 75K at Hangover as a training run for this race. These people are all finishing. I would say there's something to that.
I would agree.
So if you're going to run the Javelina 100, get accustomed to and comfortable on the Pemberton Trail, because the entirety of the Hangover night races, with the exception of the 7 and 15K, are on this course, all of it. So you will know exactly what to expect. You'll know what the physical geography of the area around Jackass Junction looks like. You'll know what it feels like to head up the trail slightly uphill on the way out to Jackass and slightly downhill on the flats, the faster way coming back. So
again, you're taking a look at our drone shot as runners are making their way.
And if they're coming down cinch like that, I would assume they're in pretty good shape still. Yep. And they're moving. They're moving fairly well for this point in the race. That pacer's a good pacer. That's the kind of pacer you want right there. See, she's just keeping just ahead of the runner, making sure that that they're moving through the winding cinch trail. Sherman, I can't tell you how happy I am for you and Cheryl right now that she was able to get that finish in. I know you wish you could be there.
We do have our next set of runners, courtesy of Dr. Stephen Crawford.
And Rolo showing that love, giving that little push to 567, bib number 567 on the program, but number 1 for the moment in your hearts.
That's Kyung Lee. It looks like.
Congratulations to Kyung Lee. Passing those last couple rails and the sponsor tents and heading towards the finisher chute. You can see the energy of the crowd as she comes into view for us. And Howie Stern getting ready to get that.
And look at this. She's out high-fiving the fans. She's loving it.
Looks like Patrick Regan circa 2019.
Yeah.
And even has the jump. One jump left in her. That is amazing. Wonderful job.
What a run.
Kristen.
And we've got another runner here. We will get them once they get to the finish here. Maybe multiple runners.
We have multiple finishers here, just came in.
Hideo Takano and Margot Fleming both finishing right there.
29, 41, 33, and 34 respectively. Hideo just ahead of Margot.
I think it's probably Margot.
I think you're right. I just was...
Yeah, that's all right. You're doing great, Chris.
Anything on the teleprompter he will read.
Let's take it back to the drone here. Excellent pacing here.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a great job pacing. This is a master's class in pacing.
Keeping close, but keeping the gas
just
down
reach,
just a little bit,
And frankly, I think at this point, if you're pacing somebody, you almost want to make sure that they're not able to talk to you to carry on conversation. You want to push them just enough that that they're not getting too comfortable. It is Mar go go go. I'd say we need to get Sarah Newberry out here for, one of these events, but she's going to take my job.
Yeah, no, she definitely would.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty just over 17 minutes remain before the 2022 Javelina 100 draws to a close. Those final few runners on the course, it looks like there were a little bit more than 15. We were going off of what we could see that had hit the timing mat at Rattlesnake Ranch. Oh, this is a great shot. You can see how much this runner has yet to go. It's definitely not right there, but the way they're moving, that's a solid pace. That's an extremely solid pace for this point in the race.
And I think we've got our next runner over at Javelina headquarters. Yep, you can see him moving in there. So we'll be able to follow them into the finish.
And in this case, as you can see, nobody is coming in alone. All of these runners are being accompanied by a pacer or somebody who just picks them up in the chute. And that's the way it should be. It's such a great feeling. She's swimming it in. Looks like that's Christy Garris. I do possibly. Let me see. No, is that 335, 375? Let's see. I guess we will find out here momentarily. But she was swimming in. She had the arm action.
Let's see if it... Did you get a bib?
I did not. I thought it was 3-something-5, but there's a few numbers. There was a number in between I couldn't see.
Yep. We'll see if it updates here.
And, of course, special thanks to Dr. Stephen Crawford for being out there. And Stephen and I last year were... they're taking that right on cinch. Or right as we... I guess it is still technically cinch. Or would that be the Escondido Trail? Because cinch, I guess, ends right there. And Escondido, actually, you kind of hop Escondido. You see the pacer, showing that running motion, even though she's not, running. Mm-hmm. Definitely trying to generate that motion. Yeah, this runner actually has less than a quarter mile to get into Javelina headquarters, and then has to make the loop, which is another... It's actually longer than I thought once you're actually inside the city. Could be another... Oh, it's well over a quarter mile. Once you actually hit the entryway into Javelina headquarters.
My guess is that Jamil went and is following this individual in with the drone, because this is probably, based on maybe how far apart everyone is, probably our last runner who's going to make it.
I mean, this runner's still got several minutes to go for sure. I mean, at 30:16, where they're at, they're probably got from where they're at to about a half mile to the finish line. So they're talking, based on the way they're moving, maybe about a 30:24.
It looks like that was Charlene Stevens.
Was our swimmingly happy finisher.
Yep.
Yeah, we're probably talking about a 29:53, 54 perhaps finish for this runner.
Yeah, and you can see headquarters now, which is got to be... I don't know that they can see headquarters necessarily. They might be able to see it, or at the very least they can probably hear it, but you're close at this point. That's got to be fairly uplifting.
Yeah, at this point,
oh yeah, they'd be able to see some of the tent tops there.
There are a couple of large saguaros after you come off of the cinch southbound that once you pass between them, you kind of hit a little bit of a bump, and then you can see headquarters from that point. And plus, now that there's a big top over there, it's not just like seeing the cars or the trailers. Like you can see, you got visibility, and plus, they know that the drone is overhead. I would think that might actually be one of the bigger pushes. Randolph is there.
Said it seems like it's about 5 minutes from the time they enter to the time they're getting to the finish.
Thank you, Randolph.
Give or take.
Thanks for tuning in with us, and thank you for feeding us that information. We really appreciate it.
He's waving at the drone. I'm looking. I don't see anyone waving. Oh, I see someone waving. I see someone waving, holding a baby.
This is awesome. This is intense. Heading down into the aid station area, past the drop bag for the runners that don't have crews. Jamil actually stepping up in front to film. Of course, even from the drone, you can tell Jamil quite distinctively between the camera in hand and the flowing hair. You can feel it. You can really feel the energy. Randolph was the one waving at the drone.
Yeah, but what I want to know, because I saw that, but then I didn't see anyone waving. And then there were a bunch of people waving. Yep, and it looks like we've got eyes on one of our next runners coming in. So it looks like maybe we're going to get a ground shot of a runner in front of where our drone shot is here.
I'd love to see a couple more finishers here. I absolutely would love it.
And we'll switch. Yep.
Here we go. All smiles, knowing that he's done. Is that bib number 136, looks like? Yep, bib number 136. That would be Andrew Muniz. Andrew taking that victory lap around the headquarters area, getting that acknowledgement. Of course, Jamil cut through and met him on the other side. "29 hours, 50 minutes, and a little bit of change. 29:50:41. Congratulations to Andrew.
And we've got
I'll
our
see if
boots on the ground going back out to get our next runners. Our drone, our eyes in the sky is no more. We've lost that feed, so we're relying on the one, the only, the legendary bearded wonder himself, Mr. Dr. Stephen Crawford. I apologize.
You didn't write that dissertation for nothing.
Yeah,
Here we go. How can you not be moved by this kind of shot right here? You see the whole family together. Kid is absolutely loving this moment.
so great.
Is that 879 perhaps? No. But of course, Jamil following her in. Got it done. Congratulations.
Yep, Caitlin Stoddard Carter, bib 472, 29:52 in 12 seconds.
So we've got about just under 8 minutes left. If somebody is hitting the walkers, as Randolph mentioned earlier.
We got our drone going back out.
This is
reminiscent of last year, where our drone pilots were going to find Miss Sonia, and to see her charging down the trail.
You're gonna make me cry.
With everything she had was pretty awesome, and so
she was out there crewing this year. She has a broken foot and was supposed to run this year, but unfortunately wasn't able to. But even though she wasn't able to be a part of it as a participant, she was out there as a crew person this year. And that finish line chair, so fantastic. With in the case of Caitlin Stoddard-Carter, looks like this is her first 100-miler. So congratulations, Caitlin. Way to get it done. Can cross fingers and hope beyond hope that that we get one more or two more finishers. As you know, per experience,
that was not a racer.
That's definitely not a racer. That was looking at Scott Trayer speed right there. Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, these people are wanting to break down their stuff, but they pause what they're doing to turn around and cheer in these last couple of runners. I really hope there's one or two more. We don't know if there's still finishers. It's going to be cutting it really close at this point. As Randolph mentioned, it takes about 5 minutes for walkers to head through headquarters because they've got to loop down through the expo tent. And at this point, if we hit that, 5 minutes to go mark, I'm not overly optimistic. And with our drone not appearing to see anybody on their way out there, they went out a little bit of a ways. I could really go for one more finisher right about now.
That'd be good. Give me some seconds to spare.
Yeah. Well, I can see how many finishers there have been with just minutes to spare. There have only. This is kind of surprising to me. I don't know why this would be, but there have only been 6 finishers that have finished this race in its 20-year history with 5 minutes or less to go. The most recent one of those would have been in 2020 when John Beard finished at 29:57:58. Of course, in terms of the final finishers, we've had 2 golden minute finishers in the race's history, and it was in 2005 were there 2 of them, Huaja Andrade and Paul Piplani, and they finished 3 seconds apart. And Jamil actually told me that on Twitter that the reason why Paul finished DFL that year was because he hid behind the bushes near the old finish line to ensure that he finished behind Huaja Andrade. I disagree with that. You have to let the DFL come organically.
Yeah, the DFL karma is probably out to get some folks.
Yeah, I mean, when I DFL'd, I did not rig it to make sure I was moving as hard as I could, and people were just moving a little bit faster. Randolph mentions he's out there, boots on the ground. Thank you again, Randall. So appreciated. Randolph.
And I got to give a shout out, Adam Muniz. I apologize there. Great job, Andrew. Andrew finished just moments ago. 29 hours, 50 minutes, 41 seconds. Huge shout out to him.
A sibling or parent. But Randolph, again, they don't see anybody out there, so that last runner who left a Rattlesnake Ranch doesn't look like they're going to make it here in time. Yeah, if they're not here now, if they can't see them, then there aren't going to be any further runners behind. I see Rolo coming up here.
That's
one
Adam.
Robert Lopez.
Andrew is Adam's brother.
Oh, awesome. Well, congratulations.
Somebody approaching.
Oh, my. We're going to, I mean, at this point, they're not going to be able to make it through the headquarters loop, but we're going to see an amazing amount of support here.
Yep. This could be like volunteers, or I just saw people coming into headquarters on the drone here, which looks like is coming for a landing.
Hopefully we can get a...
But that could have been people who were out on course, maybe looking for the final runner or something.
Yeah, wait, look in the far background. There's somebody run. They're moving very fast, so I don't think that would be it. As we have entered the golden minute. Well, at this point, anybody who comes in is not going to be able to qualify for an official finish at this point. It looks like there is. I mean, if Steven is aiming at something over there, he knows somebody's on course, so they're moving. And I actually see now like someone shuffling.
Jamil
right
is
to
running
left.
with her with a GoPro. Jamil is filming for post non-live stream related content, so we wouldn't have Jamil's feed.
Yeah, we have different filming sources.
Time is up, but we will. We're still gonna get to see something really awesome.
Oh yeah. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that this is going to be a very emotional moment. So we'll see unless Dr. Stephen Crawford has decided he's off duty and is just going to go and help in the tent area.
Well, I think he's trying to get us a shot here.
He's shortcutting his way over to the.
He's trying to shortcut so that he can catch up here.
Very
and
good.
Here we go.
And he did. You got Jamil, you got Rolo. Oh. See, Steven and I tag teamed the finisher shoot last year, so we got this down. Howie Stern, the incomparable Howie Stern, heading up to the finish line. Jen Laughlin, Aravaipa social media wizard. See if we can kind of deduce who this individual is. Is that 282 or 287 perhaps?
And look at this. This is
a giant spirit tunnel
awaits
formed
in just a few moments.
That looks like that would be, let's see.
We will get an update.
Yeah, the way that we looked at it last year is that, you might not have gotten an official race finish, but you still did 100 miles.
Absolutely incredible.
Heading over to get her that finish line chair, that highly coveted finish line chair. I mean, you can be gutted and you can be inspirational all in the same moment. And this is one of those times where, you didn't have an official finish. And, somebody who apologies, best time to find myself with a coughing fit, but somebody might look at ultra sign up or the race results and see DNF, but those people who are here, they're going to remember, and they're going to tell the story of to the other people, just like last year when Sonia Glover finished. And even though she came in, 7 minutes after, it was still inspirational. And this was, about 4 minutes after the fact?
Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, definitely super close. And like you said, you can be both heartbroken and inspiring at the same time, right? And to come away knowing that you left everything you had out there is super incredible.
And that is the presentation of the DFL award to Caitlin Stoddard-Carter.
Yep, shout out to Caitlin.
Family there in tow and pacer. Just having a great moment of recognition. Congratulations, Caitlin, as one DFL to another. I can wholeheartedly appreciate it. And did Gene Dykes end up being the oldest finisher? It looks like that's the case. The oldest confirmed finisher was none other than the legendary Gene Dykes.
At 74 years young, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And his second 100-miler of the month.
Yeah. What a legend in a beekeeper costume.
In a beekeeper costume. So if you're sitting at home saying, I can't do this, or I'm too old to start, keep in mind, Gene Dykes, legendary Gene Dykes, right there, started his trail running and ultra career at the age of 58. And now he has yet another finish and the acknowledgement of being the oldest finisher at 2022 Javelina 100.
What a legend.
Yeah.
What a legend.
Thank you to everybody helping us document this event. Inspiring, emotional, inspirational, and heartbreaking all at the same time in so many different ways. There are so many things that you go through in an event such as this. You just, all you can do is just hang on and have as much fun as possible.
And per our boots on the ground, Stephen Crawford, the individual who just missed the cutoff, was Allie Columbus, bib 283.
Well, Allie Columbus, looks like Allie is a Pacific Northwest runner. A lot of activity in Idaho and Oregon. Was shooting for that first 100-mile finish, and unfortunately it wasn't to be. But you have to come back and give it another crack next year. We'd love to have you back,
And we
and love to see you. Shave that couple minutes off. You obviously know how to get it done, so there's no reason that you can't moving forward. I mean, you were oh so close.
Seatown fan in the chat. Isn't he a sub 3-hour marathoner? That is correct. Gene
Yes.
Dykes, 2:54 marathon at age 70.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if he's running one now, but okay. So I don't know who the runner is, but that is definitely Eve Rebenak on the left of Rising Mountains Coaching.
Yep.
Eve ran, I believe she ran this race last year, but she's also an excellent runner and a very popular local coach. I don't know, hey, if you're watching in the chat and you know who Eve is running with, let us know. We'll stick around and follow these folks in.
Yep.
Absolutely. They've spent 30 hours with us, and it's the least we can do to see it through. And this runner right here, moving really well for being at this point. I mean, part of that is having an experienced ultra coach, and is actually, I didn't realize, I thought that they were actually heading south on Cinch. No, they're heading back on Escondido. So this is just going to be another couple minutes, and there was one runner behind as well. So. Yeah, Seatown talking about Gene Dykes. Gene, as we mentioned, has the American record in the 50K, 50-mile, 100K, 100-mile, and 24-hour totals as well. Yeah, Randolph, there's actually two coming in right now. We've got Eve Rebenak and her runner who we haven't yet determined. Actually, let me see if I can get some information off of her social media accounts. See if Rising Mountains Coaching. Hey, TJ Gardner, if you're watching, hanging with us, let us know if you know who that runner is with Eve.
Looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how they just kind of pick up some people. Like, obviously, we've got filmers, we've got Rolo. That is Julie running behind with, looks like carrying about 17 different things. You know what? That looks like Julie on Friday as well. No bib on that runner. We'll have to see if we can get information on who that is. Nice jacket toss there.
Yep.
Did it across the front of the runner without having him skip a beat. Tom, hope you do come out and volunteer next year because we'd love to have you as part of the experience at Javelina 100. It's one of the ways that you can be a part of this without having to log 100 miles or 100K. Looks like we'll have to.
Looks like we've lost our drone feed, and
I do see our boots on the ground on the move.
Yep, and I'll need Steven to refresh his feed whenever he can. He's a pro. He knows how to do it. He knows how to do it quick, so we should hopefully get him back up here in just a second.
It was a pleasure working with Steven.
Look at that, crispy.
It was a pleasure working with Steven last year in the finisher shoot. Look at that determination.
Should be seeing him. There we go.
We'll have to find out who that is, as it sounds like his bib might have fallen off somewhere along the way. Do we have one more coming in as well? Or is that Rollo and Steven?
No, that's Steven and Rollo.
Well, maybe we can get a... I mean, if it's somebody local, I might have an idea.
We've got our drone back out, so we'll see if Steven can let us know who that is.
Yeah, that is Eve Rebenak of Rising Mountains Coaching. Perhaps somebody there can ask and let us know. Oh, Lawrence Lowe.
Yep, Lawrence Lowe. And our drone is back out, seeing if there are any more runners out there.
Yeah, Lawrence, again, 30, just over 30 hours. 30 hours and 14 minutes means that you can get it done. You can shave that. Or maybe things just go a little bit differently or whatever. You're close enough that you can shave those margins off.
Can't tell if our drone feed froze or if he's hovering there.
There is somebody out there in the center of the shot. Yep. Yeah. I'm wondering if it's the...
Well, that looks like a individual and a pacer, right? There's two people there for sure.
Yeah.
That gentleman, did he leave with a pacer?
I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure. Kind of just shows how big the desert can be. Oh, Eve picked the runner up at Jackass. Picked up Lawrence Lowe at Jackass. So it's not one of Eve's coaching clients. She just picked him up and wanted to make sure he got in.
Huh.
That tells you I'm very proud of the running community we have locally here.
Yeah.
And when I hear something about that, I'm tickled, I'm touched, but I'm also not surprised in the least.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've met Eve and run in the same circles with her. I wouldn't say she's like a good friend or anything like that, but I know she's spoken about very well with the mutual acquaintances we have. And to know that she was out at Jackass Junction and picked up a runner that she didn't know or have any familiarity with and ran him in, especially as a coach and knowing what she needed to do to get the runner in, I think that's absolutely fantastic and speaks volumes about the Aravaipa community that we have here. That looks like a bike in the background over there.
Yep.
Sherm asking about the guy from Rattlesnake. My thought is that I didn't think he had a pacer, but there were those two people that we just kind of saw on the trail a little bit ago. And we'd love to stay with them if we can ascertain if they're a part of the race. There we go. We've got at least two sets of movement. Looks like two sets of movement, maybe two runners each with a pacer. I guess we shall see. One of them could be the guy from Rattlesnake because he was really hurting when he left. I mean, I know that. I know the feeling. Been there. But
that'd be interesting if it was, though, right?
Yeah.
Because there was no one around. So for him to then be close to someone would be pretty interesting.
Well, I think actually this would be a good opportunity for us to actually look at some of the numbers. The number of finishers, for instance. Let's see if we can gather that. Second most all time, 399 official finishers.
Nice.
In the 100-miler. Next year we'll have to top that, 400, 450 maybe. I think that's reasonable.
I agree.
So yeah, 399 finishers this year in the Javelina 100. And this is where I actually take time to bore you with the numbers. 399 is actually an improvement by 107 over 2021. Last year's Javelina 100 had 292 finishers, which was up from 2020, which had 160. Of course, 2020 was an exceptional year in many ways, not just with our racing community, but overall. And that definitely had something to do with those altered numbers. The most all-time we've had in a single year is 425, which we had in 2019. Now, we came just short of that this year with 399. I expect some of you that are watching out on the live stream to help, help bridge that gap and fill those numbers, because I think that this race should have, that many finishers easily. We had, I don't have an exact number, but we, generally I believe they budget for about 700 starters. I don't know how many DNS'd, but I suppose we can try and ascertain that, But yeah, I mean, if there were even best case scenario, Matt, if there were 700 starters, which there weren't, 399 finishers is not even a 60% finish rate.
Yep.
Again, this course, people, come into town and they see the elevation profile, and I think that in a lot of cases they simply just underestimate how brutal it can be.
Yeah, I agree. The elevation profile doesn't do it justice in terms of the types of challenges that you will experience at this race,
That's true. Jason in the chat mentioning, I guess I didn't think about the fact that the trailing pair could be sweepers.
Yep.
That would make sense.
Yeah, so that could be the guy from Rattlesnake and some sweepers.
Although in this case, usually the sweepers are going to kind of almost serve as de facto pacers if the runner is up for it. I know that from experience as well. I have so much information about what it's like to be in the back of the pack. I had my most recent DFL, but my first 100-mile DFL So I know what the feeling is like. And, while my actual, running itself might lead me to the back of the pack, for those of us that did some fantasy booking on the the sigh, I'm still proud that
You picked Devin Yanko. I picked Arlen Glick to finish third.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I picked Jonathan Ray Ray in the top 5.
Nice.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay.
I had Arlen Glick
Winning.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get jealous.
I'm just saying. I had how many? I had 3 of the top 5 on the men's side.
I did too. I had 4 of the top 5 on the women's side.
I did not. Well, I mean, I had one person DNS.
Oh, that kind of makes it tricky.
But it's okay. It's all in good fun.
It is. But I might remind people of my prognostication on occasion.
That's fair.
Yeah, well.
In college, on the track and cross country team, you would just settle debates by, but I have a faster PR than you.
Well, I mean, yeah.
But that's not what we do in this community. We don't do that.
Although, so when I originally broke into broadcasting, I worked as a sports radio show intern, and one of the things that my producer that I interned under let me know very quickly on during the fall semester when I asked him a question about something. He looked at me, put his hand on my shoulder, and said, "Chris, nobody cares about your fantasy team but you." Shout out Rick Geezer of WGN Radio for putting that out there on Front Street and letting me know. And over the years, I've been inclined to agree. Our drones are still trying to keep an eye on our final people. Oh, how can she be so good at this so fast? I have stats from Jubes. So for the 100 miles, 698 registered, 622 started, 399 finished, and 223 DNFs. So we had a 64% finish rate because of all of the DNSs. I don't remember what it is historically, but
that seems pretty.
I think that's actually on the higher end of the
Yeah.
spectrum for this race, because usually it's about 55 to 65%, if I remember correctly. Rolo has these numbers down on lockdown. So, in the 100K, there were 299 registered and started. Or I'm sorry, 197 finished and 69 DNFs. So actually, not everybody, but that would be 266 starters. So a 74% finish rate on the 100K. And in the Jackass Night Runs, 233 registered, 176 finished, and thankfully, no DNFs. Because if there are DNFs in Jackass Night Runs, it can be a bit of a complication. And that came straight from the race director herself, the Empress of all things, Javelina Jubilee Page. Congratulations, Jubilee, for
The costume extraordinaire.
Yeah. Many costumes extraordinaire.
People are asking, what does DFL stand for? And Sarah Newberry, dead flipping last. It actually stands for Don't Forget Left on Birch.
Oh, my goodness.
You like that, Chris?
I do. Yeah, it's something that we like to recognize and appreciate in a race like this. DFL, it means you still got it done. You got it done. You got the distance covered in the amount of time available. So nobody can ever take that away. I mean, if you have a DFL, it's all good. Hey, Randolph, I want to shout you out personally. Thank you for stepping up and being our eyes and ears and boots on the ground with regards to some information. For those of you that didn't see it, Randolph is actually out on site following the events here at Javelina 100. And was slipping us a little bit of information in the chat, letting us know when runners were coming in, or or how many there were towards the very end of this race. So thank you very much. Thanks for being a part of what we try and bring to the audience here at Javelina 100. So you ready to start talking about Desert Solstice and Black Canyon and Jackpot and Cocodona?
I'm always ready, Chris. I was born ready. I was born with commentary blood in my veins, Chris.
Well, that makes one of us, because I'm really ready for a nap. All of this excitement and all of this energy, it's positive energy and a little bit of nerve-wracking intensity, but it takes a lot out of you to do this. I mean, and you've been on duty far more than I have this weekend.
It's just part of the gig, Chris.
Yeah.
I think it's important to put in the effort to move the sport forward, right? Which is the ultimate goal, is to share these race stories and these athlete stories so that people draw inspiration to do inspiring things, whether that's run your first 5K or get on the trails for the first time or do a night race or do the Cocodona 250. It doesn't matter what the it is, but the goal is for everyone to kind of be inspired and hopefully kind of keep growing the sport,
Absolutely. I think that's a great philosophy for Aravaipa and Steep Life Media to have.
So we, again, have eyes on our final runners. Is that headquarters way over there?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're a ways out.
Yeah, they're about 20 to 25 minutes out based on how they're moving.
Love it. Love that they're still pressing forward. Beautiful landscape with the Sonoran Desert here in the Valley of the Sun.
Yeah, the The weather was highly cooperative today. If the high out there is 76 and it looks extremely overcast, then the runners got a good deal that we're actually out there for that second sunrise today. It is definitely if it's 76 degrees, it's definitely more runner friendly in that case. So as you can see, the trail actually leads from the lower left. You can see it going. I guess that would be south. And then you hang a right on the little Escondido connector spur that leads back to the staging area, which is, of course, Javelina headquarters. Of course, for those of you that were tuning in yesterday, you see far fewer pop-ups at this point, and there's already an effort to get some of those rented tents down.
Looks like we're going to have a drone battery swap here.
I do love this vantage point, though. It is really cool. Even though I know, they're trying to swap out batteries, but it is still really neat.
And landing. So here we are back at the finish line. You can see progress is being made on getting everything taken down. You can see Rollo there.
Breaking news, sitting down for the first time this weekend.
Yeah.
I believe we had a Noah Doherty sighting as well, briefly there.
I believe we'll have our drone probably back up to go and find those last few folks who are still out there. They're quite a ways from Javelina headquarters still, though. I will say that. They are
over a mile
pretty
from the
far
finish
out
line.
there.
Yeah.
There is the legend himself, Noah Doherty, I believe, right?
Yeah, that would be Noah. Of course, Noah is the co-founder and creator of the Mogollon Monster 100, another 100-miler here.
A Mogollon Monster finisher as well.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're going to create it, you gotta put yourself through it too, right?
Yep. And back out with the drone we go.
Yeah, that is an incredibly overcast day out in the park. So
Yep.
that is a bit unusual.
Looks like we have some movement on the trail. Those are not runners, though. That is Chris and Craig.
Is that them Thornley boys?
Yep. Stephen Crawford said they went out in red and blue shirts, and there's a red shirt and there's a blue shirt in hand.
So of course,
So I'm assuming that that's them.
Of course, Squirrels Nut Butter founder Chris Thornley on the right in the red, and Western States race director Craig Thornley on the left. Just going out for a stroll on the course.
Yeah. Jamil's going to follow him in for us. No, I think Jamil's going to go back out now that we've gotten a good look at the brothers Thornley.
Well, while we're here, of course, as we mentioned, I parsed far more numbers than we ever could have possibly needed to. So I'm going to see if I can pull up some information. In terms of last name, heading into this year, Johnson was the number one name. And had 5 runners.
Jones had to be up there then.
Well, for this year.
Yeah.
But like in terms of historically, Johnson had 21 finishes prior to this year, had 5 enter the race. 4 of them finished. So now Johnson sits at 25. Now Smith came in with 1 less name, but had 1 more entered. So we'll take a look and see if the Smiths or the Johnsons came away here. So the Smiths actually ended up having, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 entered and 2 DNFs. So still the name with the most number of participants in Javelina 100, or most number of finishers, would be the last name Johnson with 25, just ahead of the Smiths with 24.
Nice.
That's the content you came here for. Number 3 all-time, Miller, entering the race. Live number crunching on the show. Can't beat it. Miller, actually, we saw 2 of them, Matt and Natalia, finished today. So 2 out of 3 actually started, or 3 out of 4 started, and 2 out of 3 finished. So Miller has joined the 20 finisher club. Roberts, I believe, was next, and I know for a fact that Fred Roberts finished because that's what he does. So Fred is had 6. It makes it 16 for Roberts. The number 5 all-time name, Donnelly. We don't even need to look. We know that Susan finished. And then Williams also tied with Donnelly in terms of last name finishers. Take a look there. Did all of our Williamses finish? It looks like they did not. So, as far as last names go, Donnelly is now alone at number 5 with 15 finishers all time.
That's pretty solid.
That is the information you came here for.
Looks like we got movement there.
course, as we mentioned before, there were 3,604 finishers entering this year, another 399. So now there are 4,003 all-time finishers at Javelina 100.
Love it.
So we crossed the 4,000 finisher threshold with our final finishers here, and that means we have an average of 200 finishers a year over the course of a 20-year span. That's pretty stout.
Yeah. Especially when you consider how small the race was in its infancy, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the first few years, it took until year 7 to actually get to the 100 finisher mark. Those first few years with Jerry Kay and Roger and Jimmy Rublik, things were just under 100, but then beginning in 2009, the race jumped from 71 finishers to 124, and from there it just took off. As we mentioned, we finally had our first Rhode Island finisher. That was one of the more interesting factoids of this race. Yeah, Maurice Lohman, the first finisher from New Jersey to complete the Javelina 100.
From Rhode Island.
From Rhode Island, yes.
It's all right, Chris. It's all right. It's been a day.
It has been a day. Where did I say from?
You said from Rhode Island, or you said from New Jersey, but he's from Rhode Island.
It's one of those Beast Coast states.
Yeah, I know.
I've never run out there, so I would ask AJW to text and tell me the difference, but he's busy charging his battery.
Yeah. AJW started charging his battery 8 hours ago, and it's still on charge.
AJW knows that we're in full jest here. He has taken to joining the commentary team so perfectly. Of course, you can see the rotating list of sponsors in our upper right hand. If you are a fan of events such as this, and us bringing you live streams from Javelina 100, go and buy some swag from these sponsors. They're what make it possible for this to happen. Might be somebody just out for a stroll on the trail at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to. They look pretty strong right now for being 46 minutes behind the cutoff.
Yeah.
So it is hard to tell, right? Because these are public trails.
Yeah.
So it could be a runner who's maybe just getting a little bit of a resurgence, or could just be and
this is the first time these trails have been available all weekend.
Yeah.
So, like, people that were wanting to get their work in yesterday were not able to. I did encounter an individual that was asking questions and said that he was planning. He went by the road crossing when we were filming and said that he was planning to go and ride his bike at Pemberton, and if we knew whether or not he'd be able to use the trail, and I had to level with him. There's going to be a lot of people out there. I said, you can do what you want. It's a free park.
Well, I mean, the trails are technically open.
Yeah.
Some of the trailheads are obviously closed.
Yeah.
Like the Four Peaks
and
the comp lot. Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be a very enjoyable experience, probably.
I mean, you could do some other stuff like
there are other trails out there, too.
Yeah, I mean, McDowell Mountain Park has a huge system of trails that connect to the McDowell Sonoran Preserve. So I mean, you can make a ride out there, or a run out there without being on Pemberton, but it's just Pemberton is kind of like the nerve center of all of it. So.
We do have eyes on.
Now that kind of looks like the runner, like as far as the way he's dressed.
I agree. Could be him.
Could be. That would be an amazing rally.
Do we remember when he left Rattlesnake? I want to say he had about 40 or 45 minutes to spare.
So I think that they left by about 11:40 local time. So that would have been...
Yeah, so 50 minutes.
Yeah, so 50 plus...
40, so 95 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, the way that this individual is moving, I'm thinking that didn't quite rally like this, but
looks like we're going to see if there's...
I mean, because we're going to have safety sweep out there as well. And we haven't seen them yet, so...
And so again, for anyone who is still tuning in, we are looking for some of our final runners on course. They are past the cutoff, which was for Wave 2 runners at 30 hours and 30 minutes on the clock, but it would have been 30 hours from their actual start time. So the
Yes.
clock time is from the Wave 1 start. So they are about 50 minutes past that cutoff, but are still, looks like we still have some people maybe trying to make their way to the finish.
I'll check to see if the drone picks up movement. Looks like it's zooming out a little bit here. Thanks to our drone pilots for helping
Yeah, so
us
that
scan.
white shirt was a pacer,
Oh,
was not a runner, or not
so the
someone
runner
in the race.
must have dropped the pacer then?
Or the pacer is just out for a run.
Oh. I was talking about the one that was at the runner that we were watching at Rattlesnake.
Yeah, we have not seen that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked with my connection out at We can also actually probably check with Julie because she was helping take care of him. I'm going to see if we get confirmation. Part of this is also just because we want to make sure that everybody's taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, right now we just have drones on anything that is moving, or any person that is moving. We don't know whether this person on screen is a racer, a pacer, a fan, or someone who's just out getting exercise. And again, so based on what I'm seeing at the start finish is no one no one else is coming through here. And so I don't know that, yeah, again, we don't know necessarily who we're following right here. So, but again, based on this view, this thing is wrapped up.
Yeah, I think that once, I mean, because that was Mike Melton also breaking things down.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone is, there's no timing mats there. Stuff's starting to get put away. So my guess is anyone who's coming in is either coming back via a ride or is walking in and with sweeps and is being taken care of. But yeah, my guess is this everything is kind of being shut down here is what it looks like to me. And again, we do not know who we're following. We're getting some good running shots here in the desert though.
Yeah.
Of whoever's running.
They were moving at a pretty quick pace till they stopped for a moment, taking some time to walk.
I can confirm that is not the person who left Rattlesnake.
Yeah, they just kept their pacer bib on for during their run. Or they're just a very awful pacer.
Yeah.
I think we've reached the punchy part of the
Well, I think
live stream.
I think we are going to enjoy this shot here, and I think we're going to bring it in studio and wrap things up here. Any parting wisdom, any final words for the viewing audience here, Chris?
Just that this was an amazing experience. Everything from the amazing speeds that were shown on all levels. On the men's side, new course record. On the women's side, not a new course record, but a new standard set for making the podium in this race. More runners finishing under 17 hours on the women's side than any year in history by a wide margin. In the 100K, new standards set in the 100K men's and 100K women's. Jackass Night Runs continues to be Jackass Night Runs.
Yep.
And a lot of excitement all the way down through hour number 30 when we had our final finishers. Some recognizable names, including Gene Dykes coming through in the 11th hour or the 29th hour, as it were. That's a lot of fun. And frankly, it's part of why I love doing this race and why I love being out there. It's so exciting. And there are so many stories, so many narratives, because there were 399 finishers in the 100-mile.
Yep.
A huge amount of runners. One of the largest finisher fields you'll find anywhere for a 100-mile race. So I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Yep. It was a great time. That's going to do it for us. Our next live stream will be the Desert Solstice live stream the weekend of December 10th. So be sure you tune in. Mark your calendars. You won't want to miss this 24-hour festival.
Some of the best that the sport has to offer.
Yep, exactly. So you're going to see some world-class athletes doing some amazing things. Rumor has it Camille Herron possibly chasing a world record at Desert Solstice. So that is going to do it for us here in the studio. Thank you for joining us. I'm Matt Feldick with my great co-host, Chris Warden. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Always have fun doing this.
Bye.
Bye.